That is why both have been called, both have been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, these proceedings are under FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act, for diversion of money outside the country, diversion of money used to buy properties outside the country, diversion in companies outside the country. But ED officials are trying to find out more details, and that is why Anil Ambani and Tina Ambani are being questioned right now. Anil Ambani was questioned yesterday, and Tina Ambani is presently being questioned at the Enforcement Directorate office in Mumbai.
Devesh, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So Tina Ambani there now appears before the Enforcement Directorate. News coming in right now. Heavy rains lash parts of Karnataka. Schools and colleges have been shut in Mangaluru. Several Karnataka districts have been crippled due to rain. Now, due to excessive rain in the region, holiday has been announced by the district authority in all schools and colleges in Mangaluru, Mulki, Ullal and Bantwal. Dakshin Kannada DC Mulai Mugilan has in fact informed. So that is what's happening, especially in the Dakshin Kannada region. You can see those images, how rains have lashed that entire region. Heavy rains have lashed, in fact, Karnataka, and because of that, schools and colleges have been shut in Mangaluru and several other Karnataka districts which have been crippled because of this rain. Holiday, in fact, has been announced by the district authority in all schools and colleges in Mangaluru, in Mulki, in Ullal and in Bantwal. So these are the regions where schools and colleges have been shut down completely because of the excessive rains. Sagai Raj is joining us over this. Sagai, we can see those images, completely submerged areas and waterlogged areas. We're getting images on our screens right now from Mangaluru, but it's the area around Dakshin Kannada which seems to have been crippled. Sagai, are you able to hear me? Okay, we'll try and fix that line with Sagai, my colleague, who is in fact reporting on.
Bangalore was in the.
Huh? Go ahead, Sagai. Okay, we seem to have some trouble with Sagai's line. We'll try and fix that, but you can see those images from Mangaluru. You can see how vehicles are wading through that water. Most of the area in Mangaluru, in Mulki, in Ullal, in Bantwal have been completely submerged in rain water, because of which now the district administration has said that they will be shutting down schools and colleges. They've declared a holiday because it's going to be absolutely impossible for anyone to commute to any destination through those submerged areas. Sagai, my colleague, is back with us. Sagai, how bad is the situation in the Dakshin Kannada region, especially in Mangaluru?
If you notice, today the rain has been reduced, and what we get to learn from the Dakshin Kannada district is that the water has been subsidized in places where it was flooded, especially area. And
shifting focus now, Prime Minister Modi is set to host the virtual summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Today, he is set to, in fact, host the SCO Summit in a virtual format. On Tuesday, India had assumed the rotating chairmanship of the SCO at the Samarkand Summit of the SCO on September 16 last year. The summit is to be chaired by Prime Minister Modi and will see the participation of Chinese President Xi Jinping and Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. Russian President Vladimir Putin too will attend this virtual meeting. This will be his first participation in a multilateral summit after the Wagner Group launched a short-lived armed rebellion against Moscow last week. The theme of the summit is towards a secure SCO, which was first coined by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the 2018 SCO Qingdao Summit. The term secure represents security, economy and trade, connectivity, unity, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and environment. BJP and TMC continue to be at loggerheads over the Panchayat poll showdown. No end to political war between BJP and TMC over the ongoing violence in the state ahead of the Panchayat polls on Saturday. As two more political workers died in separate incidents of violence, West Bengal Governor C.V. Anandabose on Monday called for a complete end to violence within 48 hours, saying the political holy with human blood has to end. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee accused the BJP of employing divisive politics to destroy Kashmir and Manipur. She said that the BJP was now after Bengal and is making endless efforts to promote secessionist groups in Bengal. Mamata also accused the BJP of instigating violence in the northern and southern parts of Bengal for its own political gains.
My visit to the field has convinced me that there is violence in certain pockets in West Bengal. There is the manifestation of what may be called the politics of murder, the politics of intimidation, the politics of muzzle flexing. Who is responsible for this? Is not my priority now. My priority is the fact that violence exists. People in some pockets at least are scared of the goons and the lawbreakers. That is a fact.
Actually now BJP, Congress, CPM, they've understood that they are going to lose the game. Now we don't need to put some bombs, some explosives in some areas. Why? Why should we? The game is made, the checkmate. Trinamool has won the Panchayat election. These are all the conspiracy being hatched by BJP and other parties.
News coming in right now. Split verdict by the Madras High Court in the Senthil Balaji case. Habeas corpus petition has now been accepted and the case is to be heard by a third judge. Remember that Senthil Balaji's wife, in fact, had moved a habeas corpus petition before the Madras High Court after her husband, minister in the Tamil Nadu government, Senthil Balaji, had been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. He has been in judicial custody since. Now there's a split verdict coming in from the Madras High Court in this petition, which was filed by Senthil Balaji's wife. Habeas corpus petition has now been accepted and the case will be heard by a third judge. Pramod Madhav is joining us now to bring us more details. Pramod, tell us what happened in court. Pramod, are you able to hear me? Pramod, give us more details about what happened in court this morning.
Absolutely. The verdict was expected around 10:30 a.m. and Justice Nisha Banu and Justice Bharat Chakravarti have now given a split verdict, which means that the drama is expected to continue as well, because for the last 1 week it was the Tushar Mehta who appeared for the ED and Mukul Rohatgi who appeared for Senthil Balaji, and their argument from ED was that the petition of habeas corpus is not maintainable as Senthil Balaji was already under custody by the time habeas corpus was filed. However, However, Meghala, wife of Senthil Balaji, stated that habeas corpus has to be filed because the arrest was itself illegal and Senthil Balaji should be released immediately. This was the actual petition that was being heard in Supreme Court, the Madras High Court, and now we have a split verdict. Justice Nisha Banu has said that the habeas corpus petition is acceptable and the detainee can be released. But Justice Bharat Chakravarti has said that the arrest of Senthil Balaji is valid, and currently we've been also said that this matter will be heard by a third judge, probably the Chief Justice.
So basically, if you are to understand this right, Pramod, the petition has been accepted at the moment, but whether the detainee can be released or not, that will be a matter before a third judge.
Well, both things will be heard by the third judge itself,
Okay.
because this is a split verdict. Bharat Chakravarti has also not accepted habeas corpus, so that's going to be both matters will be heard by the third judge, and his verdict is one we are waiting for now.
Okay, so when is that expected to happen, Pramod?
So far, as we speak, the Justice Nisha Banu and Justice Bharat Chakravarti are inside Madras High Court, and the verdict is being read. So after this, the actual document will be brought in, and then and only then we will be informed as to when the next hearing would be and who's going to be judged. For now, it is expected to be the Chief Justice of Madras High Court who will hear this particular case. Senthil Balaji is still in the hospital, and he is under police protection, judicial remand, which was also extended last week by the Sessions Court, and he has also been given by a number as per which he is actually a prisoner of Purel prison. So right now the justice claims that Justice Nisha Banu claims that he can be released, but Bharat Chakravarti says that he cannot be. So that's the reason this is going to continue for some more time.
Okay, and as far as the Tamil Nadu government is concerned, how are they, of course, pursuing this, or is this a matter which is being pursued only by Senthil Balaji's wife? Because we do remember that MK Stalin was consulting legal experts as well very recently, of course, after the governor dismissed Senthil Balaji and then withdrew his own decision.
Absolutely. That is the part, the high drama that is involving Senthil Balaji, because as the matter was being heard, even before a charge sheet could be filed, the letter from the governor, the first letter that was released, that letter claimed that Senthil Balaji is being investigated for money laundering and various other cases, and the governor's letter almost accused Senthil Balaji, showing him like a guilty person, a convict, and said that he has been dismissed because the Chief Minister did not do so. But Tamil Nadu government completely decided to disregard it. The Chief Minister very clearly wrote another letter stating that the governor does not have the authority to dismiss his ministers. You do not have the power to dismiss my ministers. That was the line that was used by the Chief Minister then, and that order was disregarded, by which Senthil Balaji is still continuing as a minister without any portfolio assigned to him. And Tamil Nadu government completely stands by Senthil Balaji, where the Chief Minister says that, like, even in his recent interview, he said that there are three ways to identify a person who is being investigated. The first one, who is being actually called as an accused. The second one, where a charge sheet is filed. And the third one, who has been convicted, and only in the case of the third one, the person could be dismissed from the minister post. This is how the Chief Minister actually classified a person who is being investigated. That way, making clear the Tamil Nadu government still stands behind Senthil Balaji, who is still being monitored and under treatment at a Kaveri hospital.
Okay. Pramod, stay on with us. Nalini is also joining us over the phone line right now. Nalini, can you explain the legality of this? What exactly happened in Madras High Court? What does this mean for the petition which was filed by Senthil Balaji's wife?
Well, Paulami, Senthil Balaji's wife had filed a habeas corpus petition before the Madras High Court, essentially challenging the legality of the arrest of Senthil Balaji. So in that regard, there was a division bench, which means a two-judge bench of the Madras High Court that had heard the matter. And today, the two-judge bench has given a split verdict, where one judge, which is Justice Nisha Banu, has said that the habeas corpus petition is maintainable and that he, in fact, should be released from custody. On the other hand, the other judge, Justice Bharat Chakravarti, has said that she differs, in her opinion, from Justice Nisha Banu, and which is why now the matter is going to be placed before the Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, to be placed before a larger, possibly three-judge bench to decide the case once again. There's been a difference of opinion between the two judges on as to whether or not Senthil Balaji's arrest is legal or illegal. which is why a 3-judge bench is now likely to hear the case once again on merits and then decide as to whether or not he should be released from detention.
Okay, so which would include, Nalini, whether the petition is accepted or not, that will be decided by a 3rd judge.
Yes, precisely.
Right. Nalini and Pramod, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, the state of Karnataka is also set to witness a mega political showdown as the Congress government will table its new budget in the monsoon session. While the government is expected to repeal and amend several laws implemented by the previous BJP government, the Saffron Party is gearing up to hold protests against the government for failing to implement its pre-poll promises of the 5 guarantees that it made. Here's the detailed report.
With elections over in Karnataka, focus shifts back to governance. And a stormy legislature session awaits the ruling Congress in Karnataka. The opposition BJP is all set to launch virulent attacks on the ruling party for not delivering on its poll promises. The Saffron Party has decided to hold demonstrations inside and outside the Karnataka Assembly. Former CM B.F. Yedurappa will lead the party's onslaught.
We are not at all supporting that. That's why we are sitting there now. And day after tomorrow, thousands of people are gathering, and another so many issues are there. We are fighting.
The government which has lied, the government which has really deceived the people of Karnataka, and I never seen any government being so unpopular among the people in such a short time.
Meanwhile, unfazed by the BJP's protest, the Congress government is also planning to reverse several laws that were passed by the previous government. The government is likely to table a bill scrapping the anti-conversion law by the BJP. The government will also introduce a bill scrapping changes made in the anti-cow slaughter law by the BJP. A bill modifying the Karnataka Land Reforms Amendment Act is also expected to be tabled. Karnataka government's decision to change these laws has further irked the BJP.
Definitely, as and when they are going to place the bill in the floor of the House, definitely yes, as per the law of the land, we are going to expose the appeasement politics of Congress. We want to expose them thoroughly. They are not for the people, as well as they are going back on their words with regard to the guarantee. When it comes to the governance, also failure. When it comes to the corruption, they are corrupt people.
Meanwhile, hitting back at the Saffron Party, Congress not only defended its move to bring these laws, but also taunted it for failing to appoint a leader of opposition.
BJP is said to be a party with discipline. You see the indiscipline that is going, how people are talking out of turn, and it's a divided house. It's very, very evident. The governor's address was today, and they didn't have an opposition leader. Tomorrow the assembly budget session starts, and they don't have an opposition leader. They're leaderless and rudderless. They don't know which way to go. They don't know which way to steer the boat.
In the assembly, in the council, when they brought the bill, we had told, our government comes, definitely we are going to withdraw. We will withdraw the bill. So how are you going to tackle the protest? We will handle, because we will try to convince them. I am sure they'll get convinced.
With BJP gearing up to take on the Congress, Karnataka is all set to witness more political storm in the build-up to 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the Siddaramaiah government has ordered a probe into the Bitcoin scam that took place in the previous regime. An SIT has been set up to investigate the scam. Politics has erupted over the matter now. Take a look at our detailed report.
The Shivaramaya government has ordered a probe into the Bitcoin scam of 2021 that took place under the BJP's watch. A special investigation team has been formed under CID to investigate the scam.
Yesterday we have issued the order, and an SIT within the CID has been formed. One by one we will look into it more seriously. Once we are convinced that this requires an SIT or an investigation, we'll do that.
Sri Krishna Ramesh alias Sriki, a techie, is the prime suspect in the case. He is accused of hacking the state government's e-procurement website and siphoning off over 11.5 crore rupees. He is also accused of cryptocurrency theft, drug peddling and cyber fraud. Politics has erupted over the matter. The Congress has accused the previous Basavaraj Bommai-led government of covering up the scam.
The STF, SIT, judicial inquiry against the various scams in the government, they will all be investigated. So it's a first step towards what we had promised during the election, and we'll get it done.
Anything as per the law of the land, making it accountable is welcome. But it should not be only in isolation. They should also, during their tenure of time, during their tenure of rule, whatever scandals were there, they should order SIT, court-monitored SIT investigation is welcome.
Calling it an unnecessary expense to the exchequer, the JDS has called the probe needless.
Whatever SIT, whatever officer, they will going to give responsibility to conduct an inquiry. In this state, anything will going to happen. Why? Because in Siddaramaya's government, what happened to that nice? Then Kemparna, that redo incident. What happened to that incident? Any action they have taken? Same thing it will going to happen. Unnecessarily, it will going to burden on the exchequer of the common man.
The Grand Old Party had promised to investigate the Bitcoin scam and expose the BJP in its campaign for assembly polls.
Now with the SIT, we need to wait and watch how many politicians and influential people have involved in this entire scam. With Hirojan's Madhu, Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brijesh Vashisht, Bureau Report, India Today.
forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 24 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Split verdict by Madras High Court in Senthil case. High Court split on wife's plea to produce Senthil. Third judge said to hear Senthil wife's plea. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear. Sharad Pawar calls crucial party meet tomorrow. Congress and NCP lock horns for leader of opposition position. No end to bombs, bullets and blame game. Mamata Banerjee says after Jammu and Kashmir and Manipur, Bengal, victim of dirty politics, claims the governor, hampering poll quote. Heavy rain slash Karnataka and Kerala. Orange alert issued in Dakshin Kannada. Red alert in Kerala's Idukki and Kannur. Khalistan army attacks Indian consulate in San Francisco again, set it on fire. Second cowardly attack on Indian consulate in 4 months. US strongly condemns. Prime Minister Modi to host SCO Summit. India, China and Pakistan to be in one frame. Big focus on regional security situation. We're cutting across live to Prime Minister Modi, who's unveiling the Global Sai Hira Convention Center in Andhra Pradesh virtually.
दुनिया के कई देशों के डेलीगेट्स यहां पर उपस्थित हैं। खासकर आपने इस आयोजन के लिए जो थीम चुनी है, प्रैक्टिस एंड इंस्पायर, ये थीम प्रभावी भी है और प्रासंगिक भी है। हमारे यहां कहा भी जाता है, यत् यत् आचरति श्रेष्ठः तत् तत् एव इतरः जनः, अर्थात श्रेष्ठ लोग जैसा जैसा आचरण करते हैं समाज वैसा ही अनुसरण करता है। इसलिए हमारा आचरण ही दूसरों के लिए सबसे बड़ी प्रेरणा होती है। सत्य साई बाबा का जीवन अपने आप में इसका जीवंत उदाहरण है। आज भारत भी कर्तव्यों को पहली प्राथमिकता बनाकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आजादी के 100 वर्ष के लक्ष्य की ओर आगे बढ़ते हुए हमने हमारे अमृतकाल को कर्तव्य काल का नाम दिया है। हमारे इन कर्तव्यों में आध्यात्मिक मूल्यों का मार्गदर्शन भी है और भविष्य के संकल्प भी हैं। इसमें विकास भी है और विरासत भी है। आज एक और देश में आध्यात्मिक केंद्रों का पुनरुद्धार हो रहा है, तो साथ ही भारत इकोनॉमी और टेक्नोलॉजी में भी लीड कर रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया की टॉप 5 इकोनॉमी में शामिल हो चुका है। आज भारत में दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी और 5G जैसे क्षेत्रों में हम बड़े बड़े देशों का मुकाबला कर रहे हैं। दुनिया में आज जितने भी रियल टाइम ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहे हैं उसके 40% अकेले भारत में हो रहे हैं। और मैं तो आज रत्नाकर जी से आग्रह करूंगा और सभी हमारे साईं भक्तों से भी आग्रह करूंगा, क्या ये हमारा नया बना हुआ जिला जो साईं बाबा के नाम से जुड़ा हुआ है, ये पूरा पुट्टपर्ती जिला, क्या आप इसको 100% डिजिटल बना सकते हैं? हर ट्रांजैक्शन डिजिटल हो। आप देखिए दुनिया में इस जिले की अलग ही पहचान बन जाएगी। और बाबा के आशीर्वाद से रत्नाकर जी जैसे मेरे मित्र अगर इस कर्तव्य को अपना जिम्मा बना दें तो हो सकता है कि बाबा के अगले जन्मदिन तक पूरे जिलों को डिजिटल बना सकते हैं, जहां कोई एक कैश रुपये की आवश्यकता नहीं होगी, और ये कर सकते हैं। साथियों, समाज के हर वर्ग की भागीदारी से आज परिवर्तन आ रहा है। इसलिए ग्लोबल काउंसिल जैसे आयोजन भारत के बारे में जानने का और बाकी विश्व को इससे जोड़ने का एक प्रभावी जरिया है। साथियों, संतों को हमारे यहां अक्सर बहते जल की तरह बताया जाता है, क्योंकि संत न कभी विचार से रुकते हैं न कभी व्यवहार से थमते हैं। अनवरत प्रवाह और अनवरत प्रयास ही संतों का जीवन होता है। एक सामान्य भारतीय के लिए ये मायने नहीं रखता कि इन संतों का जन्मस्थान क्या है। उसके लिए कोई भी सच्चा संत उसका अपना होता है, उसकी आस्था और संस्कृति का प्रतिनिधि होता है। इसलिए हमारे संतों ने हजारों वर्षों से एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना का पोषण किया है। सत्य साईं बाबा भी आंध्र प्रदेश के पुट्टपर्ती में जन्मे, लेकिन उनके मानने वाले उनके चाहने वाले दुनिया के हर कोने में हैं। आज देश के हर क्षेत्र में सत्य साई से जुड़े स्थान और आश्रम भी है। हर भाषा, हर रीति रिवाज के लोग प्रशांति निलयम से एक मिशन के तहत जुड़े हैं। यही भारत की वो चेतना है जो भारत को एक सूत्र में पिरोती है, इसे अमर बनाती है। साथियों, श्री सत्य साई कहते थे, सेवा अने रेंडू अक्षराल्लोने अनंत माइन शक्ति इमीडी जिंदी। अर्थात सेवा के 2 अक्षरों में ही अनंत शक्ति निहित है। सत्य साई का जीवन इसी भावना का जीवंत स्वरूप था। ये मेरा सौभाग्य रहा कि मुझे सत्य साई बाबा के जीवन को करीब से देखने का, उनसे सीखने का और अविरत उनकी आशीर्वाद की छाया में जीने का अवसर मिला है। उनका हमेशा मेरे लिए एक विशेष स्नेह होता था। हमेशा उनका आशीर्वाद मुझे मिलता था। जब भी उनसे बात होती थी, वो गहरी सी गहरी बात भी बेहद सरलता से कह देते थे। मुझे और उनके भक्तों को श्री सत्य साई के कितने ही ऐसे मंत्र आज भी याद है। लव ऑल, सर्व ऑल, हेल्प एवर, हर्ट नेवर, लेस टॉक, मोर वर्क, एवरी एक्सपीरियंस इज ए लेसन, एवरी लॉस इज ए गेन। ऐसे कितने ही जीवन सूत्र श्री सत्य साई हमें देकर गए हैं। इनमें संवेदनशीलता है, जीवन का गंभीर दर्शन भी है। मुझे याद है, गुजरात में भूकंप आया था, तब उन्होंने मुझे विशेषकर फोन किया था। हर तरह से राहत और बचाव के लिए वो खुद लग गए थे। संस्था के हजारों लोग उनके निर्देश पर दिन रात भूज के प्रभावित इलाके में काम कर रहे थे। कोई भी व्यक्ति हो, वो उसकी चिंता ऐसे करते थे जैसे कोई बहुत अपना हो, बहुत करीबी हो। सत्य साई के लिए मानव सेवा ही माधव सेवा थी। हर नर में नारायण, हर जीव में शिव देखने की यही भावना जनता को जनार्दन बनाती है। साथियों, भारत जैसे देश में धार्मिक और आध्यात्मिक संस्थाएं हमेशा से समाज उत्थान के केंद्र में रही है। आज देश अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे कर चुका है और अगले 25 वर्षों का संकल्प लेकर हमने अमृत काल में प्रवेश किया है। आज जब हम विरासत और विकास को एक गति दे रहे हैं, तो सत्य साई ट्रस्ट जैसी संस्थाओं की इसमें बड़ी भूमिका है। मुझे खुशी है कि आपका स्पिरिचुअल विंग बाल विकास जैसे कार्यक्रम के जरिए नई पीढ़ी के भीतर सांस्कृतिक भारत को गढ़ रहा है। सत्य साई बाबा ने मानव सेवा के लिए अस्पतालों का निर्माण कराया, प्रशांति निलयम में हाईटेक हॉस्पिटल बनाकर तैयार हुआ, सत्य साई ट्रस्ट वर्षों से निःशुल्क शिक्षा के लिए अच्छे स्कूल और कॉलेज भी चला रहा है।
News coming in from Karnataka Assembly now. Adjournment motion has been moved by BJP against Congress freebies program. When the motion is taken up for discussion, all BJP MLAs plan to enter the well and protest. So it's expected to get extremely heated inside the Karnataka Assembly, where the BJP now has moved a motion against the Congress's freebies. And when the motion is taken up, the BJP plans to in fact enter the well and protest. So that is the BJP's plan to corner the Congress government on the subject of freebies. Remember that the Congress made 5 poll guarantees and promises ahead of the elections, which they won with a thumping majority, and now there has been some amount of spanner in the works as far as the Congress government being able to deliver on those promises. The BJP, of course, is alleging that the Congress has cheated the people of Karnataka and is planning to corner the government in the assembly. It has moved a motion now against these freebies program, in fact, by the Congress government, and it plans to in fact enter the well. All MLAs of the Bharatiya Janata Party will enter the well and protest when that motion is taken up for discussion.
ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಯಮಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಆದ ನಂತರ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವ, ಯಾವುದು ವಿಚಾರ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಮುಗಿಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೇ ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಅವ್ರು ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪರಮಾಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಮುಖರಿಗೆ.
My colleague Anagha is joining us live at the moment. Anagha, what can you tell us about the BJP's plan?
Polami, I'm standing in Vidhan Sauda and now the BJP has decided to stage a walkout. So we are standing at the entrance where where all the MLAs of BJP might stage a walkout and protest near the Mahatma Gandhi statue. B.S. Yediyurappa also started his protest near the Freedom Park against the Congress guarantees. The BJP is saying only one thing: why while the Congress has promised these 5 guarantees, all the 5 guarantees are now slapped with a lot of terms and conditions which really filters down the eligibility criteria. Before elections, the promise was everybody who belonged to Karnataka, would be eligible for all the 5 guarantees. But now, once they are in power, they are now slapping a lot of terms and conditions, making only a few subset of the population eligible for the 5 guarantees. This is the main contention of BJP, and the BJP has now moved a motion against the Congress in the Vidhan Sabha, and we are expecting the BJP to come, to walk down the stairs and protest near the Mahatma Gandhi statue in Vidhan Sauda. Senior BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa will also be joining the protest. In fact, BJP cadre have already amassed near the Freedom Park. They will be protesting against the Congress, saying that the Congress has not delivered the 5 guarantees as promised. They've only very partially delivered, and given the fact that we even have the Annabhagya scheme going on one hand we have Congress blaming the centre for allegedly stalling the sale of rice under OMS scheme, but the BJP on the other hand saying we are giving half, that is 5 kg. It is only the other 5 kg that the Congress has to give, which they are now failing to do so.
Okay. Also, Anagha, if we're getting inputs from inside the assembly as well, we believe that the speaker isn't allowing the BJP to move the adjournment motion at the start. In fact, he says wait for question hour to get over, and we can already see that there's some sort of a discussion that's happening between the BJP. All the MLAs seem to be up in their seats at the moment. We can see Ashwath Narayan, we can see Basavaraj Bommai, in fact, have an argument with the chair.
That's right, Paulami. It just looks like there is chaos happening inside the Vidhan Sabha. The BJP has already decided, all the MLAs coming there up in arms, strongly deciding that they will protest against the government, saying that they are now doing injustice to the people of Karnataka. They're not really delivering as promised, be it even the electricity scheme, or be it the Annabhagya scheme, or be it Yuva Nidhi, Griha Lakshmi. There are a lot of terms and conditions. It is just not not fair is the only point of BJP. But the Congress is saying that we cannot, practically it's not possible to have schemes, without eligibility criteria. It's not a free meal for all. It is only practical to have terms and conditions is how the government is now defending. But the government also seems nonchalant about the whole situation. We just spoke to DK Shivkumar just a while back. He said that we thank the BJP for doing this. In fact, by protesting, they're only merely propagating our schemes. They are sort of marketing what we are doing. So in a way, their protest is only going to benefit us, is the stance of Congress, especially DK Shivkumar. But the BJP has decided to not budge down. They have decided to protest in the well of the house. All the MLAs from BJP will be going to the well of the house to protest. Massive ruckus can ensue in the Vidhan Sabha. This was the day that was that was the most anticipated day to know what the BJP is going to do about the Congress 5 guarantees, and now the day has finally come. The BJP MLAs will be marching towards the well of the house, post which they might stage a walkout, a walkout from Vidhan Sabha. They will get down the stairs and protest near the Mahatma Gandhi statue. This is the main updates that we are gathering right now from Vidhan Sabha, where I am on standby to see the BJP leaders come down.
Okay, Anaga is of course outside the assembly at the moment. You can see that the assembly is in session, and you can see there's high drama that's taking place inside the Karnataka assembly, inside the house right now.
ನೀವು ಶಾಸಕರು ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಅವರು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಗ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ? ಆಯ್ತು, ಅವರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
My colleague Anaga is still live with us. Anaga, if you were able to hear that, could you translate for us what was happening, what is happening in fact inside the house at the moment?
Paulmi, the BJP is screaming that the Congress has cheated the people of Karnataka. That is what they are saying in Kannada as I am listening to what they are saying. It is massive ruckus that that is ensuing as what I can hear. The BJP is the BJP has completely gone bonkers. They are now shouting slogans against the Congress. They are saying, how dare you cheat the people of Karnataka? They are saying dhoka dhoka, which means you have cheated the people of Karnataka.
Into Basvaraj Bommai.
ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿ, ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಉಪ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನೀವು ಬಂದು ಕೇಳ್ತೀರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ನಿಯಮ ಇದು? ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಶಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ?
ಜ್ವಲಂತ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅವಕಾಶನೂ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶನೂ ಕೊಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಹೇಗೆ
ಜ್ವಲಂತ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರವೇ ಘೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡದಂತ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಈ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳುವಾಗ ನೀವೆದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ್ರೆ
ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರೂಲಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ.
Yes, Anaga, please go on. Please go on.
Giving us the opportunity. Polami, former Chief Minister Basvaraj Bommai is screaming, how dare you not give us the opportunity to protest? We are here to voice the concerns of people of Karnataka, but you are not giving us the opportunity to raise our voices. You are not allowing us to protest. You are not giving us the chance to talk, is what Basvaraj Bommai is saying. And remember, this is not the first time that Bommai has said this.
Okay, DK
even when Bommai was protesting
Anaga,
against the Congress,
please listen in to DK Shivkumar.
ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅವರ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲೆ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇನು ನುಡಿಮುತ್ತುಗಳನ್ನ ಅವರು ಅವ್ರ ಅನುಭವ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಕಳೆದ 45 ದಿನದಿಂದ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡಕ್ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧವಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
Let them speak about their experiences in the last 45 days and we are ready to answer. DK is also saying that BJP is not able to tolerate the freebies that Congress government is giving.
ಶಿವಲಿಂಗೇಗೌಡ್ರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೀವು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡಿ.
ನುಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಉಚಿತ ನಿಶ್ಚಿತ ಖಚಿತ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ.
They are now saying that the Congress guarantees, which means Nichita Kashchita, it means for sure the guarantees will be implemented. It was that wordplay that the Congress had deployed here in Karnataka. They are now mocking that particular slogan that Congress was using.
ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ
BJP is saying that you promised to give the 5 guarantees, but now you're cheating the people of Karnataka. You lied to the people of Karnataka. Well, they're now calling the Congress government as Drohigalu. It means cheaters. From what I can hear,
high drama that's playing out over there in the Karnataka Legislative Assembly, where the BJP and the Congress are at loggerheads. The BJP wants a discussion on the freebies matter right away, and they're not ready to wait for after question hour. Anagha, stay on with us. Sagai is live with us from a protest that's happening in Bengaluru's Freedom Park. Sagai, over to you. Tell us what the protest is about. Sagai, are you able to hear me? Okay, it seems to be that the BJP is cornering the Congress government of Karnataka on both fronts, both outside the assembly and inside the assembly as well. Anagha is still live with us. She is in fact inside the assembly premises, right outside, where the BJP is likely to in fact stage a walkout if the speaker doesn't give an opportunity to the BJP MLAs to immediately in fact discuss the adjournment motion. They've moved. Listen into that commotion that's happening inside the Karnataka assembly.
ಅಡ್ಜರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಷನ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಾದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಅವರ
ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
Which is ensuing inside the Karnataka Legislative Assembly.
ಅಶ್ವಥ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಅವರೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಶ್ವಥ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಅವರು ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದವ್ರು, ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಎಮೋಷನಲ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಿ?
Siddaramaiah is now taunting Ashwath Narayan, saying you were a minister before. Why are you so emotional?
ಕಾರ್ಯವಿಧಾನ ಮತ್ತು ನಡವಳಿಕೆ ನಿಯಮ 60ನೇ ನಿಯಮದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ ದಿನಾಂಕ 4/7/2023ರಂದು ವಿಧಾನಸಭೆಯ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ಮತ್ತು ಶೂನ್ಯ ವೇಳೆಯ ತರುವಾಯ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪಿಸಲು ಈ ಕೆಳಗಂಡ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಿಲುವಳಿ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Let the question hour first happen and then we can discuss the issues.
ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ, ನೀವು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಏನಿರಲಿ, ನಾನೇನು ಹೇಳೋದು,
Siddaramaiah is now asking Basavaraj Bommai to take a seat. He says you were a former chief minister, so please take a seat.
ಅವರ ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೋತ್ತರ ವೇಳೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ 0 ಅವರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರ ನೋಟಿಸ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಂಬರ್ 1. ನಂಬರ್ 2, ಇವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದವರು
3 ವರ್ಷ 10 ತಿಂಗಳು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ.
BJP was in power for 3 years 10 months.
ಅಶ್ವಥ್ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಅವರೇ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಯು ಗಾಟ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ರೈಟ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೀಕ್. ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ? ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ, ಈ ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು 5 ವರ್ಷ ಲೀಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಅಪೋಸಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅವರ್ಗಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಅಡ್ಜರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಷನ್ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ರೂಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ. ನಾವು ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಸಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಸೆಂಬ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳು. ನಾನು ವಿರೋಧ ಪಕ್ಷದ ನಾಯಕನಾಗಿರುವಾಗ, ಇವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿರುವಾಗ ಅವತ್ತು ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಒಂದು ದಿನನೂ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಥರ ಇದ್ರು ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದಿನ ಯಾವತ್ತಾರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅಡ್ಜರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಷನನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅವರ್ನ ಸಸ್ಪೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋಣ, ಒಂದು ನಿದರ್ಶನ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿ. ಇವರು ಬಂದು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ರಿ, ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ರಿ. ನಾನು ಮಾತೇ ಆಡಲ್ಲ, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಅಡ್ಜರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅವರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿರೋದು, 0 ಅವರ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿರೋದು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಡ್ಜರ್ನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೋಷನ್ 69ಗೆ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು. 69.
Of course, the Congress and the Chief Minister there, Mr. Siddaramaiah, saying that you cannot ask for a suspension of the question hour to discuss your adjournment motion. You will have to wait. There are procedures and there are protocols. He, of course, addressed former Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, who's on the other side of the aisle, saying, you've been a Chief Minister, you know the rules, please sit down. And that is what the Speaker has been saying. But the BJP, of course, has been insisting that the adjournment motion be taken up immediately, suspending all other business. In fact, Basavaraj Bommai also said, let us make a preliminary submission. So it's a heated discussion that is taking place, in fact, inside the Karnataka Legislative Assembly. In fact, the BJP also addressed the chair saying, this is your first day in that seat. Please be a little liberal. Look towards the opposition as well. My colleague Sagai is live with us from Bengaluru. He, of course, is monitoring all those developments inside the assembly and also the BJP's protest outside the assembly. So the BJP there, Sagai, trying to corner the government on both fronts.
Absolutely, BJP are protesting inside Vidhan Sabha and outside near Freedom Park. B.S. Yediyurappa along with State President Nalin Kumar Katil, Sadanand Gowda and few other leaders will be protesting outside Vidhan Sabha near Freedom Park. Initially, this protest was supposed to march towards Vidhan Sabha, but they didn't get a permission and they will continue the protest till evening. And what we have also witnessed that there is a protest by BJP MLAs inside the house, where the speaker has asked them let the question and answer session gets over and thereafter they can pass the motion. But BJP MLAs were hell-bent, and now we can hear that Siddaramaiah is talking to BJP MLAs saying that when we were in opposition.
से जयंत पाटिल जो पार्टी के लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी के नेता थे उनको हटाने की मांग की है और आखिरकार ये पूरी लड़ाई एक बार फिर महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के स्पीकर, महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष राहुल नार्वेकर उनके दफ्तर जाकर पहुंची है। एक और लड़ाई उनके यहां चल रही है, लेकिन आखिरकार महाराष्ट्र के हर सत्ता संघर्ष की लड़ाई का फैसला आखिरकार स्पीकर के चेंबर में होने जा रहा है। तो ऐसे में हमने सोचा कि हम स्पीकर से समझे कि आखिरकार इस लड़ाई में कौन कहां पर खड़ा है और कब इसके फैसले की हम उम्मीद कर सकते हैं। हमारे साथ में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष राहुल नार्वेकर इस वक्त है। नार्वेकर जी, सबसे पहले तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने इस सत्ता संघर्ष के बीच में हमसे बात करना तय किया, लेकिन बहुत सारी बातें हो रही है आज की स्थिति में। लेकिन मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूंगा एनसीपी की तरफ से, क्योंकि दो अलग अलग रिप्रेजेंटेशन आपके पास आए हुए हैं। ये सीक्वेंस किस तरीके से था? क्योंकि अजित पवार ने बताया कि शुक्रवार को उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया था आपके पास में नेता विपक्ष के तौर पर, और उसी वक्त आपके पास में विधायकों की हस्ताक्षर का एक खत आपको दिया गया था, जिसमें यह रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया गया था कि जयंत पाटिल को हटाकर अजित पवार उनकी जगह पे एनसीपी के लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी के नेता रहेंगे। दूसरी तरफ दूसरे धड़े की तरफ से भी आपके पास खत आया हुआ है कि उन्होंने व्हिप हटाया हुआ है। किस तरीके से ये कम्युनिकेशन आपके पास है? आज की स्थिति में क्या स्थिति है उसकी?
देखिए, जहां तक आज की राजकीय परिस्थिति है, उस विधिमंडल में जो विधिमंडल गठ है, उस गठ में से किसी भी गुट ने मेरे पास ऐसा निवेदन नहीं दिया है कि पार्टी में किसी प्रकार की फूट पड़ी है। और इसीलिए आज मेरे सामने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी, लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी जो है, वो अभी तक एक गुट के तरीके से मैं उसको देख रहा हूं और केवल लीडरशिप के बारे में डिफरेंस है, ऐसा चित्र मेरे सामने आज रखा गया है। तो यदि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लीडरशिप के बारे में विवाद है, तो हमें निर्णय लेते समय हम किस रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को अधिकृत पार्टी का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव मानते हैं, वो हमें तय करना है। और वो तय करने के बाद हम इस निष्कर्ष पे आ सकेंगे कि उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है, डिजायर क्या है, कौन व्हिप बनना चाहिए, कौन गठनेता बनना चाहिए, और उसे रिकग्निशन दिया जाएगा।
आपके पास कितने रिप्रेजेंटेशन आए हुए हैं अलग अलग तरीके?
नहीं, मुझे तो प्राप्त हुआ है रिप्रेजेंटेशन काफी रिप्रेजेंटेशन पिछले 2 दिनों में आए हुए हैं और इसीलिए इन सब रिप्रेजेंटेशंस का आकलन हमारे विधान मंडल के सचिवालय में हो रहा है और इनकी पूरी
बट व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेशंस यू हैव? किस तरीके के रिप्रेजेंटेशन है आपके?
रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, कोई एक दो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटिशन आई हुई है
जयंत पाटिल की तरफ से।
डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन पिटिशन अभी तक मेरे पास नहीं आई है क्योंकि उसका प्रोसेस रहता है कि वो विधिमंडल सचिवालय में जाती है, उसके ऊपर नोटिंग होती है और फिर अध्यक्ष जी के पास उसको प्रेजेंट किया जाता है। तो मुझे ऐसे मेरे पास रात को 1:30 बजे एक पिटिशन पहुंचाई गई थी और उसके अलावा भी काफी रिप्रेजेंटेशंस सेक्रेटेरिएट में आए हुए हैं और इसीलिए अभी देखना पड़ेगा हर रिप्रेजेंटेशन में क्या मांग है। मोटे तौर पर देखा जाए तो एक तो जितेंद्र अवार्ड और इनको पार्टी के तरफ से लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन नियुक्त करने जाने की मांग है, लेकिन आप सब जानते हो कि लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन अपॉइंट करने का और रिकग्नाइज करने का अधिकार ये विधानसभा अध्यक्ष का है और ये अधिकार जब हम इसका उपयोग करते हैं तब विधानसभा के नियम है, उसमें कुछ प्राविधान है, संवैधानिक प्राविधान है, जैसे कि स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन पार्टी देखना है। और आप जैसे कि मैंने अभी आपसे कहा कि सर्वप्रथम हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा जब राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी के रूप में मेरे सामने है तो या तो मुझे उस पार्टी को ऑपोजिशन में कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा या फिर ट्रेजरी बेंच यानी रूलिंग पार्टी में कंसिडर करना पड़ेगा। एक ही पार्टी को मैं दो डिवाइडेड नहीं कर सकता कि एक गुट विपक्ष में है और एक ग्रुप सत्तारूढ़ पक्ष में है। तो इसीलिए सर्वप्रथम मुझे ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी को ऑपोजिशन में कंसिडर किया जाए या फिर ट्रेजरी बेंच यानी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी में कंसिडर किया जाए। वो कंसिडर करने के बाद हम ये भी देखेंगे कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो है उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का रिप्रेजेंटेशन कौन कर रहा है, उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का लीडर कौन है और उस लीडर ने उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हिसाब से फॉलो करके उसे हमारे पास जो निवेदन दिया होगा, जिसे विप बनाना है, जिसे गट नेता के रूप में मान्यता देनी है, उस डिजायर के अनुसार हम आगे का कदम उठाएंगे।
सर, आपने कहा कि आपके पास तो पार्टी के स्प्लिट का कोई कारण आया नहीं है। आज की तारीख में आपके पास 2 अलग अलग रिप्रेजेंटेशन आए हुए हैं। एक रिप्रेजेंटेशन आया कि जिसमें अजीत पवार को हटाया गया और उनकी जगह पे जितेंद्र अवार्ड को नियुक्त किया जाए लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन, ये आपके पास आया और उनके साथ में उन्होंने विप को भी वहां से हटा दिया है। अब वो पार्टी के अध्यक्ष जयंत पाटिल और शरद पवार की तरफ से आपके पास आया हुआ है। क्या ये काफी नहीं है आपके लिए कि अजीत पवार गुट का जो अनिल भाईदास पाटिल जो अब मंत्री बने, उन्हें हटाकर जो नए विप बनाए गए उनको मानना?
नहीं साहिल, मैं आपको जो टेक्निकल इश्यूज है वो निश्चित रूप से समझा सकता हूं क्योंकि एक लॉ स्टूडेंट होने के नाते, वकील होने के नाते और विधानसभा का अध्यक्ष होने के नाते आपके जरिए आम पब्लिक तक, आम लोगों तक इस पूरे प्रोसेस को समझाना ये जरूरी मैं समझता हूं। लेकिन मेरिट्स ऑफ द मैटर पे आज मैं डिस्कस नहीं करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल एक प्रोसेस है जिसे हमें फॉलो करना है और मेरिट्स के ऊपर हम निर्णय लेने के बाद आपको निश्चित रूप से बताएंगे।
बट इट इज नॉट इनफ कि पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट ने आपको चिट्ठी लिखी और कहा है कि मैं हमारी पार्टी का विधान भवन का विधायक दल का लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी का व्हिप बदल रहा हूं। ये काफी नहीं है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश में ये कहा गया था कि पार्टी की तरफ से आपके पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन आता है तो मानना पड़ेगा।
लेकिन पहले ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि पार्टी कौन रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है। पहले ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि उस पार्टी का लीडर कौन है।
वो तो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के समय पर तय होगा ना।
नहीं, केवल डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के समय पर नहीं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट की अगर आपने जजमेंट पढ़ी हो तो उसमें क्लियरली कहा गया है कि व्हिप अपॉइंट होना चाहिए पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के डिजायर के अनुसार।
करेक्ट।
और इसीलिए वो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन रिप्रेजेंट करता है, जब मेरे सामने ये विवाद है, जब दो व्यक्ति उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की लीडरशिप क्लेम कर रहे हो, तब सर्वप्रथम मुझे ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की लीडरशिप कौन है, कौन रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, और उसके अनुसार मुझे व्हिप को रिकॉग्निशन देना पड़ेगा।
सर, आपके पास ऑलरेडी एक पिटीशन पड़ा हुआ है। जैसे कोर्ट की हालत है वैसे आपके चैम्बर की हालत हो गई कि बहुत सारे पिटीशंस आपके पास आके पड़े हुए हैं। मैं पहले वाले पिटीशन के पास आना चाहता हूं, लेकिन इस वाले मामले में आपके पास समय की कमी है, क्योंकि अभी जुलाई में महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा का मानसून सेशन शुरू हो जाएगा। उसमें आपने जैसे कहा कि एनसीपी के कुछ लोग सत्ता में आपको दिखाई देंगे, एनसीपी के कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि हम तो विपक्ष में हैं, क्योंकि एनसीपी की तरफ से एक डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन चुके हैं और उसी पार्टी का कहना है कि जितेंद्र आव्हाड हमारे लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन होंगे। तो कम से कम यह फैसला तो आपको जल्दी करना पड़ेगा कि पार्टी सत्ता में है या पार्टी विपक्ष में है। वो किस तरीके से हो सकता है?
मैंने आपको प्रोसेस समझाया है। उसके लिए हमें पहले ये तय करना पड़ेगा कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है ये तय होने के बाद उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की लीडरशिप जो डिसीजन लेगी, और वो भी डिसीजन पार्टी के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अनुसार ही होना अपेक्षित है, उस डिसीजन के अनुसार हम उचित निर्णय ले लेंगे।
तो ये सेशन शुरू होने के पहले ये फैसला हो जाएगा आपके तरफ से?
देखिए, अभी ये तो कहना मुश्किल है, अभी तो सब फैक्ट्स आने बाकी है। जैसे रिप्रेजेंटेशन आए उनके मेरिट्स देखकर हम निर्णय लेंगे।
प्रैक्टिकली तो यही दिखेगा ना कि एक धड़ा जाके 9 लोगों ने जो शपथ ली है वो तो सरकार के साथ बैठेंगे, ट्रेजरी बेंच पर बैठेंगे। जो लोग आपके पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन दे रहे हैं कि हमारा नेता विपक्ष बनाइए, वो तो विपक्ष के इस पर बैठेंगे। सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट से लेकर हर चीज का दिक्कत होने वाली है। आप किस तरीके से उसको सॉल्व करेंगे?
नहीं, ये कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। हर चीज के लिए एक प्रोसेस लेट डाउन है। यदि हम काम नियमों के अनुसार करेंगे, विधानसभा के नियमों का पालन करेंगे, संवैधानिक प्रावधानों का पालन करेंगे, तो इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ये सब फैसले उचित समय पर उचित प्रावधानों के अनुसार हम इसका निर्णय लेंगे।
सर, लेकिन ये सेशन तो विदाउट नेता विपक्ष हो जाएगा ना फिर, क्योंकि अभी कांग्रेस की मीटिंग हो रही है। अभी तक स्प्लिट किसी तरीके से दिख नहीं रही है, क्योंकि आपने कहा कि आपके पास उस तरीके का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है। तो असली में विपक्ष में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी कौन है? किस तरीके से उसका चयन होगा?
मैं अभी देखिए, विपक्ष में तो केवल एक दल नहीं है। विपक्ष में आज मेरे अनुसार 3 दल है, 3 से भी अधिक दल है। तो उन सब दलों की संख्या का विचार करना पड़ेगा। उसके बाद जो इतर प्रावधान है उन सब का पालन करना पड़ेगा, और उसके बाद हम जिसे भी रिकग्निशन देना है लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन के रूप में उसे रिकग्निशन देंगे। लेकिन आपके माध्यम से मैं सभी को आश्वासित करना चाहता हूं, जो निर्णय लिया जाएगा वो निर्णय निश्चित रूप से सभी नियमों का, सभी प्रावधानों का पालन करके ही लिया जाएगा।
तो जल्द से जल्द इसका फैसला हो जाएगा? आपने क्या नोटिस इशू किए दोनों गुटों के कि आप अपना पॉलिटिकल पार्टी आप है, तो जैसे आपका संविधान बताइए क्या है वगैरह, उस तरीके का कोई कार्रवाई शुरू हो चुकी है?
देखिए, प्रोसेस तो लेट डाउन है, और प्रोसेस के हिसाब से अभी कल मेरे पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन आए हैं। वो पहले तो हमारे दफ्तर जाएंगे, लेजिस्लेटिव सेक्रेटरीट में उसकी नोटिंग होगी, फिर हमारे पास आएंगे, फिर हम उसके ऊपर विचार करके उचित निर्णय लेंगे।
सर, ऐसा लग रहा है कि आपको कोई जल्दी नहीं है ये सब फैसला लेने की?
मुझे जल्दबाजी करनी नहीं है, लेकिन मुझे निर्णय देने में कोई देरी तो करनी नहीं है निश्चित रूप से, लेकिन जल्दबाजी करके मिसकैरेज ऑफ जस्टिस भी नहीं करनी।
ठीक है, फेयर इनफ। लेकिन कई बातें हो रही है कि अभी अगस्त महीने में एक और उलटफेर होगा, और वो बातें इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि 3 महीने पूरे हो रहे हैं जो आपके पास सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आने के बाद, कि जिसके आधार पर आपको यह भी तय करना है कि पिछले साल में इसी महीने में जो विप जारी किया गया था, वो विप किसका था? वो शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे का विप मानना चाहिए या वो उद्धव ठाकरे का विप मानना चाहिए? उसका फैसला अभी तक हुआ नहीं और माना जा रहा है कि 3 महीने के भीतर आपको फैसला देना पड़ता है। इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है? क्या अगस्त महीने में आपका उसके बारे में फैसला आ जाएगा?
नहीं, उसके बारे में आपको मालूम है कि हमें कोर्ट ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने आदेश में ये कहा गया है कि जल्द से जल्द रीजनेबल टाइम में हम इसका निर्णय ले। आपको मैं आश्वासित करना चाहता हूं, किसी भी प्रकार का समय हम वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं और पूरी हमारी ये कोशिश रही है कि जल्द से जल्द इस विषय का निर्णय दे। और आपको फिर एक बार मैं आश्वासित करना चाहता हूं, हमारे तरफ से किसी भी प्रकार का इसमें विलंब नहीं होगा और जल्द से जल्द सभी संवैधानिक और नियमों का पालन करके हम इस बारे का फैसला दे देंगे।
लेकिन कोर्ट ने कहा है कि रीजनेबल समय पे आपको डिसीजन लेना है। दूसरा, कोर्ट ने कहा है कि पहले आप डिसाइड करिए कि जून में जब ये एकनाथ शिंदे मुख्यमंत्री बने थे उस वक्त पॉलिटिकल पार्टी किसके पास थी? तब तक तो इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी फैसला नहीं आया था। क्या उसके बारे में कहां तक बात पहुंची है? कहां तक आप आगे जा पाए हैं? कहां तक आपके पास रिप्रेजेंटेशन आया? आपने कहा था कि आपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की कॉपी मंगवाई है शिवसेना की, क्या आपको वो मिली है? कुछ हियरिंग इसके बारे में शुरू हुआ है? कितनी कुछ समय सीमा है उसको लेकर?
नहीं, देखिए, रीजनेबल टाइम तो सब्जेक्टिव है क्योंकि हर केस के ऊपर उसका इट डिपेंड्स फ्रॉम केस टू केस और फैक्ट्स टू फैक्ट्स पे डिपेंड होता है। अभी इसमें आप जैसे जानते हो कि शिवसेना के मामले में पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन है, इस बात को लेकर पहले शुरुआत करनी है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, वो रिप्रेजेंटेशन पार्टी के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अनुसार है क्या, इन सब चीजों को देखकर ही हमें फैसला लेना है। तो मैं समझता हूँ ये सब जो प्रोसेस लेट डाउन है उसको हम पूरी तरीके से फॉलो करेंगे, ना ही हम इसमें कोई देरी करेंगे, ना ही जल्दबाजी करेंगे।
लेकिन उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि 3 महीने के भीतर आपको फैसला देना है। कई केसेस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इंटरवीन किया है।
मेरे पास ऐसा कोई जजमेंट नहीं आया है इस विषय का, इस मैटर का, जिसमें महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा अध्यक्ष को सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 3 महीने में डिसीजन लेने का आदेश दिया है। पहली बात तो आपको मैं स्पष्ट रूप से बताना चाहता हूं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो रीजनेबिलिटी कही है, रीजनेबिलिटी का मतलब होता है कि कम से कम जितना जरूरी वक्त है उतने जरूरी वक्त में आप निर्णय दें। अभी प्रोसेस फॉलो करने के लिए जितना वक्त लगता है वही रीजनेबल हुआ और आज प्रोसेस चालू है। जैसे ही प्रोसेस कंप्लीट हो जाएगा इसके ऊपर हम निर्णय देंगे।
नहीं, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा था कि पिछली बार आपको याद होगा कि एक केस में स्पीकर ने डिसीजन नहीं लिया तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उनको समय सीमा उसके बाद बताई कि आप 3 महीने के भीतर आप इसका फैसला ले लो करके। अगर आप और एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टेंसेस होने चाहिए कि अगर आपका उस समय सीमा में फैसला नहीं होता है तो क्या ये एक्सेप्शनल सर्कमस्टेंसेस आपको इस केस में भी दिख रहे हैं? शिवसेना वाले केस में भी आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं जब से आपके पास ये मामला आया हो?
जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि समय सीमा तो कोई लेट डाउन नहीं है, लेकिन ये अपेक्षित है कि कम से कम समय में और कोई भी नियमों का उल्लंघन न करते हुए निर्णय लेना अपेक्षित है। उसी को रीजनेबिलिटी कहते हैं। आफ्टर ऑल व्हेन अ डिसीजन इज टेकन इट हैज टू बी अ रीजन डिसीजन, उसमें वो जस्टिफाइड होना चाहिए और जो निर्णय हम लेंगे वो निर्णय सभी प्रावधानों का पालन करके और वो निर्णय जस्टिफाएबल होना चाहिए। ये सब चीज करने के लिए जितना समय लगता है उतना समय लगेगा।
सर, 2020 का कोर्ट का एक वर्डिक्ट है और उन्होंने उसमें इस चीज का एड्रेस किया हुआ है और उन्होंने कहा है कि द स्पीकर रिफ्रेन फ्रॉम डिसाइडिंग पिटिशन विद इन अ रीजनेबल टाइम, इट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट्स एन एरर दैट अट्रैक्ट्स द जुरिस्डिक्शन ऑफ द हाई कोर्ट फॉर अ जुडिशियल रिव्यू। मतलब अगर आप समय पे फैसला शायद नहीं लेंगे और शिवसेना पहले ही कह चुकी है कि अगर 3 महीने के भीतर फैसला नहीं आता है तो वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा दोबारा खटखटाएंगे, दोबारा अदालत के पास जाएंगे और कहेंगे कि स्पीकर जल्द से जल्द इसका फैसला ले। क्या इसके बारे में आपने कुछ सोचा है? क्या हम उम्मीद करें कि अगस्त तक इसका फैसला आ जाएगा?
नहीं, जैसे मैंने आपको कहा है कि मैं ये फैसला जैसे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि रीजनेबल टाइम में आपको लेना है, तो निश्चित रूप से मेरे हिसाब से रीजनेबल टाइम है सभी कानूनी प्रावधानों का पालन करके आप जस्टिफाइड निर्णय लेने के लिए जितना समय लगता है वो समय रीजनेबल है। और मैंने जैसे इससे पहले भी आपको कहा है कि ये निर्णय हम निश्चित रूप से किसी भी प्रकार की का विलंब नहीं लगाते हुए, कोई जल्दबाजी भी नहीं करते हुए, जिससे मिसकैरेज ऑफ जस्टिस भी ना हो और अनड्यू डिले भी ना हो, इस प्रकार से हम ये निर्णय लेंगे।
सर, चूंकि ये पहला इस तरीके का केस है, इसके लिए आपकी भूमिका बहुत अहम हो जाती है और लोगों को ये समझना बड़ा जरूरी है कि स्पीकर कौन सी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है, विच इज द पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, शिवसेना, असली शिवसेना किसकी या असली एनसीपी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कौन है, ये कैसे तय करेगा? उसके लिए क्या प्रोसीजर है, किस तरीके से आपको उसको फॉलो करना पड़ेगा? व्हाट इज द प्रोसीजर फॉर?
प्रोसीजर तो आपको मैंने अभी बताया है कि सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का जो निर्णय आया है उसमें बताया गया है कि जब स्पीकर विप को रिकॉग्निशन देते हैं तो विप हैज टू बी अपॉइंटेड इन अकॉर्डेंस विद द डिजायर ऑफ द पॉलिटिकल पार्टी।
वो हो गया एक बात, लेकिन आपको पॉलिटिकल पार्टी डिसाइड करनी है।
तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी डिसाइड करने के लिए भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने फैसले में काफी क्राइटेरिया बताए गए हैं, तो उन सब क्राइटेरियाज का हम पालन करेंगे।
उन्होंने जैसे किस तरीके से बताया?
जैसे उन्होंने कहा है ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर देखिए, पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रक्चर देखिए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ द पार्टी देखिए और जो फैक्ट्स होंगे आपके सामने उनको देखिए। तो काफी डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसमें होने की जरूरत है और सभी एस्पेक्ट्स को कंसिडर करके एक उचित निर्णय लिया जाएगा।
क्या ये सब्जेक्टिव एनालिसिस होगा स्पीकर का? जो स्पीकर है वो उनके एनालिसिस के तौर पर ही होगा? क्या आपको जरूरत पड़े तो आप जमीन पर जाकर भी चेक कर सकते हैं कि असली पार्टी किसके पास है? क्या आप रिप्रेजेंटेशन मंगवा सकते हैं? आप लोगों का सुनवाई रख सकते हैं उसको लेकर कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में कौन क्या है? क्या ये भी
अभी देखिए, यदि हमें छानबीन कर उचित निर्णय लेना है तो छानबीन करने के लिए जो जो प्रोसेस और प्रोसीजर हम अपनाना चाहते हैं वो हमें अपनाने पड़ेंगे। उसमें अगर हमें रिप्रेजेंटेशन मांगने हैं, रिटन सबमिशन मांगने हैं या फिर पर्सनल हियरिंग देनी है, जो जो जरूरी रहेगा वो हम करेंगे।
क्या शिवसेना के मामले में ये सब हुआ है आज की तारीख में?
प्रोसेस चालू है।
ठीक है सर, मुझे लगता है कि आप इससे ज्यादा कुछ बोलना नहीं चाहते, लेकिन अगस्त महीने तक कोई फैसला आने का कोई इस तरीके की कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि अगस्त महीने तक आप फैसले को रेडी करें शिवसेना के मामले में।
मैंने जैसे आपको अभी बताया है कि मेरा ये प्रयास रहेगा कि मैं जल्दी से जल्दी, जितनी जल्दी हो सके इस विषय का निर्णय दूं, लेकिन ये मेरी संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी है कि मैं जो निर्णय दूं वो एक्स्ट्रा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ना हो, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली वैलिड हो, रीजनड हो, जस्टिफाइड हो। तो ये सब मेरी जो जिम्मेदारी है उसे निभाने के लिए मैं किसी भी प्रकार की जल्दबाजी करके मिसकैरेज ऑफ जस्टिस भी नहीं होने दूंगा।
एंड देयर इज नो टाइम लिमिट कि 2 महीने में, 3 महीने में या 4 महीने में, इस तरीके की कोई बात आप पर नहीं है, बाइंडिंग नहीं है आपके ऊपर।
देखिए, मैंने आपको कहा रीजनेबल टाइम में हमें निर्णय लेना है, रीजनेबल टाइम में लेंगे।
ठीक है सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने हमसे बात की और क्योंकि आप पर सचमुच में एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, आपका जो जजमेंट आएगा इस पूरे मामले को लेकर वो हो सकता है कि पूरे देश में फॉलो हो, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कोर्ट के फैसले के बाद सबसे पहला जजमेंट आपका ही इस तरीके के मामलों में आने वाला है। इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आपके जजमेंट का हमको भी इंतजार रहेगा। धन्यवाद सर।
You are watching India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, They then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 24 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Okay, news coming in now from Mumbai. High drama at the new NCP office. Workers seem to have forced entry into the office or tried to do so. Let's cut across live to my colleague Pankaj Upadhyay.
नाता नहीं टूटा है, कुछ हमारे सिद्धांत मतलब कुछ राज्य के
नेताओं के चेहरों पर कालिक पोत रहे वहाँ जो सपोर्टर्स हैं
उनको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। कभी लोग हम साथ में थे और उनको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। जो भी है हमारे नेता है, वरिष्ठ नेता है, भले वो साइड हो या ये साइड हो, हम आज भी उनको अपना ही मानते हैं।
आखिरी सवाल है, ये भी कहा जा रहा है अंदर एक किसी ऑपोजिशन के नेता की तस्वीर लगी है, तो ये इलीगल जो ऑक्यूपेशन है आपकी तरफ से है ये उनकी तरफ से है?
डिपार्टमेंट ने जो उनको बंगला अलॉट किया है वो बाजू वाला है। अभी ये बंगला उनके पास कैसे, तस्वीर कैसे, किसने उनको बंगला अलॉट किया, उसके ऊपर डिपार्टमेंट इंक्वायरी करेगा। जो भी उसमें दोषी है उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगा।
आपकी अगली कार्रवाई क्या होगी? अजित पवार यहाँ पर आएंगे तो बड़ा एम्बैरेसमेंट हो जाएगा, दरवाजे तो बंद हैं, लॉक कंप्यूटराइज्ड है, क्या करेंगे आप?
उससे पहले दरवाजा निकल जाएगा। आप चिंता मत करो, उससे पहले दरवाजा
अभी नहीं मिली तो
मैं बोला ना आपको, दरवाजा खुल जाएगा।
तो ये तो नाटकीय घटनाक्रम घट रहा है महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में। एनसीपी में ये वो ऑफिस है का इनॉग्रेशन होना है, लेकिन उससे पहले कार्यकर्ता उग्र हैं, अपना गुस्सा दिखा चुके हैं। सूरज चौहान जो यूथ विंग के नेता हैं, उन्होंने भी यहाँ पर क्या गुस्सा है, क्यों गुस्सा है, ये भी बता दिया है। निशानियां अपने आप में अलग ही कहानी यहाँ पर बता रही हैं। मंत्रालय के ठीक ऑपोजिट देखिए, अभी थोड़ा सा आगे आपको लेके जाते हैं, मेरे साथ मेरे कैमरा पर्सन आए, हम आपको दिखाएं कि मंत्रालय के ठीक ऑपोजिट प्राइम लोकेशन पे ये पार्टी का नया ऑफिस है।
So high drama there at the new NCP office in Mumbai. We'll of course keep bringing you all those updates. We're slipping into a very short break. We'll be back shortly with the news and updates.
You are watching India Today.
Breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix. And you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking, does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraines, or anyone who is not allowed to hang upside down for medical reasons, people with blood pressure issues. Your doctor can decide if you are suited for it or not. With that clearance, get set and go.
Heart patients, people.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top headlines. Split verdict by Madras High Court in Senthil's case. High Court split on wife's plea to produce Senthil. Third judge set to hear Senthil's wife's plea. Pawar versus Pawar hits top gear as Sharad Pawar calls crucial party meeting tomorrow. Congress versus NCP lock horns for leader of opposition. High drama over new NCP office. Heavy rains lashed Karnataka and Kerala. Orange alert sounded in Dakshin Kannada. Red alert in Kerala's Idukki and Kannur. And Khalistan army attacks Indian consulate in San Francisco yet again, set it on fire. Second cowardly act, an attack on the Indian consulate in barely 4 months. US strongly condemns violence. And Prime Minister Modi hosts SCO Summit. India, China, Pakistan to be in one frame. Big focus on regional security. Let me cut across to some big news coming in. Uttarakhand Chief Minister meets with Prime Minister Modi just hours after the meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah, he's met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. In fact, this was regarding UCC. Uttarakhand Draft Committee Chairperson Justice Ranjana Desai has also reached the Prime Minister's residence along with Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. The meeting now on the Uniform Civil Code. It appears that the Uttarakhand Draft Committee Chairperson as well, Justice Ranjana Desai, has also reached the Prime Minister's residence along with Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami. They're going to be discussing on a detailed understanding of the Uniform Civil Code. Let me cut across to Himanshu joining us on the phone line. Himanshu, give us a little sense on the Uniform Civil Code meeting that's currently being held at the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's home. Uttarakhand Chief Minister, right after he meets with Amit Shah, now meeting with the Prime Minister. Give us an understanding on what's on the cards to discuss.
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से पिछली रात पुष्कर सिंह धामी जो उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, उन्होंने गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से मुलाकात की थी। उनके साथ जो यूसीसी को लेकर वहां पर कमेटी बनाई गई है उत्तराखंड में, रंजना देसाई और उसके सदस्य वहां पे मौजूद थे। और अब जो है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से मिलने पहुंचे हैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी और उनके साथ हैं रंजना देसाई। यानी कि इतना तो तय है कि उत्तराखंड जिसने सबसे पहले ये घोषणा की थी कि वो उत्तराखंड में यूसीसी लागू करेगा, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कोशिश भी है कि किसी तरीके से जो है राज्यों के अंदर जो है जो बीजेपी शासित राज्य हैं वहां पर यूसीसी को लागू कराने की पहल की जाए और उसके बाद जो है उसी को आधार बनाते हुए संसद के मानसून सत्र के अंदर भी जो है वो यूसीसी को लेकर बिल लाया जाए। उसी प्रक्रिया में जो है धामी मिलने पहुंचे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से और इनके साथ है उत्तराखंड यूसीसी कमेटी की चेयरमैन रंजना देसाई।
डू एक्सप्लेन टू मी, यहाँ पर जो मीटिंग है ये यूसीसी के बारे में कितना डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे और क्या ये एक ड्राफ्ट प्लान बनाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बहुत ज्यादा यूसीसी को लेकर डिस्कस नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आज पुष्कर सिंह धामी के 2 साल एज ए मुख्यमंत्री भी जो हैं वो पूरे हुए हैं और इसीलिए वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से मिलने पहुंचे और अपना फीडबैक और अपनी रिपोर्ट दे रहे हैं। लेकिन इतना जरूर है क्योंकि बीती रात उन्होंने गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से मुलाकात की थी, उसमें रंजना देसाई भी थी और आज भी रंजना देसाई है, तो इतना जरूर है कि यूसीसी को लेकर एक ब्रीफ जरूर किया जाएगा, क्योंकि जो डिटेल डिस्कशंस है वो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ हो चुके हैं।
जी, कौन कौन है मीटिंग में और थोड़ा मीटिंग के बारे में बताइए। ये होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह के साथ भी एक मीटिंग हुआ था इससे पहले और उसमें क्या हुआ?
देखिए, उसमें भी उन्होंने डिटेल डिस्कशन बताया कि किस तरीके से जो है वो लोगों के ओपिनियन लिए गए हैं, अलग अलग जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनके साथ बैठकें हुई हैं, उनकी क्या राय है यूसीसी को लेकर, वो डिटेलिंग पूरी बातचीत हुई और क्या ड्राफ्ट वो तैयार करने जा रहे हैं, ये सारी चीजें गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ डिस्कस हुई थी। और उसी को लेकर एक अगर कहें कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ मिलने जरूर धामी गए हैं, वो अपने 2 साल के कार्यकाल को लेकर गए हैं, लेकिन वहां पर यूसीसी की जो कमेटी की चेयरमैन है उत्तराखंड की रंजना देसाई भी है, तो एक छोटा और डिटेल ब्रीफ जो है वो पीएम को दिया जा सकता है, लेकिन पूरा डिटेल डिस्कशन जो है वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ नहीं किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से ही जुड़ा ये मैटर है, गृह मंत्रालय ही इसको देखता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो मुझे जानकारी लग रही है, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह के साथ तो पूरी डिटेलिंग बातचीत हुई है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री को सिर्फ ब्रीफ किया जाएगा कि उत्तराखंड किस तरीके से जो है यूसीसी पे आगे बढ़ रहा है।
जी, अभी तक कौन कौन सी स्टेट में यूसीसी के बारे में चर्चा हुई है? एक ऑफिशियल चर्चा जहां पर पूरी कम्युनिटीज को साथ में लेके एक डिस्कशन हुआ है।
तो लेकर जिस तरीके से अगर आप देखेंगे तो कर्नाटक विधानसभा चुनाव से पहले कर्नाटक के अंदर भी ये कहा गया था कि अगर हमारी सरकार आएगी तो हम यूसीसी को लागू करेंगे। असम सरकार ने कहा है, गुजरात सरकार ने चुनाव से पहले कहा था कि हम यूसीसी को लेकर जो है एक कमेटी बनाएंगे सरकार आने पर। तो वो तमाम बीजेपी रूल स्टेट के अंदर तो ये सारी चीजें चल रही हैं, लेकिन यूसीसी को लेकर फाइनल डिसीजन जो है, अगर केंद्र सरकार बिल लेकर आएगी तो उसको लेकर जो चर्चा है वो गृह मंत्री अमित शाह ही देखेंगे, उसके सारे लीगल पॉइंट्स। और उसी को लेकर कल उत्तराखंड की जो यूसीसी की कमेटी की चेयरमैन है रंजना देसाई, वो मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के साथ मिलने गई थी और उसके बाद ही जो है आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से भी मुलाकात की।
जी, अभी के लिए उत्तराखंड चीफ मिनिस्टर मिल रहे हैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी से। ये तो एक हाई लेवल मीट हुआ 2024 के लिए, ये एक पोल प्लैंक भी है। बीजेपी ने प्रॉमिस किया था 2014 में, 2019 में कि यूसीसी वो लाकर रहेंगे। ये क्या आपके हिसाब से एक फास्ट ट्रैक हो रहा है अब एक साल इलेक्शन से पहले?
देखिए, बिल्कुल बीजेपी भी चाहती है जो उनके कोर इश्यूज हैं, उन कोर इश्यूज को जल्द से जल्द पूरा किया जाए, क्योंकि आप देखेंगे तो राम मंदिर का मुद्दा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कोर इश्यूज में था। उसको लेकर राम मंदिर बनना शुरू हो गया। उसके जजमेंट के बाद 370 धारा के खिलाफ जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा थी, धारा 370 को हटा दिया गया है। और एक और जो कोर इशू है वो यूसीसी है। तो यूसीसी को लेकर भी सरकार अब आगे बढ़ती नजर आ रही है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने 27 तारीख को जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बूथ कार्यकर्ताओं से इंटरेक्शन करते टाइम भी ये बात कही थी कि यूसीसी को लेकर कुछ लोगों के अंदर भ्रम की स्थिति है और डरना नहीं चाहिए। तो ये एक तरीके से साफ संदेश था कि यूसीसी जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2024 से पहले लेकर आएगी और मानसून सत्र के अंदर इस बिल को जो है संसद में पेश कर सकती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। और
जी, हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। I'm going to quickly cut across to Pushkar Singh Dhami's reaction coming in on the Uniform Civil Code.
सभी विद्वान लोग, यूसीसी कमेटी, सारे विधि से जुड़े हुए लोग, विशेषज्ञ और कमेटी की जो अध्यक्ष हैं रंजना प्रकाश देसाई जी, सेवानिवृत्त न्यायाधीश, उनके साथी लोग, सभी ने बहुत लोगों के विचार लिए हैं। 2,35,000 से भी ज़्यादा लोगों के विचार लिए हैं और अनेकों संगठनों से भी बात की है, धार्मिक संगठनों से भी बात की है। उनके विचार के बाद उन्होंने संकलन कर रहे हैं और वो संकलन उन्होंने पूरा किया है। वो पूरा करने के बाद ड्राफ्ट बनाएंगे और वो ड्राफ्ट हमको मिलेगा।
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड एक ह्यूमैनिटेरियन इशू है। एक परिवार में हम संतुलन और हम कंपैशन को कैसे ला सकते हैं, इंसानियत को कैसे ला सकते हैं परिवार में, और मुद्दे क्या हैं? सक्सेशन, इनहेरिटेंस, मैरिज, कस्टडी, डाइवोर्स। उस पे यदि हम कंसेंसस नहीं ला सकते हैं तो ये जो हम कहते हैं कि इंडिया इज़ अ डाइवर्स कंट्री,
Now, after NCP split over joining the NDA, Union Minister Anurag Thakur calls it only the beginning. Anurag Thakur says race among the opposition parties to join the NDA. Thakur says, and I quote, NCP has initiated a trend. There will be exodus from the opposition to join the NDA. Now, one should know that the eye is on the ball for 2024. After NCP split over joining the NDA, Union Minister Anurag Thakur now calls it only the beginning. Anurag Thakur says the race is among the opposition parties to join the NDA. Thakur says the NCP has initiated a trend. There will be exodus from the opposition to join the NDA.
मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है एनसीपी का एनडीए में आना और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार का हिस्सा बनना, जहां एक और महाराष्ट्र में विकास को नई गति देगा, वहीं पर 2024 की दृष्टि से भी इन दलों का साथ में जुड़ना और कई और दलों का भारत के विकास के लिए एक मजबूत, निरंतर और स्थिर सरकार भारत के हित में देखते हैं, तो लोगों का जुड़ना स्वाभाविक है।
All right, now former ally SBSP likely to return to the NDA. Om Prakash Rajbar indicates return to the NDA. SBSP eyes seats in the Yogi cabinet as the rejig is all set to happen. Now, one of the allies of the SBSP, likely to join the NDA. Om Prakash Rajbar just yesterday, in fact, spoke up about a similar situation that's happening in Maharashtra to play out even in Uttar Pradesh. Says that this is likely to happen even in Uttar Pradesh. Will in fact, in days to come, Uttar Pradesh will also see a similar exodus from the Samajwadi Party because leaders are not happy with Akhilesh Yadav. This is what this man, Rajbar, has said very specifically. Now, the former ally, SBSP, is likely to return to NDA. Om Prakash Rajbar indicates the return, eyes seats or cabinet berths in the Yogi ministry. And Yogi Adityanath, in fact, looking to rejig the cabinet. That's on the cards. The SP ally now, Om Prakash Rajbar, indicates that he might likely join Yogi Adityanath. Now, whether the NDA is going to be inviting him into the fold is yet to be seen. What kind of ministry will he be given is also to be established.
देखिए, यूपी को भी देखिए। यूपी में भी बड़ा उठापटक होने जा रहा है। समाजवादी पार्टी के कई विधायक और सांसद दल छोड़ करके कुछ लोग सरकार के विस्तार में शामिल होना चाहते हैं कि सरकार का विस्तार उसमें अगर हमको शामिल कर लिया जाए तो वो शपथ लेते हुए आपको दिखेंगे। कई लोग हैं कि जो लोकसभा का टिकट चाहते हैं, वो दिल्ली से लेकर लखनऊ तक अपना जुगाड़ बैठाए हुए हैं। इस तरह का यहाँ भी वही खेल होने जा रहा है।
Let me quickly cut across to Samar Srivastava joining us for more on that. Samar, give me an understanding on the SP, the ally, we believe, of Akhilesh Yadav. He just already has spoken up yesterday about how many leaders are not very happy with Akhilesh Yadav, then they might just leave the party. And one of his own allies, SP's ally now, claiming that, or rather hinting that he might just join the NDA, wants to be part of Yogi's cabinet. All right, we seem to have an issue with the connection here. Let me try and patch Samar Srivastava on that. But right now, what we see playing out in Maharashtra, this is the same man, Rajbar, who suggested that this could also happen in Uttar Pradesh. He says that in Uttar Pradesh, a situation like this is very likely possible, where you could see mass resignations from the Samajwadi Party. Many of the MLAs aren't happy with Akhilesh Yadav. They might look at joining the NDA's fold. All right, now meanwhile, the Maharashtra quake aftershocks are being felt in Bihar now. We're seeing a split in the JDU, or rather, is that what's possible to come? In fact, a split on the cards in the JDU. The state BJP president has now said many MLAs are unhappy with Nitish Kumar. He's also invited them to join the Saffron Party. Those who aren't happy with Nitish Kumar are most welcome to join the BJP, he says. In fact, Bihar Chief Minister has now been meeting with his MLAs. What exactly is going to happen next? Let's listen in.
The tremors of the political quake in Maharashtra are being felt all the way in Bihar.
आरजेडी को छोड़कर आने के बाद जब उनके 45 एमएलए चुनकर आए थे नीतीश कुमार जी की, उसके बावजूद भी मतलब उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद दे दिया था, लेकिन कुछ दिनों के बाद वो फिर आरजेडी के पास चले गए। तो इसीलिए एमएलए में, विधायकों में नाराजगी है और बिहार में भी इसी तरह का बंड हो सकता है।
On Sunday, Bihar CM Nitish Kumar met his MLAs.
हम लोग एकजुट रहे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यही कहा कि हम लोग एकजुट रहे और पार्टी जो काम कर रही है उसको आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए। कहीं कोई परेशानी है तो फिर हमको बताइए।
न सीआईडी है, न कोई गबन का आरोप है। सब पर जो कुछ हो, लेकिन नीतीश बाबू का ही नाम विपक्षों नहीं बोल रहा है, अमित शाह भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं, न प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं। तो नीतीश बाबू योग भी है और हर गुणवत्ता उनमें है।
State BJP president set the cat among the pigeons by declaring that several leaders from Nitish Kumar's JDU were willing to defect because they were unhappy with the Bihar CM.
बिहार की जनता नीतीश कुमार जी को 1 घंटा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं देखना चाहती और विधायकों में डर पैदा हो गया है कि अब नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ रहेंगे तो नैया मेरी डूब जाएगी।
The political chatter in Bihar went into overdrive with this admission by the JDU president Lallan Singh.
7,000 करोड़ रुपए के घोटाला में एनसीपी के नेता फंसे हुए हैं। ताकू जितने थे सब तो वॉशिंग मशीन में चले गए। ये डर दिखा के लोगों को भयभीत करके धन बल का प्रयोग करके ये सब काम करते हैं।
Other Bihar netas also fueled the fire.
मुख्यमंत्री तो जनता के बीच जाते नहीं और जब जब गए उनका भी विरोध ही हुआ है। ऐसे में एक असंतोष मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की पार्टी में है। बहुत जल्द जनता दल यूनाइटेड में भी एक बड़ी टूट संभव है।
As reports of a Bihar rebellion gained steam, BJP neta and former deputy CM Sushil Modi declared that the party's doors were closed for Nitish Kumar.
नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो पहले ही अमित शाह जी ने साफ कर दिया है कि किसी कीमत पर नीतीश कुमार को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे और से वो नाक भी रगड़ेंगे आकर बीजेपी के दरवाजे पर, तो भी बीजेपी कभी नीतीश कुमार को भी स्वीकार नहीं करेगी और नहीं ढोने के लिए और भविष्य में तैयार है।
Ahead of 2024, will Maharashtra coup rewrite political equations in other states too? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now cutting across to Karnataka, ruckus breaks out in the Karnataka Assembly after BJP accuses the Congress government for failing to implement its poll guarantees. BJP and the Congress leaders engage in a heated debate over implementation of Siddaramaiah government's poll guarantees, while BJP accuses the Congress of cheating people and delaying its poll promises. BJP has now staged a protest in Freedom Park, Bengaluru, which was led by former Chief Minister Yediyurappa, who demanded that the poll guarantees be implemented at the earliest. Now, Siddaramaiah government has on its defense or reacting and responding to that says that they've already implemented the 3 out of the 5 guarantees and assured that all 5 poll promises would soon be implemented. It slammed the BJP for not protesting for rice from the centre to feed the poor under Anna Bhagya's free rice scheme.
Let them first do their dharna against Modi ji and BJP government because they have deprived. See, the food corporation of India, rice is there. They are not giving that rice. First, let them do dharna against the central government. That is what Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Bommai and his team has to do that. Instead of that, they are just anyway. I am thankful for them for propagating our scheme.
It's only a matter of procedures. Otherwise, we will implement them in toto. We have not said we are not going to implement. We have very categorically we have said we will implement all the 5 guarantees. Government just doesn't run as whims and fancies. They are doing their job. We are doing our job. We will go. See, we have promised the people of the Karnataka state that we will implement these guarantees. We have promised them and we are going to do it. We have already started the process. 3 of the guarantees have already been implemented and we will do the rest.
Whatever the guarantees they have given about 5, they must implement it immediately.
Okay.
And about other 2 things, about Gohatya Nishedh and common civil code. These are things we are fighting. And if they don't take action, after 15 days I will go around in the state. We will start a station in almost all the district headquarters.
So the Congress is criticizing BJP, saying that you don't have opposition party leader, but still you are protesting.
We are going to take action. Our all India leaders are coming today. They will consult the MLAs and they will take appropriate action.
As of now, the selection of the legislative party leader is not yet over. The process is on. That is not a point also. We are protesting against the issues here. It's an issue-based protest. Whatever promises these guys have done, they are not keeping it up. So the protest is against that.
All right, there you have the BJP now protesting against the Congress for not delivering freebies. In fact, BJP and the Congress leaders engaged in heated debate in the assembly session over implementation of Siddaramaia's guarantees. BJP accusing the Congress of cheating people as it delays delivering those promises, while Congress justifies that at least 3 out of 5 have been delivered. Now, in turn, the Congress slams the BJP at the centre for blocking off supplies of rice that was coming to state governments so long, saying that the BJP is anti-poor, that they want to cut the Anna Bhagya free rice scheme, and that was deliberately done to target the Karnataka Congress. But of course, the BJP at the centre, the Food Corporation of India, has stopped supplies to every state, not just Karnataka, owing to preservation of the rice grains for the monsoon session, or rather during the months of monsoons, rice needs to be preserved. So on that front, rice has been stopped, supplies have been stopped to most states, including Karnataka. Congress blaming the BJP for it, while you have the BJP now storming the well of the House, accusing the Congress of fooling people of Karnataka with their poll guarantees. Now, the state of Karnataka is all set to witness a mega political showdown as Congress government will table its new budget in the monsoon session. While the government is expected to repeat and amend several laws implemented by the previous BJP government, the Saffron Party is now gearing up to hold protests against the government for failing to implement its pre-poll promises of the 5 guarantees. Here's a look.
With elections over in Karnataka, focus shifts back to governance. And a stormy legislature session awaits the ruling Congress in Karnataka. The opposition BJP is all set to launch virulent attacks on the ruling party for not delivering on its poll promises. The Saffron Party has decided to hold demonstrations inside and outside the Karnataka Assembly. Former CM B.S. Yedurappa will lead the party's onslaught.
We are not all supporting that. That's why we are sitting dharna. And day after tomorrow, thousands of people are gathering, and another so many issues are there. We are fighting.
The government which has lied, the government which has really deceived the people of Karnataka, and I never seen any government being so unpopular among the people in such a short time.
Meanwhile, unfazed by the BJP's protest, the Congress government is also planning to reverse several laws that were passed by the previous government. The government is likely to table a bill scrapping the anti-conversion law by the BJP. The government will also introduce a bill scrapping changes made in the anti-cow slaughter law by the BJP. A bill modifying the Karnataka Land Reforms Amendment Act is also expected to be tabled. Karnataka government's decision to change these laws has further irked the BJP.
Definitely, as and when they are going to place the bill in the floor of the House, definitely yes, as per the law of the land, we are going to expose the appeasement politics of Congress. We want to expose them thoroughly. They are not for the people, as well as they are going back on their words with regard to the guarantee. When it comes to the governance, also failure. When it comes to the corruption, they are corrupt people.
Meanwhile, hitting back at the Saffron Party, Congress not only defended its move to bring these laws, but also taunted it for failing to appoint a leader of opposition.
BJP is said to be a party with discipline. You see the indiscipline that is going, how people are talking out of turn, and it's a divided house. It's very, very evident. The governor's address was today, and they didn't have an opposition leader. Tomorrow the assembly budget session starts, and they don't have an opposition leader. They're leaderless and rudderless. They don't know which way to go. They don't know which way to steer the boat.
In the assembly, in the council, when they brought the bill, we had told, our government comes, definitely we are going to withdraw. We will withdraw the bill.
So how are you going to tackle the protest?
We will handle, because we will try to convince them. I am sure they'll get convinced.
With BJP gearing up to take on the Congress, Karnataka is all set to witness more political storm in the build-up to 2024. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now no end to bombs, bullets and blame game. Mamta says after Jammu and Kashmir and Manipur, Bengal victim of dirty politics at this point, claims the governor is hampering the poll code of conduct. Taking you through news from West Bengal on the other side of the short break. Stay with us.
IIT Delhi tops the chart when it comes to best government engineering colleges in the country, while BITS Pilani is the topper for private engineering colleges. Among the top 50 institutions in the world for engineering and technology education as per the QS World University Rankings by subject 2023, IIT Delhi has kept its game razor sharp by finding the perfect sync between industry-oriented innovation and pure research fundamentals. Set up in 1961, IIT Delhi has always believed in inculcating a strong entrepreneurial mindset in its students and training them to think out of the box. This is what has enabled the institute to become an education brand known around the world, incubating the best minds and putting them out in time to harvest all technology-led revolutions of recent decades. Department of Architecture and Planning of IIT Roorkee retains its top position for architecture, and so does School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, at second post. Vijayawada SPA, however, moved a step forward to third position from number 4 in 2022. The Department of Architecture and Planning in IIT Roorkee was set up in 1956 and is one of the oldest to offer the Bachelor's of Architecture degree in the country. The department currently has 164 students doing Bachelor's of Architecture, 50 in the Master's program, and 117 students carrying out doctoral research. Backed by strong institutional support, a highly skilled faculty, and a student community known for their creativity, the entire ecosystem is now geared to adapt to the latest advances in technology.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, here's the big news. Amid all the heated Mahayuddh that's happening in Maharashtra, a new NCP office is all set to be launched and inaugurated by Ajit Pawar and team. In fact, this new office will be inaugurated in Mumbai. It's, of course, a show of strength and a way to dig in his heels, Ajit Pawar, to show that he has the support of the majority of MLAs of the NCP. In fact, what we know now is Sharad Pawar's NCP currently controls the party headquarters in Ballard Estate area. The new office, though, will function out of a bungalow opposite Mantralaya. These are images here of Ajit Pawar as he just opens up a new NCP office of the breakaway faction, where he has put to power the president of the new NCP at this point is one of those rebels, and the man who was said to be close to Sharad Pawar earlier, Sunil Tatkare, who is now the president of the breakaway faction of the NCP by Ajit Pawar. Sunil Tatkare will be the president of this new NCP. This is their new office. So in every way, Ajit Pawar showing that he has the support, the majority support of the party of MLAs, at least 40 of them he claims. Saurabh Aktania joining us live for more on that from Mumbai. Saurabh, we see this office that's been opened up by Ajit Pawar. He's inaugurating it. It's, of course, a way to suggest that he has the support of majority of the MLAs from the NCP and to say that this is his party. He now claims full rights. The legalities will follow, but the optics of it has already played out.
Well, absolutely. Ajit Pawar is claiming that now it's officially NCP party belongs to him, but completely, let me tell you, vertically, entire NCP party is into split.
Trying to patch Saurabh Aktania there, but for the moment, these are the visuals that's coming in. As I did mention, Sharad Pawar's NCP is currently the one that controls the party headquarters. The party headquarters of the NCP controlled by Sharad Pawar. That's located in the Bellard Estate area. Now, this is the new NCP office that's inaugurated by Ajit Pawar, the nephew of Sharad Pawar, who's just broken away, joined hands with the BJP and Eknath Shinde Sena to become the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And while he claims he's not joined the BJP formally or the Eknath Shinde camp, he says that he is still very much with the NCP. Basically, the NCP is his now. He says he has the majority support of the NCP. All the MLAs are with him, at least 40 of them, and therefore the party now belongs to him. The party symbol, the party name, all of that he will be using to contest the upcoming elections. And even before any kind of legalities can play out, the matter is now taken up legally by Sharad Pawar. Disqualification petition has already been presented before the Speaker of Maharashtra Assembly. But before any of those outcomes, here is Ajit Pawar very confidently going right into inaugurating the NCP office opposite Mantralaya in Mumbai. We are looking at the visuals of the inauguration. This is the newly sworn-in Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, that's inaugurated the new NCP office at a bungalow right opposite Mantralaya in Mumbai. Of course, this will certainly escalate the fight. The battle lines now fully drawn between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. The uncle and nephew fight will only escalate with this optics that's now playing out with a new office that's established, inaugurated by Ajit. All right, now big breaking news coming in. A super Karnataka political realignment on the cards. Yediyurappa hints at an alliance with the JDS after HD Kumaraswamy made a comment about a tie-up in the future. Could the parties come together for 2024? Now, this has been playing out for quite a while now, a few months now since HD Kumaraswamy, after he received a huge drubbing this state elections that was recently held in Karnataka. In fact, the JDS, all the way from 30, came down to a mere 17-18 seats that they won. It was a huge disappointment for the JDS, and ever since, the JDS has been toggling on the idea on whether or not to join hands with the BJP. Of course, there's been a lot of talks. HD Kumaraswamy has also met with senior leaders of the BJP, right from the centre to the state. He's in fact seen opening up channels of communication with the BJP extensively in the last few weeks. And now, just as expected, Yediyurappa has been the first to speak up. 2024, will it be JDS and the BJP coming together as alliance partners? In fact, one should very well closely observe that HD Kumaraswamy did not participate, JDS did not participate in the opposition unity meet. Listen in to Yediyurappa speaking.
Reacted at the assembly.
Foolishness. Shahrukh speaks all nonsense. For that there is no value. Only our demand is whatever the promises they have given, they must fulfill it. That's all.
There's no leader of opposition, sir. In the
Yes,
BJP
today
right
only our leaders are coming and they have discussed with our MLAs and finalized in the evening or in the tomorrow.
Why so much time, sir?
Because our all Indian leaders, they want to consult our MLAs.
So would you like to comment on what happened in Maharashtra with Ajit Pawar moving towards the BJP and the Shinda Seni? Would you like to comment on that ahead of Lok Sabha elections?
I don't want to comment on that thing. That is left to them. Only in Karnataka we are going to fight against this corrupt government.
Sir, Kumaraswamy told there is a new tax in Karnataka. It is Yatindra Siddaramaiah tax. Kumaraswamy has said there is a new tax.
Yes, whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth. And I want to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And we are Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that's Yediyurappa, who spoke almost hinting at an alliance with the JDS for 2024. This is a super Karnataka political realignment on the cards. The JDS has been an ally of the BJP in the years that have gone by, but then came out to say that it's impossible they will ally with the BJP again. But it seems like the tables have turned. Yediyurappa has spoken.
To his about Matantar and
एक्सटेंडेड नेबरहुड ही नहीं, एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली की तरह देखते हैं। एक्सेलेंसीज, एससीओ के अध्यक्ष के रूप में भारत ने हमारे बहुआयामी सहयोग को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए हैं। इन सभी प्रयासों को हमने दो मूलभूत सिद्धांतों पर आधारित किया है। पहला, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, यानी पूरा विश्व एक परिवार है। यह सिद्धांत प्राचीन समय से हमारे सामाजिक आचरण का अभिन्न अंग रहा है और आधुनिक समय में भी हमारे लिए एक नई प्रेरणा और ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। और दूसरा, सिक्योर यानी सिक्योरिटी, इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, कनेक्टिविटी, यूनिटी, respect for sovereignty and and territorial integrity and environmental protection, यह हमारी अध्यक्षता का थीम और हमारे एससीओ के विजन का प्रतिबिंब है। भारत ने इस दृष्टिकोण के साथ एससीओ में सहयोग के 5 नए स्तंभ बनाए हैं। स्टार्टअप्स एंड इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन तथा शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज। एक्सेलेंसीज, भारत ने एससीओ की अपनी अध्यक्षता के अंतर्गत 140 से अधिक कार्यक्रमों और सम्मेलनों और बैठकों की मेजबानी की। हमने एससीओ के सभी ऑब्जर्वर्स और डायलॉग पार्टनर्स को 14 विभिन्न कार्यक्रमों में शामिल किया है। एससीओ की 14 मंत्री स्तर की बैठकों में हमने मिलकर कई महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज तैयार किए हैं। इनसे हम अपने सहयोग में नए और आधुनिक आयाम जोड़ रहे हैं, जैसे ऊर्जा क्षेत्र में इमर्जिंग फ्यूल्स पर सहयोग, ट्रांसपोर्ट के क्षेत्र में डीकार्बनाइजेशन और डिजिटल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में सहयोग, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के क्षेत्र में सहयोग। भारत का प्रयास रहा है कि एससीओ में सहयोग केवल सरकारों तक सीमित न रहे, लोगों के बीच संपर्क और गहरा करने के लिए भारत की अध्यक्षता में नई पहलें ली गई हैं। पहली बार एससीओ मिलेट फूड फेस्टिवल, फिल्म फेस्टिवल, एससीओ सूरजकुंड क्राफ्ट मेला, थिंक टैंक कॉन्फ्रेंस, इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज का आयोजन किया गया। एससीओ की पहली पर्यटन एवं सांस्कृतिक राजधानी इटर्नल सिटी वाराणसी अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों के लिए आकर्षण का केंद्र बनी। एससीओ देशों के युवाओं की ऊर्जा और प्रतिभा को सार्थक करने के लिए हमने यंग साइंटिस्ट कॉन्क्लेव, यंग ऑथर्स कॉन्क्लेव, यंग रेसिडेंट स्कॉलर्स प्रोग्राम, स्टार्टअप फोरम, यूथ काउंसिल जैसे नए फोरम्स का आयोजन किया। एक्सेलेंसीज, वर्तमान समय में वैश्विक स्थिति एक महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर है। विवादों, तनावों और महामारी से घिरे विश्व में फूड, फ्यूल और फर्टिलाइजर क्राइसिस सभी देशों के लिए एक बड़ी चुनौती है। हमें मिलकर यह विचार करना चाहिए कि क्या हम एक संगठन के रूप में हमारे लोगों की अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने में समर्थ है? क्या हम आधुनिक चुनौतियों का सामना करने में सक्षम हैं? क्या एससीओ एक ऐसा संगठन बन रहा है जो भविष्य के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार हो? इस विषय में भारत एससीओ में सुधार और आधुनिकीकरण के प्रस्ताव का समर्थन करता है। एससीओ के अंतर्गत भाषा संबंधी बाधाओं को हटाने के लिए हमें भारत के एआई बेस्ड लैंग्वेज प्लेटफॉर्म भाषिणी को सभी के साथ साझा करने में खुशी होगी। यह डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ का एक उदाहरण बन सकता है। यूएन सहित अन्य वैश्विक संस्थानों में भी सुधार के लिए एससीओ एक महत्वपूर्ण आवाज बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि आज ईरान एससीओ परिवार में एक नए सदस्य के रूप में जुड़ने जा रहा है। इसके लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति राइसी और ईरान के लोगों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथ ही हम बेलारूस की एससीओ सदस्यता के लिए मेमोरेंडम ऑफ ऑब्लिगेशन पर हस्ताक्षर करने का स्वागत करते हैं। आज एससीओ से जुड़ने में अन्य देशों की रुचि इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के महत्व का प्रमाण है। इस प्रक्रिया में यह आवश्यक है कि एससीओ का मूल फोकस मध्य एशियाई देशों के हितों और आकांक्षाओं पर केंद्रित रहे। एक्सेलेंसी, आतंकवाद क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक शांति के लिए प्रमुख खतरा बना हुआ है। हम चुनौती से निपटने के लिए निर्णायक कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। आतंकवाद चाहे किसी भी रूप में हो, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में हो, हमें इसके विरुद्ध मिलकर लड़ाई करनी होगी। कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं। एससीओ को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसे गंभीर विषय पर दोहरे मापदंड के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं होना चाहिए। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग से निपटने के लिए हमें भी आपसी सहयोग बढ़ाना चाहिए। इसमें एससीओ के रेड्स मैकेनिज्म की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। हमारे देशों के युवाओं के बीच रेडिकलाइजेशन के फैलावे को रोकने के लिए भी हमें और सक्रिय रूप से कदम उठाने चाहिए। रेडिकलाइजेशन के विषय में आज जारी की जा रही ज्वाइंट स्टेटमेंट हमारी साझा प्रतिबद्धता का प्रतीक है। एक्सेलेंसी, अफगानिस्तान की स्थिति का हम सभी की सुरक्षा पर सीधा प्रभाव पड़ा है। अफगानिस्तान को लेकर भारत की चिंताएं और अपेक्षाएं एससीओ के अधिकांश देशों के समान है। हमें अफगानिस्तान के लोगों के कल्याण के लिए मिलकर प्रयास करने होंगे। अफगान नागरिकों को मानवीय सहायता, एक समावेशी सरकार का गठन, आतंकवाद और ड्रग तस्करी के विरुद्ध लड़ाई तथा महिलाओं, बच्चों और अल्पसंख्यकों के अधिकारों को सुनिश्चित करना हमारी साझा प्राथमिकताएं हैं। भारत और अफगानिस्तान के लोगों के बीच सदियों पुराने मैत्रीपूर्ण संबंध रहे हैं। पिछले 2 दशकों में हमने अफगानिस्तान के आर्थिक और सामाजिक विकास के लिए योगदान दिया है। 2021 के घटनाक्रम के बाद भी हम मानवीय सहायता भेजते रहे हैं। यह आवश्यक है कि अफगानिस्तान की भूमि पड़ोसी देशों में अस्थिरता फैलाने या एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधाराओं को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए उपयोग न की जाए। एक्सेलेंसी, किसी भी क्षेत्र की प्रगति के लिए मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी का होना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। बेहतर कनेक्टिविटी आपसी व्यापार ही नहीं, आपसी विश्वास भी बढ़ाती है। किंतु इन प्रयासों में एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों, विशेष रूप से सदस्य देशों की संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान करना बहुत ही आवश्यक है। ईरान की एससीओ सदस्यता के बाद हम चाबहार पोर्ट के बेहतर उपयोग के लिए काम कर सकते हैं। मध्य एशिया के लैंडलॉक देशों के लिए इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर इंडियन ओशन तक पहुंचने का एक सुरक्षित और सुगम रास्ता बन सकता है। हमें इसका पूरा पोटेंशियल रियलाइज करना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, एससीओ विश्व के 40% लोगों और वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लगभग 1/3 का प्रतिनिधित्व करता है और इस कारण यह हमारी साझा जिम्मेदारी है कि हम एक दूसरे की जरूरतों और संवेदनशीलताओं को समझें, बेहतर सहयोग तथा समन्वय के माध्यम से सभी चुनौतियों का समाधान करें और हमारे लोगों के कल्याण के लिए निरंतर प्रयास करें। भारत की अध्यक्षता को सफल बनाने में आप सबसे हमें निरंतर सहयोग मिला, इसके लिए मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष कजाकिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट टोकायेव को पूरे भारत की ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एससीओ की सफलता के लिए भारत सभी के साथ मिलकर सक्रिय रूप से अपना योगदान देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's spoken. India chairing the summit this year, the SCO Summit. In fact, this is taking place barely 2 weeks after Prime Minister Narendra Modi was hosted by the US in United States by Joe Biden. He comes down 2 weeks later, India chairing this SCO Summit. Regional security, economy, food security, climate change, and Afghanistan, of course, on the agenda. A lot of discussions to take place, and are likely to see India, Chinese and Pakistan, the chiefs, on one platform. Let me cut across to Geeta Mohan joining us, our Foreign Affairs editor. Geeta, give us a sense of Prime Minister Modi, flagging off and sharing this SCO Summit. India this time hosting the SCO Summit. What's on the agenda?
Well, like Prime Minister Modi just spelled out, there are a lot of issues from trade, connectivity, climate change. But two very significant statements over here, Nabila. One is the fact that he spoke on cross-border terrorism without naming Pakistan. We can see in the visuals Shehbaz Sharif also sitting and listening in. So we will have to wait and see what his response or Shehbaz Sharif's statement is going to be at the SCO. Expect fireworks in the room. Even if it's albeit virtual. And then there is the Russian president who was looking at his own notes while Prime Minister Modi was speaking, and then listening in to the Prime Minister. Chinese President Xi Jinping present, as also the CIS state presidents present for the summit meeting, most of which will focus on the opening statements and the concluding remarks. Normally a summit has various sessions and theme-based sessions where the leadership discusses, but in this case, because it's a virtual summit, it's only one session today, and that's where the summit will conclude. There are two very important statements, one on cross-border terrorism that Prime Minister Modi spoke of, the other on the fact that there are going to be joint statements apart from the New Delhi declaration, which is going to be the joint communique after the conclusion of the summit. The two other joint statements are going to be on radicalization and digital transformation. So these are separate statements that are going to be put out, the focus being what India's presidency has been throughout, to focus on digital transformation, digital connectivity, trade when it comes to the digital format, as also the radicalization issue that Prime Minister Modi and India has been talking about, not just at this forum, but at various fora. We have been looking at, India has been looking at how radicalization has become a major issue and concern amongst youth and how to counter that. He also took a dig at those who sponsor terrorism such as Pakistan, saying that double speak and double standards should not be allowed, that there has to be one united front fighting not just terrorism, cross-border terrorism, but also terror financing. So significant statement there by Prime Minister Modi, where he talks about one world, one home, and also emphasizes on India's theme this year, which is SCO Secure. Secure is an acronym which basically talks about various aspects of focus for India.
The SCO Summit is also significant on many levels. This is also the first time that Russian President Vladimir Putin will be appearing right after the halted mutiny. Tell us a little more on that. And Iran also to be given full membership of the SCO for the first time.
Well, that's right. Iran and Belarus were two countries that had pitched for membership with the SCO. And while Belarus could be initiated as an observer, Iran's status will be converted into full member. And that is a significant, again, this is a grouping which the West considers an anti-West bloc. India holds a very unique position, Nabila, where it works very well and engages the West, as also countries such as Russia, Iran, the CIS states, as well as China. And in this context, when it comes to security aspects, that will be a major part of the conversations, and there have been about 140 SCO events that India hosted through the year, and of which 14 of them were ministerial level. So a lot of conversations have gone into coming to this point where the summit is being held. In terms of security, yes, we saw the Russian president in person. Now he is going to also be addressing the summit. A lot of the conversation will also revolve around security, where the Russia-Ukraine war certainly will be discussed. The Russian president, we do not know whether he's going to really engage the grouping and the bloc to discuss the Wagner failed insurrection or not. It's something we'll have to wait and see. But yes, in context of security, Russia-Ukraine war will certainly come up. And in terms of the Wagner insurrection, Nabila, conversations have already been held bilaterally with Prime Minister Modi, and President Putin has made sure that all his allies and partner countries are informed. So there have been a lot of phone conversations that he's had ahead of the SCO Summit itself, so that they know where Russia stands, what has happened as of now, as of today. And again, Belarus being an important country, the Wagner chief right now has taken asylum, is in Belarus. So there is going to be conversation on that front. But for now, the leadership is speaking at the SCO. We are also given to understand that some of the guest nations, as also some guest invitees, including the United Nations Security Secretary General, could address the gathering.
All right. Give us a little sense on the fact that the SCO meet has gone completely virtual. What was the reason for that, Geeta?
Well, Nabila, interesting question. Initially, it was supposed to be held in June, and 22nd, 23rd were the dates, which were then clashing with Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States of America. So rescheduling led to only a few confirmations for an in-person summit. There is no official word on why this has gone virtual. This is what Nabila, I'm trying to explain. But this is not the official word of the Ministry of External Affairs, or for that matter, India. The fact is that there are a lot of rescheduling issues. The Russian crisis certainly would not have allowed President Putin to travel at this point in time. India, China at this juncture do not look like it seemed as though Chinese President Xi Jinping would be traveling. His Ministry of Foreign Affairs had already announced that he will be attending the summit virtually, and that happened a while ago. So if the Russian and the Chinese president would not attend in person, it made no sense then to have an in-person meeting for the rest. Pakistan is an exception, because we know what happened during the SCO foreign ministers meeting in Goa. Overwhelmingly, the entire coverage focused on Bilawal Bhutto Zardari and India-Pakistan rather than the substance of what SCO really means. So Shehbaz Sharif not coming would have been a relief for India, given that the entire focus would have then been on India-Pakistan and bilateral issues and the tensions rather than the substance, which is what we're discussing today. So Shehbaz Sharif also announced a virtual attendance, and therefore with so many leaders announcing virtual attendance, it made no sense for India then to host a 2-day-long SCO summit with most of the major players not attending in person.
Right. Do give us, though, the importance of the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, we believe founded in 1996. It was put together to address border issues. How far and how many times that India has hosted this meet? How far have deliberations been successful post that?
Well, the SCO is quite an engaged working group or bloc when it comes to this region. The CIS states, Russia, China, India, Pakistan. India, Pakistan are the newest members. So this is India's first presidency, Nabila, and therefore India is hosting the SCO Summit for the first time. We do know that after which Pakistan also will be hosting and will be holding presidency of the SCO. But however, at this point in time, at this juncture, SCO has gone beyond just what it was meant to be, which is to resolve boundary tensions or issues amongst nations. Today, it is a major group or a bloc, a counter to the West, but also a group and a bloc that is looking at connectivity and trade in a very big manner in this region. So if we are talking about SCO, it has moved not just beyond boundary to trade and connectivity. Another very important aspect that is discussed at the SCO is Afghanistan. The situation in Afghanistan is certainly something that is going to come up during the SCO this time around as well. Major stakeholders, Russia, China, India, Pakistan, certainly are going to discuss how to bring about stability in the region vis-a-vis what is happening in Afghanistan. And then another very important aspect or a key component that was added to the SCO was the regional architecture to defend or to fight terrorism, which is called SCO RATS. And this regional architecture is very important because under this architecture is where India is pushing for unity in fighting terrorism, and for India, the major aspect of terrorism is cross-border terrorism. So Prime Minister Modi has already raised the issue of cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan without having named the country, and we'll have to wait and see what Shehbaz Sharif's response is going to be to that, but expect a very strong statement or paragraph on terrorism in the New Delhi Declaration, and then a joint statement, a separate joint statement on radicalization, which is again a theme, a concept, an idea that India has engaged the world on. With radicalization of the youth is an issue, it's a problem, and now we see a lot of European countries face that problem of radicalization among the youth. We see a lot of countries in the West, as also in our part of the world, face radicalization among youth. So this is an issue that India has taken up and has been pushing for. So there is a joint statement expected on radicalization, on digital transformation, and a very strong paragraph on terrorism in the New Delhi Declaration.
Absolutely, Geeta, resolving border issues and combating terrorism, that's really India's focus this time. And the SCO meet in that sense holds a lot of significance right at a time when when India is still struggling to counter Pakistan infiltrated terrorism coming from that end, the equations with China at this point, and of course the Russia-Ukraine war. So huge significance that the SCO meet this time holds.
Well, absolutely. The significance of SCO when it comes to not just this region, but how the West views it is also very important. See, there are a lot of issues when it comes to trade and connectivity where India and China don't see eye to eye. It is an important bloc, but the CPEC and BRI are a problem for India. So every time there's any conversation or a separate document or to join an economic cooperation forum under the SCO, India has a problem because China, certainly as a founding member, floats BRI. Most of the countries, member states, are a part of the BRI, which is China's Belt and Road Initiative. But for India, that becomes a problem at the SCO, is because a very important part of the BRI project is the CPEC project, which is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which goes through Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and it is unacceptable for India to be a part of any any grouping or any such forum, even if it's an economic or connectivity trade forum, which includes BRI or the CPEC, which is in violation of India's sovereignty and territorial integrity. So yes, there's also going to be conversation on territorial integrity and sovereignty in the conversations at the SCO, Nabila.
All right, Geeta, we've heard Prime Minister Modi briefly speaking. I'm going to take our viewers through the tough talk by the Prime Minister on terror, a stern message coming out by Prime Minister Modi on cross-border terrorism. Let's have a listen.
आज SCO से जुड़ने में अन्य देशों की रुचि इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के महत्व का प्रमाण है। इस प्रक्रिया में यह आवश्यक है कि SCO का मूल फोकस मध्य एशियाई देशों के हितों और आकांक्षाओं पर केंद्रित रहे। एक्सेलेंसी, आतंकवाद क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक शांति के लिए प्रमुख खतरा बना हुआ है। हम चुनौती से निपटने के लिए निर्णायक कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। आतंकवाद चाहे किसी भी रूप में हो, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में हो, हमें इसके विरुद्ध मिलकर लड़ाई करनी होगी। कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं। SCO को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसे गंभीर विषय पर दोहरे मापदंड के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं होना चाहिए। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग से निपटने के लिए हमें भी आपसी सहयोग बढ़ाना चाहिए। इसमें SCO के रेड्स मैकेनिज्म की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। हमारे देशों के युवाओं के बीच रेडिकलाइजेशन के फैलावे को रोकने के लिए भी हमें और सक्रिय रूप से कदम उठाने चाहिए।
Right. Geeta Mohan still with us. Geeta, Prime Minister Modi is speaking on cross-border terrorism and how all countries must come together to ensure peace and harmony. Now, what's said at the SCO meet? Usually, when it comes to implementation on ground, how far has the meet been effective? With Prime Minister's message this time, and right at a time when there's enough and more tensions along this region, we're really hoping that this is a message for the larger good.
Well, it is a strong and a stern message, but we know that the message was for Pakistan without having named the country. And it doesn't seem like at this point in time that there is any difference in how Pakistan is reacting to or tackling terror. While there are a lot of countries that are saying, including the United States of America, that Pakistan is doing a lot to fight terror. Recently, the State Department spokesperson also added that when it comes to Mumbai 26/11 attacks, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, putting them behind bars for the terror attacks that were carried out in Mumbai, in India, not much has been done. So there is an acknowledgement, a recognition, even from Pakistan's allies and partners such as the United States of America, that Pakistan still needs to do a lot more. So again, we'll have to wait and see what Pakistan's reaction is going to be. But this is tough talk by India on not just cross-border terrorism, but a very specific one, Nabila, when it comes to radicalization. India, with the recent incidents of Khalistani protests, vandalization, arson, threats against Indian diplomats, it seems like this has become a bigger problem for India than terrorism in a broader sense.
Totally. Well, India hosting the SCO meet this time. Prime Minister Modi has spoken. Geeta, do stay with us. I'd like to play for our viewers yet again Prime Minister Modi and his tough talk while he addresses cross-border terrorism. Let's have a listen.
आज SCO से जुड़ने में अन्य देशों की रुचि इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के महत्व का प्रमाण है। इस प्रक्रिया में यह आवश्यक है कि SCO का मूल फोकस मध्य एशियाई देशों के हितों और आकांक्षाओं पर केंद्रित रहे। एक्सेलेंसी, आतंकवाद क्षेत्रीय एवं वैश्विक शांति के लिए प्रमुख खतरा बना हुआ है। हम चुनौती से निपटने के लिए निर्णायक कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। आतंकवाद चाहे किसी भी रूप में हो, किसी भी अभिव्यक्ति में हो, हमें इसके विरुद्ध मिलकर लड़ाई करनी होगी। कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं। एससीओ को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसे गंभीर विषय पर दोहरे मापदंड के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं होना चाहिए। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग से निपटने के लिए हमें भी आपसी सहयोग बढ़ाना चाहिए। इसमें एससीओ के रेड्स मैकेनिज्म की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। हमारे देशों के युवाओं के बीच रेडिकलाइजेशन के फैलावे को रोकने के लिए भी हमें और सक्रिय रूप से कदम उठाने चाहिए।
All right, some news coming in on Shahrukh Khan, who's had an accident on the sets of a project that he was shooting in the United States. Shahrukh Khan was shooting in Los Angeles, and sources tell India Today that the injury is not so bad. It's a minor injury. He was immediately attended by a medical help from a nearby clinic. As per sources, the injury was to his nose. In fact, there was some bleeding as well that was reported. However, since it wasn't of serious nature, he didn't have to discontinue his shoot. Shahrukh Khan was also spotted by eyewitnesses later sporting a bandage to his nose, and the actor is reportedly now recuperating at his home in Mannat. The superstar Shahrukh Khan meets with a brief accident, a small minor injury reported to his nose. He's said to have hurt his nose, some bleeding happened, and then people who saw him post that, he was spotted with a bandage on his nose. This happened in Los Angeles, where he was shooting for a film, an upcoming project. Shahrukh Khan, in fact, he's shooting a movie. The movie sets while performing a scene, we believe, has managed to hurt himself, and he's all right. It was a minor injury, a little bleeding on his nose. He was spotted with a bandage on his nose. Now is at his home, Mannat, in Mumbai. Anita Brito, our correspondent, joining us from Mumbai. Anita, tell us more. Where is Shahrukh? All good?
Yes, absolutely. Like you said, it's a very small injury on his nose. So the doctors performed a surgery just to stop the bleeding. That's what we have been told. And so now he's just resting at home. He's just going to he's going to take rest, and then he's going to go back to shooting. But so far, the doctors have informed him to just take it slow, and hence he's resting at home. So it's just a small minor injury which he was treated, and he's now back home safe and sound.
Anita, would you be able to tell us if this surgery, what kind of surgery was this? If this was a minor injury, you mentioned that a surgery was carried out. Do explain to us if all is okay.
So as per the sources and as per the news that we have heard and we have got to know from our sources, is that while shooting an action sequence, he hurt his nose and it was bleeding continuously, and hence he was rushed to the hospital where he was treated. And just to stop that bleeding, they had to just do a minor surgery. It's not a major surgery. I think he was in and out on the same day. It didn't take him a lot of time. So it was just a minor cut maybe which kept bleeding, and that's why he had to go through the surgery. He was discharged, and now he's back home in Mannat. He's resting before his next schedule starts. So he's going to recover himself, and then only he will be back shooting.
Right. Do we know what movie he's shooting for?
Right now, I think he's doing Donkey because Jawan is almost done. There are a few patchworks that's left. So I think he's doing Anand Rai's, Rajkumar Rao's Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey he's shooting for.
All right. So the movie sets in Los Angeles. Shahrukh Khan, we believe, has hurt himself at a shoot. He is profusely bleeding, and that led to him being rushed to the hospital, a minor surgery that was carried out. He's said to be fine at his home. Those are file shots of Shahrukh Khan right at his house terrace, Mannat. In fact, he's doing all right, is what our correspondent says. Do we know if the movie shoot was supposed to be halted due to this injury that he had? Anita, tell us more. Did he wrap up with the shoot sooner than expected?
So we don't have much details about what has happened about the shoot, or was it the last schedule that he was shooting and then he's wrapped up. We don't have more details. We are waiting for the rest of the details to arrive soon. But so far, I think that's what his schedule. It was the last schedule that he had to do in Los Angeles, and that's wrapped. And now he's back in Bombay because there are some schedules that is planned in Bombay as well. So maybe he'll finish that and go back to Los Angeles. We don't have a lot of details about that. I think by the end of today, we'll get to know more details on how the shooting has been wrapped or it's been halted.
Well, we're glad he's okay, but the fact that he went through a surgery is certainly worrying. Shahrukh Khan, we believe, has almost 3 releases for 2023. He's been working really round the year, and at one of that shoot in Los Angeles, United States, he's managed to injure himself during the shoot scene. Nose was profusely bleeding. He was rushed to the hospital, a minor surgery that was carried on, and it was all right, not so bad. He completed his shoot and returned home. He's currently in Mannat. Anita Brito bringing us all of that. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, some big news coming in from Karnataka. Is the BJP going to ally with the JDS? That's the big question that B.S. Yediyurappa seems to have broken his silence on. He hints while speaking to the media at allying with the JDS going forward. Almost says that there could be a tie-up. In fact, these parties, BJP and the JDS, have been constantly interacting ever since the drubbing that the JDS received, and the BJP for that matter, in Karnataka. JDS, all the way from 30 seats that it held in 2018, came down to a mere 17 in 2023. In fact, H.D. Kumaraswamy has not, the JDS has not taken part in the opposition party meet in Patna as well. So a lot of talk whether BJP is going to be allying with the JDS. Listen in to Yediyurappa.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future. Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
Political realignment on the cards. It appears that there's some kind of understanding between the JDS and the BJP. B.S. Yediyurappa for the first time agreeing with what H.D. Kumaraswamy has to say. In fact, Kumaraswamy had just yesterday spoken about who's going to be the Ajit Pawar of Karnataka, almost suggesting that there could be some kind of rebellion within the Karnataka Congress as well. This is what he had said just yesterday, H.D. Kumaraswamy. And now, in a day later, we're looking at Kumaraswamy speaking, in fact, B.S. Yediyurappa speaking about allying with the JDS in as many words. Sagai Raj joining us on the phone line. Sagai, tell us more. Yediyurappa has hinted at an alliance likely with the JDS. He's not said it explicitly, but in every way worded it in that direction.
Absolutely. When media persons had questioned him about the YFT tax, the allegations made by S.P. Kumaraswamy, replying to that, he said that whatever the statement made by Kumaraswamy is right, and probably in the days to come, in the future, they will work together against this particular government. Probably this might be a hint ahead of 2024 election, if at all, if there is a alliance partnership with Janata Dal Secular. Remember, there was a report that Kumaraswamy had met the Prime Minister Narendra Modi last month, but S.P. Kumaraswamy has ruled out that there are no alliance. We have been fighting against the national parties from a long time, and we will continue to do that. But today, B.S. Yediyurappa has said that they will continue to protest together against the government. So we need to wait and watch whether alliance is on the cards with the JDS.
All right. Well, whether there is an alliance or not is something that will confirm only days closer to 2024 Lok Sabha. But at this moment, the BJP has nearly 28 Lok Sabha seats in Karnataka. Sagai, give us some clarity. The BJP eyeing at winning all that back, but considering that Congress has come with a thumping majority in Karnataka this time, there's clearly a sense of fear. So joining hands with the JDS might be beneficial. Nonetheless, JDS for now has just one MP seat, one Lok Sabha seat in Karnataka.
Absolutely. JDS has one, that is from Hasan district of Karnataka, and apart from that, the Congress have one and one independent. Independent has already joined hands with the BJP, that is from Mandya, and the BJP is trying to alliance with JDS for 2024 election, and probably they might eyeing at Wood, Mysuru region, especially in Kolar and Mandya district. And remember that Mandya has been a JDS vote, but still the independent candidate Sumalata had won, and probably BJP might require the support of Kumaraswamy for forthcoming elections to win on all these places. So we need to wait and watch whether this alliance will take place, whether there is any kind of formal announcement which will be made by the BJP, because Kumaraswamy had categorically said last month that there is no alliance, but we need to still wait and watch, because we have seen that Kumaraswamy along with B.S. Yediyurappa had joined hands together and formed the government in the past, and nothing can be ruled out in Karnataka politics.
Absolutely. Surely you can't rule out any scenario in politics itself, and Karnataka all the more right after the 2018 election win. In barely a year, JDS and Congress alliance collapsed with the BJP taking over. At that point itself, there was a lot of talk that JDS might join hands with the BJP, and then it fell flat a few years, and now this conversation has resurrected, with Yediyurappa himself now stating that he agrees with H.D. Kumaraswamy, and he is likely to be fighting with Kumaraswamy in the days to come. In many words, this translates to an alliance with the JDS for 2024. Now, I'm going to cut across to some more news coming in from Karnataka and H.D. Kumaraswamy itself, predicting the Congress's collapse in Karnataka soon. And there you have H.D. Kumaraswamy predicting Congress's collapse in Karnataka soon. These are the words of H.D. Kumaraswamy. He says by end of the year, the Congress will collapse. Karnataka will have an Ajit Pawar soon. I fear there is an Ajit Pawar in Karnataka too. These are the words of Kumaraswamy as he speaks of while commenting on what's playing out in Maharashtra, the NCP scoop. This is Kumaraswamy reacting on a scenario like this that will likely play out in, according to his forecast, in Karnataka. Says it's very likely that Karnataka too will see an Ajit Pawar. He says, I fear that there could be an Ajit Pawar in Karnataka. Let's listen in.
2018, 19, anybody dreamt that my government will go collapse? Same thing in Madhya Pradesh, same thing in Maharashtra is going on. Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that, actually, we have to wait and watch. I don't want to particularly name anybody. Anything may happen.
But how soon, sir?
It will not going to take too much time. Mostly this year end also it may create. Otherwise, after parliament election, it will create.
All right. There is Kumaraswamy who speaks. In fact, he says that I fear there is an Ajit Pawar in Karnataka too, and sooner or later that person will surface. Kumaraswamy says there was nothing that could predict our fall, our government's fall. So on civil alliance, you cannot predict what's going to come in the future as well. And Ajit Pawar could surface in Karnataka. Sagai Raj joining us. Sagai, tell us exactly what is Kumaraswamy hinting at? Is there rebellion within the Congress? Is there anything on the lines of NCP in Maharashtra that is likely to play out in the state of Karnataka? Or is this Kumaraswamy just speaking politics?
See, Nabila, we have covered Karnataka politics. We have seen the kind of the fight between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar for the post of Chief Minister. And ever since the Rajasthan politics of Sachin Pilot and the Chief Minister, there was also prediction that a similar kind of situation might arise in the state of Karnataka, where many predicted that DK Shivakumar might be the next Sachin Pilot of Karnataka. And now, following the NCP crisis, now HD Kumaraswamy has predicted that there might be Ajit Pawar from Karnataka, and probably that is not very far in the near future. You can anticipate that another Ajit Pawar from Karnataka might emerge, and he might be pointing out at DK Shivakumar. And there are many theories which is doing rounds that there was an agreement between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah of sharing power of 2.5 years. So he has predicted that if at all, if that has not been fulfilled, and probably you might see another Ajit Pawar in form of DK Shivakumar in the days to come. These are politics which has been paid, the theory which has been floated out. So we need to wait and watch how it is going to turn around. Anything is possible, as we were discussing that in Karnataka politics, anything is possible, and even this might be possible. We need to wait and watch what will happen probably after 2.5 years in the state of Karnataka politics.
All right, thank you very much, Sagai, for joining us on that. Clearly now, what's happening in Maharashtra seems to be having an effect, at least narrative-wise, in other states as well. But going back to Maharashtra, we're slipping into a short break to come back with all that tussle between the Pawar family. Sharad Pawar now calling a crucial party meeting tomorrow. Congress versus NCP locking horns for leader of opposition as well. High drama over the new NCP office too. All this and more on the other side. Stay with us.
The top 3 positions in arts remain the same as 2022, with Hindu College at number 1, with political science, history, Hindi and sociology courses, whereas St. Stephen's stands second with economics, and third position is Miranda House. With more than 4,500 students on its rolls, Hindu College of the University of Delhi is known for its academic excellence as well as its vibrant extracurricular life. The college houses more than 60 student clubs and societies that address a variety of interests ranging from the arts, dance, painting, debate and discussion, quizzing, research and entrepreneurship. For commerce also, the top 3 positions remain with last year's toppers. SRCC is at number 1, followed by Hindu College at number 2 and Hansraj College at number 3. Right from its founding by philanthropist, industrialist Sir Sri Ram in 1926, SRCC has remained a leader in its field. Students who secure a seat here have an edge over competitors for an entry into the corporate world. Hindu College tops the list when it comes to sciences with courses in chemistry, zoology and botany. Miranda House is at close second position for physics. Hansraj College has climbed up the chart from 5th position in 2022 to 3rd position this year. It takes hard work, academic excellence and a will to experiment and thinking out of the box for any educational institution to top the ranks consistently. More so when the higher education field the country is getting more and more competitive year after year. For Hindu College, it seems more the norm than the exception to figure right on top of the toppers chart.
All right, some big news as NCP's Ajit faction likely to get finance and planning portfolio. In fact, they have asked for power, irrigation or higher and technical education as important portfolios. But here's the inside scoop coming in on Maharashtra's cabinet berths. There have been hectic meetings and parleys that's playing out in Maharashtra's Mumbai, where we see meeting with the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the first deputy Devendra Fadnavis, along with the second deputy Ajit Pawar, and all the leaders of the three parties of all the parties who are joining in. Let me quickly cut across to Pushkar Singh Dhami on Uniform Civil Code. Quickly shifting focus.
तेजी से चल रही है और अभी तक 34 लाख लोगों ने दर्शन कर लिए हैं, जो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा रिकॉर्ड है। 22 अप्रैल 2023 को यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई थी और इतने कम समय में इतने ज़्यादा यात्रियों का दर्शन करना अपने आप में यात्रा की ऐतिहासिक होने की ओर आगे बढ़ रही है। साथ ही साथ जो केदारनाथ जी का जो एक ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, जिसकी वो हमेशा समीक्षा करते हैं, उसकी मैंने उनको जानकारी दी है कि तेज़ी से पुनर्निर्माण के कार्य चल रहे हैं। बद्रीनाथ धाम का भी जो मास्टर प्लान है उस पर भी तेज़ी से काम हो रहा है और हम लोगों ने ये लक्ष्य रखा है कि इस साल अधिकतम काम दिसंबर माह तक उसके पूरे करवा लिए जाएं। साथ ही आज से कांवड़ यात्रा भी प्रारंभ हो रही है और कांवड़ यात्रा में भी बड़ी संख्या पूरे देश भर के शिव भक्तों की आती है, जो मां गंगा का जल लेकर अपने अपने स्थानों पर जाते हैं। तो उस यात्रा के संबंध में भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया है। साथ में जो जीएसटी कलेक्शन है, वो जीएसटी कलेक्शन हमारे राज्य में पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 23% अधिक बढ़ा है, जो अपने आप में एक बड़ी मैं कहूँगा कि उपलब्धि है। उस पर भी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया है। साथ में निकट भविष्य में चूँकि लंबे समय से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का उत्तराखंड का प्रवास नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए मैंने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अनुरोध किया है कि जल्दी ही उत्तराखंड का प्रवास भी जो है हम सबके बीच में आकर करें।
सर, क्या यूसीसी पे डिस्कस हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री से, क्योंकि पहला स्टेट होगा पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस अगर यूसीसी इम्प्लीमेंट होता है? आज
मैंने जो आप सबको मुद्दे बताए हैं उन्हीं मुद्दों पर मेरी चर्चा हुई।
सर, क्या अमित शाह जी से आपकी कल शाम को बैठक हुई थी, क्या उसमें डिस्कस हुआ था?
अमित शाह जी से भी, चूँकि राज्य के अंदर जो कानून व्यवस्था की स्थितियाँ हैं, चार धाम यात्रा की स्थिति है और आपदा से, चूँकि हमारे राज्य को प्रत्येक वर्ष बरसात के समय में आपदाओं का सामना करना पड़ता है, उसी आपदा के संबंध में जो हमने राज्य ने जो तरक्की जो जानकारियां करी हैं या जो तैयारियां करी हैं, उन सब के बारे में चर्चा हुई है। और साथ ही साथ चूँकि एसडीआरएफ के साथ साथ एनडीआरएफ भी जो केंद्र की हमारी है, वो भी चारधाम यात्रा और आपदा के समय में हमारे पूरे सहयोग के लिए हर समय जगह जगह पर तैनात रहती है। तो और पिछले वर्षों में जो आपदा आई थी उसमें केंद्र की सरकार ने आपात स्थिति में हेलीकॉप्टर, आईटीबीपी की वाहनियाँ, एनडीआरएफ की टीमें भेजी थी, उसके लिए मैंने उनका धन्यवाद दिया।
सर, शेड्यूल में ट्राइबल्स को एग्जेम्प्ट किया गया है किसी और भी रूल्स में आने के लिए, आपको लगता है यूसीसी के अंडर के एग्जेम्प्ट किया जा सकता है? क्योंकि सुशील कुमार मोदी जी का जो वक्तव्य आया कल पैनल की मीटिंग के बाद कि एग्जेम्प्ट किया जा सकता है, आपको लगता है उत्तराखंड में इस पर विचार हो सकता है?
देखिए, अभी तो चूँकि यूसीसी कमेटी का ड्राफ्ट कंप्लीट रूप से हमें नहीं मिला है और उनका ड्राफ्ट जब मिलेगा तो उस पर तभी कुछ कह पाना संभव होगा।
कब तक संभव है? कब तक उत्तराखंड में लागू हो सकता है? क्योंकि
हम बहुत देर भी नहीं करेंगे और जल्दबाजी में जो है ऐसा काम भी नहीं होगा कि जो है कि कोई ऊपर का नीचे हो जाए, इसलिए बहुत सोच समझ कर उस पर काम
होगा। कब तक माना जाए? कब तक कि अगले नेक्स्ट सेशन में या कुछ मिड सेशन में?
आप जल्दी मानिए कि जल्दी थोड़ा इंतजार कर लीजिए।
सर, आज आपके 2 साल हो गए सीएम पद लिए, एट द रेट 25 उत्तराखंड विजन रखा आपने। अभी क्या महत्वपूर्ण कार्य है जो आप आगे लेके चल रहे हैं?
नहीं, उत्तराखंड देश का अग्रणी राज्य बने, उत्तराखंड हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े, उसके लिए मुख्य सेवक के नाते मुझे जो दायित्व मिला है मैं उस पर काम कर रहा हूं और सभी का सहयोग मिल रहा है और हर उत्तराखंड वासी राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए अपना योगदान दे रहा है। और मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि सबका सहयोग निरंतरता से हमें मिला है। एक एक पल और एक एक क्षण हमने प्रयास किया है कि राज्य के लिए लगाएं, राज्यवासियों के लिए लगाएं।
सर, अगर ड्राफ्ट छोड़ दें, सर अगर ड्राफ्ट यूसीसी ड्राफ्ट की बात छोड़ दें तो क्या ट्राइबल्स के मामले में आपके क्या विचार हैं? ये हम जान सकते हैं कि ट्राइबल्स को एग्जाम्प्ट किया जाना चाहिए।
देखिए, चूँकि क्या है कि इसमें यूसीसी कमेटी ऑलरेडी काम कर रही है और ट्राइबल्स के बीच में भी और आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में भी, बहुत सीमांत क्षेत्रों में भी उस कमेटी ने ट्राइबल्स लोगों के बीच में जाकर भी उनके समूह से भी बात की है और उनके विचार भी लिए हैं, तो उसका सबका संकलन है उसमें यूसीसी कमेटी में।
सर, उसी के एक्सटेंशन में पूछ रहा था, बीजेपी का हमेशा से फुल प्रॉमिस रहा है यूसीसी, प्रधानमंत्री भी यूसीसी के बारे में जिक्र कर चुके हैं, क्योंकि उत्तराखंड, अगर आपकी कमेटी की रिपोर्ट अब ड्राफ्ट तैयार है तो क्या आपको लगता है कि उत्तराखंड एक रोल मॉडल बन सकता है? और जिस तरह से जो आप लोगों का 80% हिंदू मेजॉरिटी है वहाँ पे, तो
उत्तराखंड देखिए हमेशा से, चूँकि उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है और जो भी काम होता है वो मानवता के लिए होता है, सबके लिए होता है और भगवान की इच्छा से होता है, तो उत्तराखंड में ऐसा काम होगा कि आगे चलकर वो सब जगह चलेगा।
तो सर कैबिनेट का कुछ विस्तार वगैरह हो सकता है?
अभी इस पर कोई चर्चा नहीं।
सर, पीएम साहब को बताया अपनी यूसीसी की प्रक्रिया कंप्लीट होगी, इसके बारे में जानकारी दिया?
पीएम साहब देखिए, चूँकि उनको सभी इसके प्रावधानों के बारे में और उनकी सोच ही है कि देश के अंदर ये लागू होना चाहिए और उन्होंने स्वयं ही अपने वक्तव्य में कहा है, इसलिए उनको अधिकांश चीज़ों की सबकी जानकारी है।
सर, एक सवाल ये है कि आपने गृह मंत्री अमित शाह से कल मुलाकात की, प्रधानमंत्री से आप मिले, चर्चा ये है कि बैठक में जो है कमेटी की अध्यक्षा भी मौजूद थी?
नहीं, मैं मिला था। जी, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, that's Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence. His first reaction right after he steps out. He says he's yet to receive the UCC committee draft, but of course a lot of deliberations on UCC being implemented by the BJP government, an aggressive push and a pitched statement that the Prime Minister has also given on the Uniform Civil Code, a very recently spoken at an event where Prime Minister spoke about UCC, about having one common law for the country. The BJP ahead of 2024 really racing into it. Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, meets with the Prime Minister after a day after meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, the reason being that it's likely that Uttarakhand Civil Code will be used as template for the central law. Is that the likelihood? That remains to be seen. But in fact, the Uttarakhand Civil Code draft will be submitted to the state government by the expert committee, and once that comes, it appears that that might just be used as template by the centre to implement this law across India. Now, there's been a lot of debate on the intention of this law itself, on whether or not it should be implemented. The BJP has been now in power for 9 years. It has been their pole plank right from the start, since 2014 to now. Prime Minister Modi has insisted on the Uniform Civil Code, but hasn't been implemented because not all parties or all stakeholders with regards to this have come on the same page. But it appears that 1 year ahead of 2024, there's been a steady acceleration on the Uniform Civil Code to be implemented. Prime Minister Modi fronting it. He's met with Pushkar Singh Dhami, spoke to him about the Uniform Civil Code and the nuances of how the Uttarakhand government has formulated a civil code draft. Once Pushkar Singh Dhami gets the draft, he's going to submit that to the centre. That's the likelihood. First images coming in of Pushkar Singh Dhami meeting with the Prime Minister on the Uniform Civil Code. In fact, he met with Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, along with the Home Minister Amit Shah as well, a day prior. This comes in the backdrop of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his high-pitched statement, where he really raised the discussion on the Uniform Civil Code, making it quite clear that this is their This is certainly on their agenda. They do want to implement it. Discussions are currently underway. And to start with, Uttarakhand, the Chief Minister itself, Pushkar Singh Dhami, has met with Prime Minister to see and suggest, if at all, Uttarakhand's template, the civil code that's currently being drafted by their state expert committee, will be applicable and could it be implemented across India. Maushmi joining us for a little more on that. Maushmi, give us an understanding on Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, meeting with Prime Minister Modi on the Uniform Civil Code. It appears that there is acceleration on the UCC implementation by the BJP, and the Uttarakhand's template could be used pan-India. Once it's drafted, it will be presented to the centre. So hectic developments towards UCC.
Absolutely. We asked that question to Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, and clearly, Nabila, he said that this is the Dev Bhumi, and often auspicious start is made from the Dev Bhumi, Uttarakhand, and that's one reason that surely the Uttarakhand will serve as a template for the rest of the country. When I asked him whether the Prime Minister was in the knowledge of the fact that the Uttarakhand government had completed its entire exercise, the Committee on Uniform Civil Code had actually completed its draft report and very soon will be handing over the final draft to the Uttarakhand government. He said the Prime Minister is very keen on this subject, and because he's very keen, he surely would have the entire information as far as the UCC is concerned. So Pushkar Singh Dhami's Delhi trip, raking up the entire political debate over Uniform Civil Code. He met Amit Shah yesterday, and today he met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Interestingly, when he was briefing the press, he didn't mention Uniform Civil Code at all. Only on a counter question by the media personals, he highlighted why and how Uttarakhand could serve as a template.
Tell me more, if there is some understanding on the Uttarakhand expert committee formulating a draft. Maushmi, do we know anything of that? Do we know on the way and manner in which the expert committee is deliberating on how to have a uniform law for all religions? It is of course huge deliberations that need to be carried out, a lot of discussions, a lot of detailing that should go into it. So any word on how Uttarakhand has drafted this or has put together this expert committee in the first place?
Absolutely. Nabila, the fact is that it's been 1 year of exercise, several deliberations, 140 meetings of the subcommittee, public opinion from Dehradun to Delhi, consulting people of Uttarakhand origin, starting the entire exercise from Mana, the tribal village, the last endpoint of Uttarakhand, and coming down to the plains where there is mixed population in Haridwar and Udham Singh Nagar. So clearly, if you see, Nabila, there have been a lot of discussion by the expert committee. The expert panel said they've concluded the entire draft on 30th of June. So they will be publishing that, printing that out and handing it over to the government. So Pushkar Singh Dhami there responding that it is going to be very soon that the Uniform Civil Code could see the light of the day in Uttarakhand, and therefore, could be a framework for the other states to emulate.
Well, this is a framework for other states to emulate. Would you believe? In fact, what's surprising here, Maushmi, is that not all opposition parties are against the Uniform Civil Code. The Aam Aadmi Party has given a nod in principle, saying that they are with the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. So it appears that there is a certain amount of support that the BJP also receives when it comes to the UCC at large.
The road ahead is not so easy if you look at it in the fine print, because, Nabila, on one hand, you have the political debate where there are lots of ifs and buts over the support that the opposition parties like the Aam Aadmi Party or the Uddhav Sena is giving. There are ifs and buts about what happens to the tribal community, what happens to the Northeast community, what happens to the Sikh community, will they be excluded? The chairperson of the standing committee at the centre himself said that the Northeast and the tribals should be excluded. Then the opposition members who are against the UCC said, what's the point? There's no uniformity then. It should be disuniform civil code if you are excluding the tribal and the northeast. And there are lots of ifs and buts over the Law Commission's previous report that said this is neither needed or desirable. So lots of ifs and buts there, and clearly, Nabila, there will be a lot of ironing out of hurdles for the government. As far as the centre is concerned, the Law Commission is concluding its own suggestions and report and will be handing over to the Law Ministry. That could take about 4 or 5 months, and Uttarakhand could in fact be the first one before that to put the Uniform Civil Code out on the ground.
Well, let's see how that works out. But Mashmi, thank you very much for joining us. A Uniform Civil Code pan-India. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is the first to meet with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, the expert committee chief as well has met with the Prime Minister to explain on whether they can use the Uttarakhand model across India. The debate over UCC, of course, rages on as Modi government holds several meetings to bring this reform. They are on top speed now, top gear, to ensure that UCC is implemented. A day after meeting Home Minister Amit Shah, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami met with Prime Minister in the national capital, and in fact, Dhami himself has been batting for UCC. He's formulated an expert panel in his own state, and a draft is currently being prepared. One of the committee members who prepared the UCC draft in Uttarakhand also accompanied the Chief Minister today, right now at that meeting with the Prime Minister. In fact, meanwhile, we're looking at the Law Commission that has been seeking opinions from religious groups. The Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind has prepared its reply as well as one of the religious groups in response to the questions that was asked on UCC. The Jamaat head, Arshad Madni, will be sending his opinion that Muslims are not open to accepting the law and they do not want to go against the Shariat yet. Hence, the Uniform Civil Code discussions are still underway. Many other religions and their versions are yet to be taken into consideration as well.
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड एक ह्यूमैनिटेरियन इशू है. एक परिवार में हम संतुलन और हम कंपैशन को कैसे ला सकते हैं, इंसानियत को कैसे ला सकते हैं परिवार में, और मुद्दे क्या हैं? सक्सेशन, इनहेरिटेंस, मैरिज, कस्टडी, डाइवोर्स. उस पे यदि हम कंसेंसस नहीं ला सकते हैं तो ये जो हम कहते हैं कि इंडिया इज़ अ डाइवर्स कंट्री, उसका मतलब क्या रहा? यदि हम ये बेसिक इश्यूज़ पे हम इंसानियत के आधार पे हम कंसेंसस नहीं ला सकते.
इनको देखिए, विकास का काम से कोई मतलब है नहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को, और इसी तरीके से मुद्दे ये लाते हैं जब चुनाव आता है. अब जनता भी समझ चुकी है, जनता बिल्कुल पूरे देश की और प्रदेश की जनता समझ चुकी है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब चुनाव आता है कोई न कोई जनता को भ्रमित करने वाली बातें लाती है. तो यूसीसी फिर ले आई.
जो शरीयत के खिलाफ हैं, शरीयत के उसूल और ज़ाब्तों के खिलाफ हैं, कुरान और हदीस के अहकामात के खिलाफ हैं, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार वो ये चाहती है कि मुसलमानों के शरई अहकाम को कुचल करके हम जो है वो यहाँ पर राज करें, ऐसा मंजूर नहीं है. हम उनका विरोध करेंगे. हिंदुस्तान का एक एक मुसलमान, एक एक बच्चा इस कानून के, काले कानून की मुखालफत करेगा, और हम घुटने टेकने पर हुकूमत के मजबूर कर देंगे कि ये कानून बनने वाला जो है, ये इसका आने वाला प्रस्ताव वापस लिया जाए.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to a lot more news coming in on the Khalistan Army's attack yet again on the Indian consulate in San Francisco. A cowardly attack on the consulate for the second time in the US as the country strongly condemns this violence. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed.
Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
All right, now Khalistanis have set fire to the Indian consulate in San Francisco in yet another attack that's come in barely 4 months' time. Khalistan supporters put up videos of this vandalism with hashtag Long Live Khalistan, blaming the Indian diplomats and security agencies for killing the designated terrorist Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was believed to be killed in a gang rivalry. In fact, the US State Department condemning this attack has said targeting diplomatic facilities or foreign diplomats was criminal offense. The San Francisco consulate was attacked in March as well when Punjab police launched a nationwide search for Amritpal Singh in India. 45-year-old Khalistan Tiger Force chief, KTF chief Nijjar, was killed in an inter-gang warfare on the 19th of June in Sikh-dominated Surrey town in Vancouver. Nijjar had links with prescribed organization, the SFJ as well, Sikh for Justice, which is led by a US-based designated terrorist. He was killed, and it appears that the Khalistanis believe that it is India to blame for that attack.
भारत स्टेट सिखों की जान बचाने में विश्वास रखता है। भारत ये वो मुल्क है जिसने अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान में फंसे हुए सिख, अफगानिस्तान नेशनलिस्ट थे, उनका कोई भारत से नहीं था, लेकिन मूल तौर पर भारत उनका धर्म था। इसलिए सिख धर्म के नाते भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने बहुत बड़ा रिस्क लेकर अपने जहाज भेजकर उनको बाहर निकाला। भारत सिखों को बचाने में विश्वास रखता है, ना कि उनका नुकसान पहुंचाने में। इसलिए ये जो लोग कर रहे हैं ये भारत के भी दुश्मन हैं, सिखों के भी दुश्मन हैं, और ये ISI की हालतों में खेलने वाले लोग हैं। मैं विदेशों में बैठे सिखों से आग्रह करता हूं ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई किया जाए और उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए जो हम सिखों को बदनाम करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, Pawar versus Pawar, the fight only hitting top gear. As we see that there's a crucial meeting that will be held tomorrow by Sharad Pawar, calling on his supporters. As the drama continues, we're taking you through those snippets on the other side. Stay with us.
I am diabetic. Should I stop consuming artificial sweeteners? I am non-diabetic, but I don't like to consume sugar. I'm okay with my stevia. Should I continue? Can I replace my sugar with honey? Are dates healthy? Are these questions on top of your mind? Has the WHO guideline on artificial sweeteners confused you? Then listen in to what experts say. Substitute for diabetes. What substitute you think a diabetic person should use for sugar? Different sugar alternatives may be healthy for different people. Natural sweeteners are generally a good choice for seniors who don't have diabetes. But artificial sweeteners do have unexpected health risks depending on someone's current health concerns and comorbidities. Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar. However, it is important to be mindful of portion sizes.
Good research, which is randomized controlled trials with dates, have shown that they do not have much effect as far as sugars are concerned in short term and in intermediate term, 3 to 6 months time. So a limited amount of dates is as a breakfast or as a snack we can allow in a patient who's has a good control of diabetes and patient who's not very obese, and we will tell them that if you restrict to this particular quantity, nothing will happen to your sugar, and that probably nothing will happen to your weight as well.
How I can limit my sugar and what alternatives we have. How safe are natural substitutes of sugar? Natural substitutes like honey and dates can be alternatives to refined sugar and are often considered healthier options due to their natural composition and potential additional nutritional benefits. But can honey and dates manage blood sugar levels and replace artificial sweeteners?
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Prime Minister talks tough before Xi Jinping, Pakistan Prime Minister and Russian Prime Minister Putin in the SCO Summit, calls for separate joint statement on terror.
कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को
अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं, एससीओ को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami meets with Prime Minister Modi to discuss the Uniform Civil Code, says yet to receive UCC committee draft, assures no decision will be taken in haste. BJP heavyweight B.S. Yediyurappa drops a bombshell, says BJP and H.D. Kumaraswamy's JDS will come together on issues to fight the Congress.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement, and Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
And high drama inside Karnataka Assembly over freebies. Fight, BJP MLAs storm the well of the Assembly amid the uproar. Inside scoop on Maharashtra cabinet berths. Sources say that Ajit faction to get finance and planning. The team Ajit to land cooperative berths. That's what we hear. Khalistan Army attacks the Indian consulate in San Francisco yet again. Set it on fire. Second cowardly attack on Indian consulate in 4 months. US strongly condemns it. All right, now the Maharashtra cabinet meeting update is here. NCP is now insistent on finance and planning, cooperation and marketing, as well as power irrigation portfolios. All these portfolios were earlier held by NCP during the Uddhav Thackeray regime, the Mahavikas Aghadi regime. These portfolios at that point were held by the NCP netas, but that was under Sharad Pawar. Now the Ajit Pawar troop want the same portfolios to be given to them, and that includes finance and planning, cooperation and marketing, power irrigation. These are portfolios that they insist on having this time as well, while Shiv Sena ministers from the Eknath Shinde camp are opposing giving finance to the NCP, citing that injustice was done to them during the Mahavikas Aghadi government, during that regime, in fund allocations. Shiv Sena ministers and MLAs now demanding that the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde not accept the decision and the push from Ajit Pawar asking for a finance portfolio. Of course, these are issues that will crop up and that was due to crop up. Ritvik Balekar, India Today correspondent, joins us live for more on that. Ritvik, go on. Tell us more on this kind of cabinet berth tussle that's currently underway, which was likely to play out. We were sure that this would be the biggest challenge for Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. To have another party join them, the NCP, now would mean actually splitting and sharing the key portfolios, which mostly every neta is eyeing for. We hear Eknath Shinde camp is against giving finance portfolio to Ajit Pawar, saying that it was the same Ajit Pawar who ignored them while they were part of the Mahavikas Aghadi.
Absolutely, Nabila. Today, what we saw in the first cabinet after the expansion is that the new engine has been added to this double engine Sarkar of Shinde Fadnavis, and we saw Ajit Pawar also heading his team of cabinet ministers in first cabinet meeting. What we are getting out of this cabinet meet is that Ajit Pawar is very much insisting that he should get finance and planning department to keep with himself, and also he is demanding some very major portfolios which were allocated to NCP during Mahavikas Aghadi regime in last 2.5 years. He is also demanding power sector, he is also demanding irrigation, and he is very much firm on getting cooperation and marketing department, which is understood as the very important portfolio for NCP, because all the sugarcane factories, all the sugar factories, all the corporation sector, all the NCP leaders have hold on this sector. So he is demanding that. So what we are also getting to know is that Shiv Sena ministers from Shinde camp are not willing to give finance and planning to NCP, because in last 2.5 years that was the only reason which we saw the split in Shiv Sena, because they were saying that the allocation of funds are not done properly. Injustice is being done on Shiv Sena ministers, MLAs by Ajit Pawar himself, and they are very much firm on their demand to CM Eknath Shinde. They've also met him before cabinet meeting, and they are demanding that finance and planning department should not be allocated to NCP at any cost. Nabila.
All right, stay with us, Ritik. We're, of course, tracking these developments. As we see, there's a full-blown political war now between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has opened up a new NCP office near Mantralaya in Mumbai out of a bungalow. This is him playing out the optics to its best, taking the political war itself to the next level. In the first cabinet meeting after the expansion and induction of NCP MLAs, it was decided that Ajit camp is likely to get finance portfolio, finance and planning, cooperative ministries, and they also have asked for power and irrigation or higher and technical education department as important portfolios to be given to them. It was only yesterday when Sharad Pawar removed party working president and rebel MLA Praful Patel and the general secretary Sunil Tatkare for anti-party activities. Ajit Pawar hit back by sacking State Unit President Jayant Patil and seeking Jitendra Awad's disqualification. Not just this, there's a new headache for Aghadi now, with the Congress seeking position of leader of opposition, claiming that they are the biggest opposition party in the state currently.
40च्या वर चांगला नंबर आहे. मी बोलते, मी एक काम करेल, आज गेल्यावर व्यवस्थित बोलतो.
मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है एनसीपी का एनडीए में आना और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार का हिस्सा बनना, जहां एक और महाराष्ट्र में विकास को नई गति देगा, वहीं पर 2024 की दृष्टि से भी इन दलों का साथ में जुड़ना और कई और दलों का भारत के विकास के लिए एक मजबूत, निरंतर और स्थिर सरकार भारत के हित में देखते हैं, तो लोगों का जुड़ना स्वाभाविक है.
After the way that Ajit Pawar was humiliated by Sharad Pawar in June, when he practically gave him no alternative and he made Supriya Sule and Praful Patel working presidents. So he had been cut down to complete size. I mean, he was humiliated, and I think he had no other choice but to leave the party and break it if he could. And he's done just that. They will be fighting in the courts. They will be fighting in on the streets. They'll be fighting for at the ballot box. That's going to happen now.
त्यामुळं आज राष्ट्रवादीबाबत मी बोलू इच्छित नाही, परंतु ज्याची संख्या ज्यादा त्याचा विरोधी पक्षनेता होणार. काँग्रेसची संख्या ज्यादा असली तर आम्ही त्या दृष्टीनं निर्णय घेतला जाईल. विधिमंडळ काँग्रेसची बैठक आहे, याशिवाय आमचे प्रभारी येत आहेत, दिल्लीचे आमचे जे वरिष्ठ नेते आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर आम्ही चर्चा करून त्या बाबतीतला निर्णय घेऊ.
यहाँ पर थोड़ी ही देर में अजित पवार राज्य के उप मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं वो इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले हैं, लेकिन नए ऑफिस की चाबियां ही नहीं है. ये दरवाजा है लेकिन ये बंद है. दूसरा दरवाजा है, खुलेगा भाई, खुलेगा. नहीं, उम्मीद तो यही करी खुलेगा, लेकिन खुल नहीं रहा, चाबी नहीं है. आप खुलेगा, आप चिंता. ताला खुलेगा. महाराष्ट्र के विकास का ताला खुलने वाला है. चाबी किधर है? चाबी लेके, जिनके हाथ में चाबी है वो चाबी लेके पहुंच जाएंगे समय पे. लेकिन अगर समय रहते पहुंचती तो फिर यहाँ पर जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो इतने उग्र नहीं होते. निशानियां अपने आप में अलग ही कहानी यहाँ पर बता रही हैं. मंत्रालय के ठीक ऑपोजिट प्राइम लोकेशन पे ये पार्टी का नया ऑफिस है जो बनाया गया है. बंगले के बाहर पार्टी ने लिख दिया है राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस पार्टी महाराष्ट्र प्रदेश का ऑफिस. नाटक खत्म नहीं हुआ है. क्या चाबियां मिलेंगी, और अगर नहीं मिलेंगी तो कार्यकर्ता जैसे कह रहे हैं कि हमें अपना तरीका आता है, यानी महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में नाटक है जो खत्म होने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहे हैं. कैमरा पर्सन वैभव कंगुटकर के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, मुंबई.
All right, now after Maharashtra's stunner, larger NDA is in the making before 2024 polls. A day after JDS chief hinted at possibility of similar situations in Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa's announcement comes at a time saying that BJP will come together with the JDS to address core issues in the future. We will fight together. This was Yediyurappa's statement. It almost sounded as if that they're going into an alliance with the JDS for 2024. Meanwhile, it was Kumaraswamy who took a sharp attack at Ajit Pawar, or rather the Congress itself in Karnataka, while the NCP coup is playing out in Maharashtra. Commenting on that, Kumaraswamy says, we don't know who's the Ajit Pawar here in Karnataka. He may surface very soon. His latest remarks and the anti-Congress stance comes after, as quite a clear indicator that the JDS now intends to join hands with the BJP, and that could really be on the cards ahead of 24.
2018, 19, anybody dreamt that my government will go collapse? Same thing in Madhya Pradesh, same thing in Maharashtra is going on. Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that, actually, we have to wait and watch. I don't want to know, particularly name anybody. Anything may happen.
But how soon, sir?
It will not going to take too much time. Mostly this year end also it may create. Otherwise, after parliament election, it will create.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And we are Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
So you have, at this point, this playing out in Maharashtra, NCP coup, and on the lines of that, you have JDS's HD Kumaraswamy saying that it's very possible that there could be a sort of, or rather someone like an Ajit Pawar even in Karnataka. This is what JDS's Kumaraswamy says, while B.S. Yediyurappa claims that JDS and the BJP will fight together. He says we will fight together on issues. Didn't explicitly say that they are allying with one another, but that said, it's in every way a hint that for 2024, BJP and JDS in Karnataka will become alliance partners. All right, now Ruckus breaks out in Karnataka Assembly after BJP accuses the Congress government for failing to implement its poll guarantees. BJP and the Congress leaders engaged in a heated debate over this implementation of Siddaramaiah government's guarantees. While BJP accuses the Congress of cheating people and delaying its poll promises, BJP has staged a protest in Freedom Park, Bengaluru, which was led by former Chief Minister Yediyurappa himself, who demanded that the poll guarantees be implemented at the earliest. Siddaramaiah government was on the defensive, saying that they had already implemented at least 3 out of the 5 poll guarantees and assured that all 5 poll promises will be implemented soon. It meanwhile slammed the BJP, basically slammed the centre for not protesting against the centre for stopping the supplies of rice that was once given to the state, and this was done deliberately to dent the Anna Bhagya free rice scheme announced by the Congress.
Let them first do their dharna against Modi ji and BJP government, because they have deprived. See, the Food Corporation of India, rice is there. They are not giving that rice. First, let them do dharna against the central government. That is what Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Bommai and his team has to do that. Instead of that, they are just, anyway, I am thankful for them for propagating our scheme.
It's only a matter of procedures. Otherwise, we will implement them in toto. We have not said we are not going to implement. We have very categorically, we have said we will implement all the 5 guarantees. Government just, doesn't run as whims and fancies. They are doing their job, we are doing our job. We will go, see, we have promised the people of the Karnataka state that we will implement these guarantees. We have promised them and we are going to do it. We have already started the process. 3 of the guarantees have already been implemented and we will do the rest.
They can't tolerate the fact that Congress has hammered them in the election, and we've got a very stable government, and we are gone ahead and doing our programs at a quick pace. So unable to tolerate all that, they are behaving, in a very, in a manner which is, I think, uncalled for. I think to be a responsible opposition is something that I don't think they are able to, do that. So it's very saddening to see the way they're behaving. It's a sad reflection on the opposition that on the first day of a new government, they are protesting. So it goes to show how desperate they've become.
Whatever the guarantees they have given, about 5, they must implement it immediately.
Okay.
And about other 2 things, about Gohತ್ya Nishedh and common civil code. These are things we are fighting. And if they don't take action, after 15 days I will go around in the state. We will start a station in almost all the district headquarters.
So the Congress is criticizing BJP, saying that you don't have opposition party leader, but still you are protesting.
We are going to take action. Our all India leaders are coming today. They will consult the MLAs and they will take appropriate decisions.
And endorsement of the bills by a minister is there never heard in the history. This is a kind of misuse of the governance is happening in this government. They are totally misusing their powers. They are just trying to fleece the contractors, harass the people, put people into inconvenience. These people are not here for the people. It is not people-centric government. It is only chief minister-centric government.
So last question will again.
ನೋಡಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವ ಮುಂಚೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಲವಾರು ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳ ಘೋಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಘೋಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಫಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ. ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಜನರನ್ನು ಮರಳು ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಬಿಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಏರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು 1 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಾಕ್ರೋಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜನಾಕ್ರೋಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿದೆ.
All right, let me cut across to Sagai Raj for more on that. Sagai, tell us on what really is the difficulty for the Congress to deliver their promises. 3 out of the 5 they've delivered. What are the 2 that are yet to be, rolled out? We know the free rice that they've promised. They've translated that to giving money instead of rice to those BPL card holders.
So if you notice, the argument from the BJP is that much before the elections, when Congress had promised that they said that they will implement from June, but now they have not implemented. They have given dates for everything. For an example, Griha Jyoti, free electricity, you have to enroll yourself on the website, and thereafter you will be entitled for that, and that is applicable from the month of July. That is from 1st of July. Whatever the bill that will appear in the August for the month of July, probably that might not that might reflect the Griha Jyoti. And talking about Griha Lakshmi, again the women who were supposed to get 2,000 rupees, still the enrollment is not happening. There are a lot of technical issues that is not been implemented. And third is Annabhagya. Annabhagya scheme, the government have categorically said that they don't have rice, and probably they will try to deposit the money in the account holders, but till now that has not been done. And even for that, the government has said that they are collecting the data from the people, including bank accounts, and probably after that they will deposit. And the fourth is unemployment youths, where they will deposit the money till they get the job. Even that is the enrollment is happening, still not been came into enforcement.
Right.
See, there are dates which has been given by the Karnataka government when they address the second cabinet meeting on 15th of August. They will implement the program of Griha Lakshmi, and for Griha Jyoti they have announced from 1st of July. That is from this month.
So
the BJP is saying that when they don't have any kind of conditions which was been imposed much before election, why there is a delay now?
Absolutely. So the delay is what is certainly tainting the commitment that Siddaramaiah has made to the people of Karnataka. What they had promised to implement on July 1st, it's now well past the date. So far, those guarantees have not been fully fulfilled. The BJP really stepping up its attack as expected by the opposition. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Thank you for now, Sagai. On the other side, France now continuing to burn, riots on roads, loot of luxury stores and a police force that's unable to put a stop to deteriorating law and order. A detailed report right after a short break.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Pandora, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land. We have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip. You can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
All right, scenes of anarchy that's now playing out in France. France has been burning for at least the last 6 days and nights in a row. Riots and loot continue in various parts of France after targeting public transport, offices and library training centers. Rioters are now attacking the homes of Paris suburb mayor. In fact, the question being asked is France and across the world, how is looting Louis Vuitton, Apple, Nike store fighting for liberty and justice for all. In this fashion, even allowed.
France continues to burn for almost a week now. Riots on roads, loot of luxury stores and a police force unable to put a stop to deteriorating law and order. Protests spread from Paris suburbs to Marseille city, witnessing confrontations with the police. Rioters also targeted the home of Paris suburb mayor Vincent Jeanbrun, setting the car alight and launched fireworks at his wife and young children aged 5 and 7. The family were forced to take flight through the backyard, and the mayor said his wife had a broken leg and faced a 3-month rehabilitation. French investigators were seen on the site as remnants of the burnt car reflected aftermath of the mob arson at mayor's residence.
Il n'y a aucun doute sur le fait qu'ils voulaient brûler la maison, et de fait, à partir du moment où ils ont compris qu'il y avait quelqu'un à l'intérieur parce que des lumières se sont allumées, loin d'arrêter, au contraire, ils ont déclenché une salve de tirs de mortier qui était complètement folle.
At the city's landmark, Champs-Élysées, police reasserted authority with heavy deployment, managed to avoid looting from the premium fashion houses that line this grand thoroughfare. Dozens of arrests were made in this area. President Emmanuel Macron postponed a state visit to Germany because of ongoing turmoil. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, speaking to ARD television, said they were closely watching the unrest in France and are confident that Macron would successfully calm the situation. As the government aims to take control of this unprecedented riot, the world watches the chaos that had gripped France over the death of a teenager.
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with our entertainment special on the other side in the club. Do stay with us.
Swaying palm trees by the sea, a free lifestyle, a popular tourist destination. That's Goa. The golden mound of Radha Krishna temple with its saffron flag flying high is a refreshing change in this setting. Situated at the Bits Pilani Goa campus in Zuari Nagar, Sankol in South Goa, it's the latest tourist attraction of the region. The foundation stone for the Radha Krishna temple was laid in 2021 and the temple was inaugurated in 2023 by Jagat Guru Shankaracharya Swami Shri Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati in the presence of Chief Minister Pramod Sawant and members of the Birla family.
Devotees can now come to Goa and also pray and feel that Goa too has a lot of Indianness, and this temple in fact talks about what Indian culture is all about.
अनंतो कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक भगवान की परम पावनी कृपा से गोवा जैसे प्रदेश में ऐसा दिव्य मंदिर बनना ये भगवान की अत्यंत करुणामयी पवित्रमयी कृपा है और इसी कृपा से ऐसा दिव्य महल भगवान का बन सकता है.
The architectural splendor of the Radha Krishna temple stands out with its Nagara-style construction, showcasing the distinct North Indian temple design. Crafted primarily from the white Makrana marble sourced from Rajasthan's Kishangarh region, the temple complex boasts of 5 elegant shikharas. The intricate artistry, meticulously carved over 2 years, incorporates a harmonious blend of floral motifs, mosaics, and sacred symbols. Spanning a vast expanse of 3.6 acres, this temple gives a strong, welcoming vibe with an aura of goodness and peace from the entry point itself. The grand entrance, adorned with peacocks and lotuses, adds to the temple's allure, while the engraved lotuses on the ceiling captivates visitors. The front gate of the temple is called Singh Dwar, or the Lion Gate. To reach the temple, devotees ascend 5 flights of stairs, each representing a stage in one's life's journey.
It was 84 years ago that the first Birla temple in our country was opened. It was opened because the Birla family felt that the Mughals and the Britishers, when they were ruling India, they destroyed the temples. And now the 4th generation, KM Birla, has embarked on the similar journey. Almost 1,100 artisans were making sure that this temple is built over a course of 22 months. What you see inside the temple is beautiful white marble that has been sourced from the state of Rajasthan. Rajasthan is the birthplace of the Birla family.
With Aishwarya Paliwal, Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Diwali Patel and I'm back with the best from the world of entertainment. Let's begin the show by talking about Queen Bee, who is surely making the right noise. Yes, Beyonce is currently on her musical tour, and while she has already finished her European leg and speculations arrive she'll be visiting India for her concert, the singer is leaving no stone unturned to make her fans go crazy. Here are all the highlights. She is Destiny's Child. If you ask her fans, she surely runs the world. And if there ever were to be a petition to establish her as the queen of the world, her fans wouldn't waste a minute. While she may have Say My Name in the long list of her chartbusters, Beyonce is one singer who needs no introduction.
I would call, you would say, baby, how's your day? But today, it ain't the same. Every other word is a yeah, okay. Could it be that you are at the crib with another lady? I know you say that I was doing my thing. Something's going down, that's the way it seems. Shouldn't be the reason why you acting strange. Nobody's holding you back from me. 'Cause I know how you used to do. When you're saying everything to me times 2. I need you to tell the truth. If somebody said, then tell me who. Say my name, say my name. Say my name is around you. Oh yeah. Oh baby, you won't break my soul.
Beyonce has the entire world as her fan base with no age bar. Now imagine what if this sensation announces a world tour and then finally performs it in front of a sold-out crowd. Crazy, right? Yes, the expectations were matched as Beyonce kickstarted the Renaissance tour on March 10th in Stockholm. non-stop 3-hour showcase as she treated fans with some of her chartbusters. From Stockholm, the European leg of the Renaissance World Tour travelled to London, which was attended by our Desi girl and the global icon Priyanka Chopra, as she too considers herself a part of the Beehive. During her tour in Europe, from Pride flag hosting high in the crowd, to the Black Parade performance with daughter Blue Ivy, the highlights were really special. Meanwhile, before ending the European leg in Warsaw, she also travelled to other nations in the continent, and not just from the performance point of view, but even from the business angle. This leg of the world tour turned out to be the highest grossing one. It earned $154.4 million and sold 1 million tickets across 21 shows as per the reports, surpassing her previous The Formation World Tour in 2016 and 2018's On the Run 2 tour. While this might have been the perfect start, the tour has now moved to Canada and the United States and will conclude on September 27th in New Orleans after performing in Toronto, Chicago and Houston, among others. What's more, speculations are rife that the Renaissance World Tour might also bring Beyonce to India, and fans cannot keep calm. And if that ever happens, the streets will be packed and leaves will be taken just to see Queen Bee perform live. For the unversed, the tour comes in the wake of her 7th solo album, Renaissance, which was released in July 2022. With Ganesha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. My colleague Tushar Joshi caught up with Vidya Balan, who spoke at length about Niyat, her first theatrical film in 4 years. She opened up about how it's being compared with Knives Out, and also about how Bobby Jasoos, another detective film of hers, which turned out to be a flop. She further spoke about the pressure of social media to stay relevant. Listen in.
Welcome to Scotland, Mr. Kapoor.
मैं चाहता हूँ कि आज का दिन मैं और मेरे मेहमान हमेशा याद रखें।
Happy birthday. You know we love you, AK.
Hey! Thank you, Don Corleone.
मीरा राव, CBI. Mr. कपूर ने suicide नहीं किया है, उनका murder हुआ है। क्या? ये जो उसके सारे so-called friends हैं ना, जलते थे मुझसे। AK मेरा दिल बार-बार तोड़ता रहा।
वो मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा trust करता था।
आपका source of income क्या है, Mr. Mistry?
Whoa. Vidya, welcome to India Today.
Thank you.
Tell me, how awesome is it to be back in the theatres? What a great feeling is it?
It's a fantastic feeling. You know, of course, when Mission Mangal happened and was such a huge success, I was looking forward to my next theatrical, and then the pandemic happened. And then it's been 3 years already. So, 4 years actually. And when I heard Niyat's going to release on the big screen, I was like, also because it's the kind of film that you should see on the big screen.
Right.
You know, it's visually stunning. We've shot at some beautiful locations, and I think it's got the drama of a big screen film.
Absolutely. Also, tell me, you know, the pandemic sort of brought out the viewer in us. It also curated our palettes to different kinds of cinema.
Yeah.
Did you rediscover anything about yourself that there's a genre that I really enjoy, which I perhaps didn't know? Is it something new? It could be a foreign film, it could be a show. How did you sort of roller coaster ride that phase?
You know, I have to say that I love human dramas, but I like pacey human dramas. I don't like the ones that are very indulgent. So that's the thing I realized about myself, that I am an impatient viewer, so I need pace. You know, which is why I love the thriller, murder mystery genre. There's something that has you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
I love that kind of stuff. That's something that became very clear to me during the pandemic, when we were sitting home and just watching stuff and things like that. And I feel like comedies are, I don't know, I feel like a comedy should always be watched with more people, not alone. So which is why a comedy or a light-hearted film should definitely be consumed in the theatre. The others can still be personal experiences, but you know, yeah, like even your visually stunning films, your you know, your extravaganzas, like that. I think even comedy should definitely be watched with an audience.
Right, like in a theatre.
Yeah,
laughter is
the theatre.
contagious.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
But you know, you hit a very strong note when you mentioned Niyat and the fact that it needs to be seen on the big screen.
Yeah.
I think that resonates when we see the trailer.
Yeah.
Just the canvas and the depth and the sheer, you know, just the landscape of it all, and then the characters who come, and then there is a close-up shot of somebody speaking. Then again you go long. It's just a myriad of expressions and emotions. Tell me when the story came to you. I know how picky you are in terms of what you do, and I know if it resonates with you, then you take it, otherwise you don't. What was it, apart from the fact that Anu obviously...
Anu, of course, big draw. Abundant Share, big draw. But primarily the story, you know, because when I read it, I was like, wow, this is a classic murder mystery, and yet she's not your classic detective. So it's great. I love the murder mystery genre, and yet this was offering me something new within that. You know, of course, the plot is new, but every genre has certain tropes. It has a certain structure. No, within that, I thought I was getting to do something different. Like, she's not your flamboyant, stylish detective, you know. She's almost socially awkward. She's so not like a detective, except that she's got the sharpest mind and the most intuitive mind and the most... Yeah, so I think it was offering me this newness within the classic murder mystery genre. So I said, yeah, I really decided to do it like that.
And that's what you do with most of your films. It's that click of your fingers.
Right.
You know, I was revisiting Bobby Jasus the other day, okay, oddly enough. And I have to say, the effort you put into that film, it wasn't so much about the physical getup. You know, you spoke so much about that. It was written about it, that you put hours and hours into making sure every part looks so different. But the technique with which you played all of those characters, when that film came out and it didn't do as well as it should have, what did you go through? Because I can only imagine the amount of hours sitting in a chair, you know, playing so many characters. How did you deal with that?
I remember, Tushar, that on the day of release, you know, till then there was this feeling that, oh, the film is going to do well. You always hold on to that feeling, right? You also, during promotions, the media is very sweet. They're telling you all the best, trailer acha hai, blah, blah, blah. So all of that builds you up, right? The more you converse about it, the more you believe in it. But I went to a mall on the day of release of Bobby Jasus, and there were hardly any people. And my heart sank. I said, oh my God, this is not a good sign. And I remember we had a party at home for the entire team that day, and I came back and everyone was so happy because they hadn't been to the mall. I had an appearance at the mall, and I didn't want to say anything, but it was... I had a very bad feeling about it because all of us had worked very hard. It was a first-time director, a first-time writer. Dia and Sahil were not first-time producers. I think this was their second film, but it was a fairly new, young team, and you know, it really broke my heart. And I thought that I thought that, you know, there was a feeling at that time that this genre doesn't work in India. Because after that also, I think there were a couple of other films. There was
in similar
Jagga.
space. Yes.
Jagga that didn't work, and then there was that Sushant
Byomkesh
film.
also.
Byomkesh Bakshi that didn't work. So there was a feeling, but I think now it's a different time. Because now people have suddenly woken up to, for some reason, that genre.
Yes.
You know, because we're used to seeing all kinds of content. So, yeah, I think this is the right time for this genre to release.
Absolutely. And I also feel like, you know, the genre has so much scope because we also sort of get to be a part of the journey of so many characters. It's not just one protagonist, there are multiple characters. When the trailer came out, social media obviously had its own commentary like it does with every film. And the parallels were drawn to Knives Out, and the parallels were drawn to Agatha Christie and what she has put out. And I'm a huge Agatha Christie. I mean, I've grown up on all the books. What did you make of all of those?
I'll tell you, even when I've watched Hercule Poirot or I've watched certain other films in the genre, I felt like, yeah, this is a bit predictable because there are tropes that every genre employs. So when you see this murder mystery genre, this whodunit genre, there are things that will look similar. Invariably, this always plays out in a secluded place.
There's always that one isolated house.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, so there will be similarities. Of course, you don't get that much of a sense in a trailer, right? So people jump to conclusions because also today people are so quick to jump to conclusions. But let them watch the film and decide it's an original film by Anu Menon. And but like I'm saying, there will be similarities that you'll find. And that's absolutely okay.
And also, like you said, there is more than meets the eye when you watch the film.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in a trailer, you can only see that much. No? We can't show you the film in the trailer.
Absolutely. That also sort of leads me into this space that you have sort of made your own without making your own, which is your Instagram and the reels that you do. I mean, I have to tell you this, that if you have a dull day, you have to just land upon your page.
How sweet, thank you.
You put a smile on all our faces. And it just doesn't feel conscious, it feels organic. It just feels like you're having more fun than we perhaps do.
I do have a lot of fun.
Where did you discover this trait in you?
In London, shooting for Niyat. Actually, there was a power outage on set one day. So we were waiting for things to get fixed. And, you know, my manager asked me, she said, you know, do you want to do a reel? And I used to do a reel once in 2-3 months, and that was about it. So I said, okay. And I'd just seen this reel that I found damn funny. So I went down. We were shooting in a beautiful place. There were these golf courses. So I went there and I shot this reel where I'm basically trying to do like a sexy, almost like a bend down, and I get a catch in my back, you know, and that did so well. So I was thrilled by the response. But most importantly, I started enjoying doing the comedy because I've always wanted to do comedy and I've never really gotten a chance to do a full-fledged comedy. Tumhari Sulu had that, you know, and I loved it. I want to do more comedy, you know, so I think wahi bhadas main puri kar rahi hu.
But it's strange that nobody's offered you one because you do have that flair and it is so inherent. You know what I mean?
Right.
You just take to it like a fish to a water. I hope that people look at these.
I hope they do because I love comedy.
What do you also make of the pressures perhaps an actor has during promoting a film of, like you said, now you're not making reels to promote anything, you're just having fun.
Yeah.
There is this whole pap culture and you somehow have stayed out of it, yet when you come out and when we see you with the paps, you have a very warm, cordial relation with them.
Yeah,
and those little clips go viral as well.
I've known them for years now, right? I've been in the movies for 18 years, even before the pap culture existed, I guess. So I think when I meet them, there's always a nice warm banter.
But do you feel a shift in terms of how do you promote a film or how do you market a film or how do you communicate with your audience now than it was before?
No, definitely a shift. Previously it used to be interview heavy. Now it's more in terms of interactions with influencers or doing reels, creating interesting content for social media. I think that's what you're focused on during promotions, but I'm enjoying it because you know, I'm someone who's always enjoyed promoting, but in between, I think about a year or two ago, I started feeling like I'm done with this now because I think we're giving out too much about the films in our interviews. So then, you know, and I don't know how many people are interested in knowing about the process or or about anything related to the film before they watch the film, right? Unless you're doing like a Tom Cruise in a Mission Impossible and there are crazy stunts and that's what you want to go and watch. That's a different story. So I'd been feeling that. So I think this is a nice shift. And maybe if the film does well, then you do interviews post-release. I think then both sides will have more to communicate, right?
Absolutely. Tell me a bit about Niyat. I mean, you shot on these gorgeous locales, right? That's a treat. I mean, you're working and you're actually getting to do all of that. You also got to work with a bunch of so much talent and actors. What's the one memory of Niyat that you're going to carry in your pocket and be like, when you look back, oh, this is my fondest memory?
Oh, you know, in Scotland, when we were shooting at the castle outdoors, it was so windy. You could get blown. And most of the other actors were not well equipped, you know, because they had costumes that whether it was Shahana or Dipanita or Prajakta, they were all in these dresses, off-shoulder dresses, sleeveless dresses, and it was so cold. Poor things, I was very warm, I was fine. But also it was so windy, and we'd all be huddled together, rubbing each other's hands and backs and everything. That was so nice, and you know, we'd all like be talking all the time, Tushar. It was like a noisy classroom. There were times when Anu would just say, quiet! There's 13 actors and we all got along well. So we were all constantly bantering about everything. And we knew, at least even if we didn't know each other personally, we knew of each other. And there was just easy conversation, you know. So it was... But I think, okay, the fondest memory will be, we did this 17-minute scene in one take.
Wow.
And we did 21 takes of it for various reasons. It was a very technically tricky scene. But oh my God, how we supported each other during that was quite something.
I mean, just the idea of somebody doing that for so long, it's crazy.
The entire day, I think by the end of it, our jaws were hurting, you know, we were feeling like, because it was also cold.
Yeah.
It was, you know, whether you were shooting outdoors or indoors, it was cold.
Yeah.
Outdoors was worse, but even indoors, you know, you couldn't have the fire burning and stuff.
Absolutely. You also have a very special relation with your fans. You know, they have been with you through thick and thin. They have been with you through ups and downs. And they were also very transparent with what they like, what they don't like. It's almost a personal connect with them. For anybody who, I don't like to use the word reinvent because this question often gets asked, oh, she's back and he's back. It's such a cliche. But just for anybody who loves the craft and wants to stay relevant and wants to keep enjoying doing this, what's the one thing you would like to tell them, for anybody watching this?
I think that... I really don't have the answer to that, but I'm wagering a guess. And I feel that it's about doing things that you enjoy. If you enjoy it, invariably your audiences will. But if you begin to do it because it's the right thing to do, or because it'll, you know, because people will enjoy it, or because it has a better chance of success, I think then...
Right.
You know, things don't go the way.
Have you like said no to certain things because you've been told, because everybody else is doing it?
No, I've never done that. Never. And when I have, I honestly, whether or not to do a film is always my decision, like purely my decision. I don't take anyone's advice, and I'm very selfish about that decision, because if something goes wrong, I don't want to be holding you responsible. You know, when things are good, it's great. But if something goes wrong, I can turn around and tell you, you asked me to do it. So I'm never doing that. But also because I feel like I'm giving so much to a film, I only want to do something that I feel, you know, is worth that kind of investment of energy and time and passion and hard work, you know. So yeah, and
now we have a Vidya Balan film hitting theatres. I mean, what a bigger treat than that. I think Vidya, I hope that somebody offers you a full-blown comedy.
I hope so.
Something like, you know, Lucy. I mean, I've watched Lucy. I'm a huge Lucy fan. Your laughter is infectious, so is your personality. Thank you so much for this amazing
Thank you, Tushar.
We have a killer amongst us. कुछ नहीं जानती तुम हमारे बारे में।
एक दिन में बहुत कुछ खो दिया है मैंने।
You are turning us against each other.
यहाँ जो भी हो रहा है कुछ पता है तुम्हें नहीं?
long night and here we are.
क्या कर रही हैं आप?
क्या कर रही हैं आप? अपना काम.
Well, it's time for us to wrap up our episode today, but before I say goodbye, I'm going to leave you with the trailer of Karan Johar's much anticipated film Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani. I'll see you tomorrow same time with more on this and the latest from the world of cinema. Until then, keep watching India Today. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
bloody hell, तू पागल हो गई है क्या? हाँ, तो मैं कह रही हूँ गाड़ी रोक, तूने सुना नहीं? पहले रैप कराई अपने चुप कर, बात कर रही है तेरे से, कभी किसी और को क्यों नहीं बोलने देता है तू यार? चुप कर!
यार आप तो मुझे फुल चेकआउट मार रहे हो?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to objectify you. I was.
कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है जी. ताड़ लो जितना ताड़ना, देखने की चीज है, बड़ी मेहनत से बनाई है जी. ऑल नेचुरल, नो स्टेरॉइड. आज से
तो बीच बाजारी जब हुस्न दिखाने जाएगी.
भाई तुझे लगता है तू ही एजुकेटेड है ना? प्रॉब्लम यही है, तू ना मुझे डफर समझती है. चल आज तू कुछ पूछ के देख. गूगल के चीथड़े नहीं फाड़ दिए ना, मेरा नाम भी रॉकी रंधावा नहीं है.
वेस्ट बंगाल इंडिया में किधर है?
वेस्ट में, बट ऑब्वियो
ईस्ट में है. But
ये ट्रिक क्वेश्चन था. ये बात तो फोन पे भी हो सकती थी.
लेकिन फिर मैं तुम्हें चेकआउट कैसे करती?
पिघला के भाई.
What झुमका? Hold your horses. See, the problem is कि हमारी families बहुत अलग है.
रिश्ते का स्टीयरिंग व्हील चाहे अपना हाथ में हो, बैक सीट ड्राइविंग फैमिली करता है.
फिर क्या चाहती क्या है? मैं आके रह जाऊं तेरी फैमिली के साथ, तू मेरी फैमिली के साथ आके रहेगी?
तू रैंडम चीजें सजेस्ट कर रहा है कि तू मेरी फैमिली के साथ आके रहे. मैं oh my god, genius. It's a switch. 3 महीने के लिए तू मेरे घर पे और मैं तेरे घर पे. अगर ये सर्वाइव कर गए ना, तो शायद शादी के अगले 50 साल भी सर्वाइव कर लेंगे.
स्विच. दादाजी, 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 दादाजी.
ये श्री रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर है.
I know.
मात्र 42% वोटिंग तो हमारा नेशनल ड्यूटी है सिटीजन्स.
मैं तो वोट देना ही बंद कर दिया. मैं तो कहता हूँ आप भी बंद ही कर दो. क्या फायदा? शमीता तो है नहीं.
शमिता?
शमीता
कौन सी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से है?
बिग बॉस.
ना क्लास ना एजुकेशन, तुम इस लड़के के साथ शादी के बारे में सोच भी कैसे सकती हो? इन दोनों की प्रेम कहानी की औकात मैंने न दिखाई तो मेरा नाम भी धनलक्ष्मी नहीं.
खेला हो बे.
और तू सही कहती है, हम दोनों बहुत अलग हैं और कितनी भी कोशिश कर लेना हमारे बीच के फर्क खत्म नहीं होंगे.
फर्क तो खत्म नहीं होगी अगर ये रिश्ता खत्म हो चुका है.
घर नहीं तोड़ा करते.
पूछ रहा था लॉन्ड्री.
बेडरूम में जाकर अपना कपड़ा निकालो, मैं आता हूँ. बेडरूम में जाकर अपना कपड़ा निकालो, मैं आता हूँ.
गलत होगा आंटी, आप रानी मम्मी है.
It's one policy short circuit the fledgling electric two-wheeler industry could have done without. A huge slash in subsidies given to EV manufacturers from the 1st of June resulted in a massive hike in prices of e-scooters, and the result is for all to see. Sales of e-scooters plunged in June, with the two-wheelers no more an attractive proposition as they were earlier. The red-hot sector, which has seen massive investments in the past few years, had a bitter reality check in June. E-scooter sales jumped 115% in January, with healthy growth being registered all the way till April. Sales in May zoomed 148% on year, with customers advancing their purchases before the subsidies were slashed. In June, sales were down a massive 57% on month. In comparison, the electric four-wheeler market, which was untouched by the subsidy cut, saw a huge 88% rise in June, even though sales fell sequentially. The sales shock for e-scooters is a result of a huge hike in prices announced by EV manufacturers last month. The companies were forced to raise prices after the government slashed subsidies introduced under the FAME 2 scheme to popularize electric mobility. The biggest player in the e-scooter market, Ola, reported a 39% drop in month-on-month sales in June. It had hiked prices by up to 15,000 rupees last month. TVS Motor saw its e-scooter sales plunge by 62% to just 7,791 units. The company had raised prices by up to 22,000 rupees. Ather sales plunged 49%. The company raised its prices by up to 30,285 rupees in June. Bajaj Auto's Chetak e-scooter saw its sales dip 54%. It had raised prices by 22,000 rupees last month. Okinawa was the only outlier in the list, with sales up 2% to 2,615 units. Analysts, though, are treating this fall in sales as a blip in the long-term EV story, while the cut in subsidies is a big stumbling block. Experts believe the government is still intent on pushing the electric vehicle industry and shifting away from fossil fuels. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thank you for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin this broadcast with the top headlines first. BJP heavyweight B.S. Yediyurappa drops a bombshell, says BJP and H.D. Kumaraswamy's JDS will come together on issues to fight the Congress party. Prime Minister Modi talks tough before Xi Jinping. Pakistan Prime Minister and Putin in SCO Summit, calls for separate joint statement on terror.
कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं। एससीओ को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister meets Prime Minister Modi to discuss the Uniform Civil Code, says yet to receive UCC committee draft, assures no decision will be taken in haste. Khalistani army attacks Indian consulate in San Francisco again. Set it on fire. Second cowardly attack on Indian consulate in 4 months. US strongly condemns. Big breaking news coming in. Mega BJP organizational rejig across states. BJP announces new heads for states before 2024 polls. BJP names G. Kishan Reddy as Telangana chief. Bandi Sanjay removed as Telangana BJP chief. The BJP new state president Andhra P. Purandeshwari. Jharkhand, you have Babula Marandi. Punjab, Sunil Jhakar. Telangana, G. Kishan Reddy. Rajendra Attila, the chairman of Election Management Committee. There are some new names that are trickling in. Let's get clarity on this from Himanshu Mishra, who's joining us on the phone line. Himanshu, BJP names G. Kishan Reddy as the Telangana chief. Bandi Sanjay has been removed. There are some new names that are trickling in from Jharkhand, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab. जरा आप हमें बताएंगे कि ये नए नाम कौन से हैं?
देखिए बिल्कुल जो है आंध्र प्रदेश में
आवाज नहीं आ रही, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है हिमांशु?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। अब देखिए जी पी पुरंदेश्वरी जो है उनको महासचिव थी पार्टी की, उनको नई जिम्मेदारी दी गई है प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के तौर पर, और उसके साथ ही जी किशन रेड्डी जो केंद्र सरकार में मंत्री हैं, उनको तेलंगाना का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। बाबूलाल मरांडी विधायक दल के नेता थे झारखंड में, उनको नई जिम्मेदारी दी गई है, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है झारखंड का। और साथ ही साथ सुनील कुमार जाखड़ जो कांग्रेस से आए थे और पंजाब के एक बड़े
Can we re-establish the connection right there to Himanshu? We are getting some trouble with this connection over there. So BJP has announced new heads ahead of the 2024 elections. Big breaking news. It's a mega reject of the Bharatiya Janata Party ahead of the big 2024 elections. Interestingly, Bandi Sanjay has been removed as the Telangana BJP chief, and G. Kishan Reddy has been named as the Telangana chief. There are some more names that are trickling in. Paulami Saha joins us from the newsroom. Paulami, if you could give us clarity on the other names that have come in as far as Andhra Pradesh, Jharkhand, Punjab is concerned.
Well, basically four new party chiefs have been appointed by the BJP president. That includes from the states of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab and Jharkhand. Andhra Pradesh will now be led as party president D. Purandeshwari will be leading the party over there. So that is a change that has been made. As far as Telangana is concerned, which goes to post by the end of this year, Bandi Sanjay has been replaced by G. Kishan Reddy, who is in fact minister in the Union Council, and he in fact looks after the culture portfolio. He has been made state Telangana BJP chief. Also, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, Babulal Marandi has been made a party chief in Jharkhand as far as the BJP is concerned, and in Punjab, Sunil Jakhar takes over from Ashwini Sharma. So that is the appointment which has been made. Sunil Jakhar, as you know, very recently last year, in fact, entered the Bharatiya Janata Party. He had been a staunch congressman, served the Congress party for a very long time. In fact, had been the chief of the Punjab unit of the Congress party before Navjot Singh Sidhu was appointed in 2021. So he'd been party chief for a very long time, but he was miffed with the functioning of the Gandhi family and how they in fact had some sort of a stranglehold over the party, which he openly spoke out about because he's known to be extremely straightforward in the way that he speaks. Jakhar quit the Congress party in a very public fashion and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was inducted into the party last year by JP Nadda, and now he's been appointed chief of the party, the Punjab unit of the party. Very important appointment which has been made ahead of the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, and Telangana as well. For a very long time, speaking of Bandi Sanjay, there was a lot of internal rebellion against Bandi Sanjay. There were top leaders of the Telangana unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, would flown in to Delhi just a couple of weekends ago, had a conversation with Mr. Amit Shah and with JP Nadda, saying that Bandi Sanjay shouldn't continue on as the chief of the party ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections because he's not able to keep the flock together. That in fact included Etala Rajender, who is an MLA, and there was Kamardi Reddy, Rajgopal Reddy as well, who had in fact come in to Delhi, after which Bandi Sanjay was also called in to in fact have a conversation with the top brass of the Bharatiya Janata Party. G. Kishan Reddy, we'd been reporting about this for a very long time. There was conversation about sending G. Kishan Reddy back to the state to in fact steer the party into the Telangana Assembly elections that happen at the end of the year.
So Paulami, this is the latest coming in as far as the organization rejig is concerned amongst the states. Number one, are we going to see more names come in? Number two, what about the cabinet rejig as well?
Well, it remains to be seen because, for instance, G. Kishan Reddy being sent back, like I said, he is a member of the Union Council of Ministers. If he's being sent in to Telangana, to Hyderabad, to steer the party ahead of the Telangana Assembly elections, then you need him in Hyderabad full time. You need him to concentrate on improving the party's chances in that three-cornered election that is to take place at the end of the year, where the Congress and the BRS are obviously going full might and strength. So in that case, you'll want someone to replace G. Kishan Reddy over here. Probably you could hand over additional responsibility of his ministry to someone in the Union Council, because he of course is the Minister for Culture and Tourism. But there is obviously talk at this point of time that Bandi Sanjay, who is someone who might have not been liked within the local unit of the party as far as Telangana is concerned, but at the center, his his working style, the way he had in fact taken to the streets. He's considered to be a street fighter. He's been doing padayatras, he's been on the ground constantly challenging the ruling BRS government. That was appreciated a lot. In fact, in internal meetings of the party, the Prime Minister himself has cited Bandi Sanjay's work and said that you need to be hitting the ground like Bandi Sanjay hits the ground. So it is possible, Chetty, there's been talk about it, that Bandi Sanjay could then be accommodated in the Union Council of Ministers. Whether that happens or not remains
What
to
are you
be
picking
seen.
up from sources? Will he get MOS with an independent portfolio? Because that was the buzz going on for a while. What are you picking up from sources?
Again, it's not something that we know at the moment. There has been talk about accommodating him in the Union Council of Ministers. He could be brought in as an MOS itself. I don't think he would be given independent charge immediately, because again, he he is making his first entry into the Union Council, if at all that is in fact done. But given that it was being seen as some sort of an interchange of roles, G. Kishan Reddy goes from Delhi to Hyderabad, Bandi Sanjay goes from Hyderabad to Delhi. Many were speculating it would be MOS independent charge. Again, we don't know if Bandi Sanjay is being brought into the Union Council of Ministers, but there's going to be more rejigs as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, because there is talk also of bringing in certain top ministers who are currently part of the Union Council into the fold of the party and the organization, have them go back like G. Kishan Reddy, have them go back to the ground and work for the party ahead of the 2024 elections, and of course the very crucial assembly elections like Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Telangana that are to happen at the end of the year. So there could be
these states where the rejig has been announced at the organizational level now, Paulami, does the BJP foresee a tough election scenario, and is that the reason why this is being done?
Well, what the BJP is doing basically is focusing on winnability. It is going down to the grassroots, speaking to everyone in terms of its local units, trying to get their feedback, especially, of course, in the case of assembly elections where states go to assembly polls by the end of the year, but also looking at the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So this is an exercise that is happening across the board, where they're speaking to everyone, trying to get feedback from every worker on the ground in order to understand what are the party's strengths, what are the party's weaknesses, what about the party's leadership in the state, are they happy with it or not, could there be a better leader who could lead the unit into possibly emerging victorious in these elections, and of course in the Lok Sabha elections. So that sort of feedback and that exercise has been going on for a while. In fact, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, BL Santosh, they've been sitting at the BJP headquarters for several rounds of conversations over long hours that would have even gone into past midnight. This exercise in fact started after the Karnataka Assembly results were in. So they've been having those conversations at least after 4 to 5 rounds within themselves, which also included the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. They took that conversation to the Prime Minister. So as soon as the Prime Minister was back from the United States, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, BL Santosh met with him, and that meeting lasted close to about 4 hours at the Prime Minister's residence. So
let's also discuss the other name. Let's also discuss the other name, which is former Congress stalwart Sunil Jharkhand to head the Punjab BJP. Is this because he's a Hindu Jat face and he fits the bill better?
Well, Chetty, if you could please repeat the question.
As far as Sunil Jharkhand is concerned, has the decision made on the back of the fact that they needed a Hindu Jat face there?
Well, yes, they have taken every possible consideration into account as they, of course, made that decision. Sunil Jharkhand obviously comes from a community where they have to look at the possibility of, in fact, including the Jats in, and, of course, ensuring that their winnability factor goes up. Remember, in Punjab, they obviously face some sort of stiff competition from the Aam Aadmi Party. And then, of course, the splitting away of the Shiromani Akali Dal has not benefited the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, there's also conversation on the side, aside from all of this, that the BJP is in touch with the SAD in order to bring them back on board ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Now, remember that the Shiromani Akali Dal had split away on the issue of the farmers' protests at that point of time. Of course, those laws were repealed. The government went back on those laws. Now, of course, the SAD has taken a position, very clear position, in fact, against the UCC. And this government has made it clear that they want to go ahead with the implementation of the UCC and they're working on the same. So how are they going to reconcile these differences while they are having these back channel conversations in order to come together to take on, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress for the Lok Sabha elections from as far as the state of Punjab is concerned. Mr. Jakhar, of course, brings with him a lot of experience from the ground. He has held various positions. He has been a member of parliament. He's been a member of the Assembly of Punjab. He, in fact, has been Punjab Congress chief as well for 4 years straight. So he brings a lot of experience with him. He is considered to be a very powerful voice, someone who's seen to be someone who works with a certain amount of firmness in the decisions that he takes. He's very clear-headed about the decisions that he takes. At the time that the Congress had chosen to change the leadership in the unit of Punjab, replacing Jakhar with Navjot Singh Sidhu, it was seen as a big blow as far as the Congress unit was concerned at that point of time, because many who supported Mr. Jakhar were completely miffed with that decision and didn't understand what were the Congress High Command's reasons for having made that change. So Sunil Jakhar is no small fry. Of course, there might be some amount of disgruntlement with his appointment, given that he's been a staunch congressman. He's been in the party for so long and only jumped ship over to the saffron fold last year. So immediately after having jumped fold, 1 year into it, he's been made BJP unit chief. So that is going to be something that, of course,
the other name you mentioned, Paulimi, is Babulal Marandi, who is back as the Jharkhand BJP face. Now, tribal leader, acceptable to all. He has a mass face. Perhaps is the assessment correct that these could be the perhaps reasons why he is back now as the BJP chief in Jharkhand?
Absolutely. He in fact has a lot going for him in terms of course, the experience, again, like I said, in terms of having worked on the ground, in terms of having held many positions. Remember that the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha in Jharkhand is growing manifold. It's becoming this sort of a force in the state of Jharkhand that is becoming extremely difficult to challenge. Hemant Soren faces a lot of investigations at the moment, but that doesn't seem to have made much of a dent as far as his popularity is concerned. In terms of his position, he's not being scared away by any of these investigations. Raghubar Das, in fact, who lost out to Hemant Soren in the last Jharkhand election, was not seen as someone who could in fact keep the party and its position in a way that was strong, that could keep growing and could actually, have a sort of a standing in Jharkhand, which could keep challenging the Sorens of Jharkhand. Now, Babulal Marandi is being brought in for those very reasons that they want to see. The BJP has never shied away, Chaiti, from taking bold decisions. A year before elections, they've changed, chief ministers. Again, in Telangana, the case as far as Telangana was concerned, just to go back to that, many were saying, how are they going to change the party chief? It's too late in the day. Telangana goes to polls within 6 months' time. Why would they want to change the party chief? But that's the feedback the BJP has got from the ground, that Sanjay Bandi is not being able to take everyone on board and work with everyone on board, and hence this rejig, even if it means it comes at the nth moment. The BJP has taken that gamble.
Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs editor, is also joining us on this broadcast. Rahul, Pallavi just mentioned Bandi Sanjay. Are you hearing from your sources about a possible accommodation as MOS, number one? And number two, all these states where you're seeing the new names come in, is the BJP predicting a tough election scenario and hence the change?
See, the BJP sources have been saying for some time now that there were a series of meetings between Amit Shah, JP Nadda, the party president, and the organization secretary, Mr. Santosh. Now, the BJP wants to put a different step forward. The party has divided the country into three main sectors, north, south, and east. And what the party's attempt has been that to create region and sector-specific policies, not one-size-fits-all kind of thing. And that is why a series of meetings will be taken between the 6th to the 8th. And each region will be, Mr. JP Nadda will be holding meetings with the state leaders of all regions. Now, interestingly, the BJP also has been looking for a certain amount of fresh blood as far as its state entities are concerned. Say, for example, Jharkhand. Jharkhand was a state where the BJP did have certain amount of strength. Remember, when the new state of Jharkhand was formed, BJP came to power. And it has chosen, in fact, Babulal Marandi, who was the first chief minister of Jharkhand. The idea behind it is that if there is a mass-based leader who has got a very untainted kind of image in Jharkhand, BJP rank and file, it is Mr. Babulal Marandi. Babulal Marandi, in fact, unhappy with the BJP's promotion of Mr. Arjun Munda as chief minister, had quit the party and formed his own party, but later came back. He's right now the leader of opposition in the Jharkhand Assembly. He's definitely an asset for the party because there is no leader who is more popular in Jharkhand as far as the BJP is concerned compared to the might of the Shibu Soren and the Soren family than Mr. Babulal Marandi. The other interesting choice is Purandeshwari. Purandeshwari Purandeshwari has legacy. The BJP, again, in a state, Andhra Pradesh, does not have very strong leadership, and that is why it's depending on the legacy element that Purandeshwari is bringing. Her father was N.T. Rama Rao, one of the tallest leaders, and at one time one of the strongest anti-Congress faces of anti-Congressism. And that is why one can say that the BJP has made a choice in which can be called the best possible. It does deliver one of the strongest women movements in India in the last, say, 50-odd years, have been states like Andhra Pradesh against the Arak movement and others. So there is a very strong, dominant women vote, and perhaps the BJP hopes that Purandeshwari could well be a good choice. Largely, if you see, there is a certain element of either legacy or experience which has been bled into as far as the new state presidency is concerned. Now the BJP system is agog with the news that there could well be a change as far as the Council of Ministers is concerned. But the word is that it might be some bit of relocation for people, but that rejig could well be what is being called an alliance rejig. Alliance rejig means people, members of the alliance partners of the BJP, to signal that the BJP is keen on NDA and it accommodates its alliance partners. So you could well have somebody from the Eknath Shinde Sena and even the NCP.
Well, that's very, very interesting. That's extremely interesting. I think we should discuss more on this in moments from now, but I'm compelled to take a very short commercial break. Thank you, Rahul Srivastava and Pauline, for joining us for this big story that's defining the news agenda. We're slipping into a break. When we return, on the other side, we have an exclusive interview with the star cast of 72 Parade.
और वो भी एक नहीं, दो नहीं, 72 हो रहे।
You are watching India Today.
ये सीक्वेंस किस तरीके से था, क्योंकि अजित पवार ने बताया कि शुक्रवार को उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया था आपके पास में नेता विपक्ष के तौर पर, और उसी वक्त आपके पास में विधायकों की हस्ताक्षर का एक खत आपको दिया गया था जिसमें यह रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया गया था कि जयंत पाटिल को हटाकर अजित पवार उनकी जगह पे एनसीपी के लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी के नेता रहेंगे। दूसरी तरफ दूसरे धड़े की तरफ से भी आपके पास खत आया हुआ है कि उन्होंने व्हिप हटाया हुआ है। किस तरीके से ये कम्युनिकेशन आपके पास है? आज की स्थिति में क्या स्थिति है उसकी?
देखिए, जहां तक आज की राजकीय परिस्थिति है, उस विधिमंडल में जो विधिमंडल गठ है, उस गठ में से किसी भी गुट ने मेरे पास ऐसा निवेदन नहीं दिया है कि पार्टी में किसी प्रकार की फूट पड़ी है, और इसीलिए आज मेरे सामने राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी जो है वो अभी तक एक गुट के तरीके से मैं उसको देख रहा हूं, और केवल लीडरशिप के बारे में डिफरेंस है ऐसा चित्र मेरे सामने आज रखा गया है। तो यदि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लीडरशिप के बारे में विवाद है तो हमें निर्णय लेते समय हम किस रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को अधिकृत पार्टी का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव मानते हैं वो हमें तय करना है, और वो तय करने के बाद हम इस निष्कर्ष पे आ सकेंगे कि उस पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है, डिजायर क्या है, कौन विप बनना चाहिए, कौन गठनेता बनना चाहिए, और उसे रिकग्निशन दिया जाएगा।
Question that I want to pick up with Robin Rana is a statement that he's made to business today, which is leaving money on the table. Robin, explain the intent and the philosophy behind that statement.
Look, I've always been in the wealth distribution business in a way. I've always felt India has a big disparity between the rich and the poor. I've spent 2 decades trying to ensure that I can play my role in uplifting the underprivileged in India. I'm presently, as you know, building 6,000 homes for the slum dwellers of Bhavana. Bhavana is the second largest slum today in the country after Dharavi. We've already handed over 2,304 homes. I also run schools all across the country, educating thousands of kids, providing the meals, breakfast, lunch, healthcare, and so on. When I look at my IPO, I'm hoping that my IPO is helping the middle classes, the lower middle classes, people on the street make a little bit of money. So from my perspective, if somebody asked me, how do you rate the success of your IPO? To me, the success is not about how much money I raise, and it's not about how many times will this issue be subscribed at. What I'm going to be looking at, success in my mind, the measure would be if people on the street said, after the issue, people on the street said, Robin Rana knew he had great results, and he still priced the issue at a low amount, and he left money on the table. If they say that, then I would think my IPO has been a grand success.
What's the broader sense about the Indian market? We saw a bit of a slump, and clearly your IPO is, so far this year, going to be the largest one.
Well, look, investors want profitable companies, new age companies. They're looking for state-of-the-art companies that are redefining paradigm, which are changing the thinking of people. People are tired of companies whose entire model is just pure growth without any profitability. So that's the sense I'm getting, that people are looking for growth, but they're looking for growth to be accompanied by cash growth. They're looking for growth to be accompanied by profitability growth.
Since you meet so many investors all across the world, what was this? Was it just a tulip kind of mania where people were putting in money on just 10 slides of a business plan? Because that's what we have seen happen really. Many companies, again, no names being taken, where there is no possibility of profits ever, raising money by the bucket load. What was it? A euphoria?
Siddharth, look, it is a cycle. It's not just an euphoria. It is also how things are set up by the involved parties. So if you have back-end investors, if you have strong, large private equities, if private equities made an investment, they made an investment in India, and they made a call, and they invested X amount of money, and they have a cash burn in that business, as they're running a privately held business. What do you think they want? They want to ensure that at some point, they have a point where they can recover their money.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. This is a special telecast of an interview because with me is the cast and crew of Bahattar Hure. It's a film that is soon to be released and it deals with a very brave topic, and that is of terrorism and the layers to terrorism, not just in India but across the world as well. So I want to start with introducing the lead actor of Bahattar Hure, Pawan Malhotra, renowned with more than 40 years of career in television and films and theatre. A very recognizable face, of course, for all of us. Now, the face that you may not recognize but is behind this special film, Bahattar Hure, is Sanjay Puran Singh Chauhan. He's the director. He's a national award-winning film director. He's won it for this film, for his debut film, Lahore, as well. Another face that is a regular on news channels in the film circuit, co-producer of this film, Ashok Pandit, is also joining me in this interview. And Captain Gulab Singh Tawar is the producer of Bahattar Hure. So let's begin first with the director of this film, because when you hear of Bahattar Hure, you must have seen the trailer. It's a very gripping trailer, Sanjay. And abhi to humne trailer hi dekha hai, because that's the first glimpse. But it's already become controversial. The censor board has decided not to release the trailer in the theatres, but it has got a massive review on digital platforms. I watched it. It's very gripping. It's very unlike the trailers you see. Very unlike a Bollywood film trailer with the superimposition of images, with the brave subject you have chosen. Is this about terrorism? Is this about suicide bombers? Is it about the psyche, the human psyche of a suicide bomber?
So, ma'am, कहीं पर ट्रेलर के साथ में इरादा भी यही था चाहते भी हम यही थे कि जो फिल्म के अंदर है उसको इम्प्रेसिव तरीके से लोगों के सामने लेके आएं और ये फिल्म हालांकि बात तो टेररिज्म की करती है, आतंकवाद की करती है, लेकिन एक बहुत अलग तरीके से करती है। इसके ऊपर पहले भी इस सब्जेक्ट को एक्सप्लोर किया है सिनेमा के अंदर, लेकिन ये पर्सपेक्टिव बहुत यूनिक है जिससे इसको देखा है और न सिर्फ इसकी कहानी बल्कि जिस अंदाज में इसको कहा गया है वो बाकी फिल्म से बेहद अलग है। इसीलिए एक कलर पैलेट्स हो, इमेजरी हो, उसका एक ख़ास तरीके से नैरेटिव के अंदर इस्तेमाल किया है इस फिल्म को लेके। और हालांकि फिल्म सर्टिफाइड थी और हम इसको एक ख़ास तरीके से चाहते थे अपनी फिल्म का, क्योंकि बड़ी स्क्रीन के लिए फिल्म बनाई थी, लोगों के बीच में आना। बट लास्ट मिनट के ऊपर जो CBFC के जो चीज़ें आई कि जो मॉडिफिकेशंस के लिए कि अगर आपको सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए तो ये सब चीज़ें, तो उससे हमारा प्लान डिरेल हो गया और फिर कोई ऑप्शन नहीं बची और हमको डिजिटल पर आना पड़ा। जो डिसअपॉइंटमेंट थी, मगर एट द सेम टाइम
लेट्स टेक दिस क्वेश्चन टू अशोक पंडित, बिकॉज Bahattar Hure नाम है और it deals with, of course, terrorism and how suicide bombers lead with, as the narrative says, a belief so fierce it defies logic. But of course, you see the narrative that is being pushed already. That, and I want to ask you that, is this film targeting a religion, a religious community? Is it about, when you say Bahattar Hure, is it specifically to something? Will it spread hate? Tell us, Ashok Pandit.
Pooja, you see, from last so many years, we have been seeing that a narrative is being set by so-called intellectuals, so-called secularists, so-called, people, opinion makers of this country, whether they are in my industry, whether they are in media or anywhere else. thinkers, so-called thinkers, that anything when you talk something different, which is not as per their narrative, which they have said, their agenda, which is not said. So what they do normally is to target such films or target such work towards religion. They divert the entire seriousness of the film or entire seriousness of the creative towards religion so that it sounds frivolous. Now we have been saying this again and again. Sanjay has been saying, Gulabuji is saying, the entire unit has been saying, Pawan, all of us have been saying at the top of our voice, that this film is fighting terrorism actually.
Yes.
And let me put it very straight. It is fighting terrorism. It is saying that terrorism is cancelled to the entire world, to entire mankind, to entire humanity. So Sanjay, along with his team of creative people, has exposed terrorism and the effect of terrorism, the way the youths have been misguided and spoken lies that if you do this, if you blast, if you kill people, if you create chaos, massacre, you will get Jannat and you will find angels there and you'll find all those kind of things there.
So basically how you're radicalized, manipulated, that is what the film talks about.
Yeah, and it's not that we are talking against religion. On one side you say that terrorism has no religion. So when we are condemning terrorism, when we are fighting against terrorism, when we are making films against terrorism, how come religion comes in between?
That's a good point.
So people who are followers of Islam, who respect Islam, should come out in the open and respond to them instead of me responding to them. Why are you getting religion in between? Our religion doesn't teach us. So this contradiction, this hypocrisy of so-called intellectuals, so-called secularists of this country has to be exposed.
That's very interesting that this talks about how people are manipulated to carry out extremist activities, including that of suicide bombers. We have seen it in London, we have seen it in India and other countries as well. Now playing one of the lead characters is Pawan Malhotra, who needs no introduction. 40 years at least, Pawanji, of your career, starting from 84, 85, 86. Nukkad is what made him a face, but then remember, whether it was Black Friday, whether it was a romantic and a family film like Jab We Met, recently Tabbar, you've dealt with all topics fearlessly. Chahe wo 84 ke dango ki baat ho, chahe wo suicide bomber ki baat ho. But do you think in the past 40 years at least, you may have become more democratic to put out these stories, but in issues pe offense lene mein, everyone is very quick. Do you think you felt that? How did you think that I will go about it? क्या आपने second thought दिया जब आपके पास ये script आई कि मैं करूं या नहीं करूं?
नहीं, जब मुझे ये script सुनाई गई, तो same thing happened with Black Friday.
Yes.
And जैसे Sanjay approached me, I met him once before for his first film. Whatever happened, we couldn't do it. I immediately said, I'll do this film, but my dates are this. And he said, I'll wait for you.
They waited for you?
They waited for me. And then we started, and then there were few hiccups, not from our side. There were some problems with them. Then we had to wait again. Then I waited at that time. But I was like, yeah, I would like to be part of this film.
Why did you think that?
Because अगर आप देखें तो मैंने तो सलीम लंगड़े पे मत रोकी, मैंने रोड टू संगम की, मैंने ब्लैक फ्राइडे की, मैंने चिल्ड्रन ऑफ वॉर की, इस तरह की फिल्मों से हम तो जुड़े रहे हैं. और इससे ब्लैक फ्राइडे के टाइम में भी किसी ने बोला था क्यों करने जा रहे हो ये.
But you think it is important to put out this story?
There, of course, अगर सोशली रेलिवेंट फिल्म्स की बात होती है, जो बहुत सारे लोग जिनकी अशोक बात कर रहा है, जो हमेशा कहते हैं हम वी आर सोशली रेलिवेंट फिल्म हम दिखा रहे हैं या हम समाज के लिए सोचते हैं, तो वो बड़े जब सिलेक्टिव और चूजी हो जाते हैं तो यू कैन क्वेश्चन देम. आई फील कि भाई जैसे अभी एक फिल्म, बहुत बढ़िया फिल्म मैंने देखी, एक ही आदमी काफी है.
करेक्ट, बहुत लोग बात कर रहे हैं. हाँ.
एक बंदा काफी है. आई हैव नो ऑब्जेक्शन. इनफैक्ट आई लव द फिल्म. एनीथिंग रॉन्ग इफ यू पुट इट, और somebody can think that it's wrong, but I'm sure
let people decide.
Let people decide. And plus I'm sure this film, if it says that killing innocent people is not right, it won't give you any Jannat, I'm sure nobody will object to that.
And maybe
For
someone
me, this
watching
line is
this,
important.
did you think like of a social messaging that there are youngsters who are radicalized, they are manipulated, they are, attempted to be brainwashed, and if you watch this film, perhaps there could be some youngster who will realize that, don't take this step.
Yeah, possible, but I always say, इससे पहले भी जो इस तरह की फिल्में की हैं, it's not that कि one film will change the whole society, but ऐसे तो फिर बच्चा चोरी लोग चोरी डकैती कर रहे हैं, पर आप शुरू से बोलते हैं ना चोरी मत कीजिए, किसी को मारिए मत, किसी तभी एक दुनिया में एक बड़ा हिस्सा अच्छे लोगों का, इसलिए दुनिया चल रही है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग, बट द फैक्ट दैट बाहर आके देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन मार्क, यू थिंक अबाउट व्हाट द फिल्म इज, यू कैन डिबेट ऑन इट, यू कैन rattle your brains, whatever the subject is. That's very important. One more thing I want to say, with all this happening about the story, the director has shot it, the film is narrated so well. Nobody's talking about the craft of the film. It's beautifully narrated, it's beautifully shot. So
even
I hope people, those who are film lovers, please come and watch the film. Also, not only subject, it's the way subject has been told, the way the story unfolds.
So you are saying that it's a subject that has been told very differently, with a lot of craft and art in it.
It is.
And let public decide. I always believe it. It's important. Ashok ji, because it's the because what I was wanting to ask, I read somewhere you're set to screen this film in Jawaharlal Nehru University. And how is that coming around? How did you make that possible?
Well, Pooja, I'll just come to that. There's one very important point which we all filmmakers are very hurt, and we really feel very frustrated that I'm not bothered about what people outside my industry say. When serious filmmakers make film and we are branded as propaganda filmmakers, our films are labeled as propaganda films. We have been abused, we have been accused in major festivals, and they come out in the open and they run us down, they humiliate us. Now, this is what is dividing the industry, it's dividing the people, because we are facing the brunt, and that's why when these filmmakers, whom we have always respected, we have always loved their work, we have always fought for their in censor boards and all that, and they have started abusing us, probably, and I want to be very, very head on into it, and I want to tell them in the face that is it that this narrative of Sanjay Puran Singh Chauhan, or of Vivek Agnihotri, or of Sudipto Sen, or of Vipul Shah, or of Madhur, is this set of filmmakers making them uncomfortable or restless, that a narrative which we are narrating now was suppressed, was not allowed to speak, was not allowed to be narrated. So this is a very important factor for filmmakers like us, who want to tell our stories, who want to narrate our stories, which has been put under the carpet. जब हम अपनी बात करते हैं, जब हम अपनी ट्रेजेडीज की बात कर रहे हैं, जब हमारे जेनोसाइड की बात कर रहे हैं, जब अपने एथनिक क्लींजिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, जब हम टेररिज्म के खिलाफ बात कर रहे हैं, आप खड़े होकर बोल रहे हैं कि ये प्रोपेगेंडा फिल्म है, बड़े-बड़े एक्टर्स हमारे इंडस्ट्री के हमको
और ये तो सिर्फ आपकी बात भी नहीं है. दिस इज अबाउट इंडिया 2611, पार्लियामेंट अटैक 2005, यूके, यूएस 9/11. सो दिस इज अ ग्लोबल इशू दैट
ऐसे तो आप गिन ही नहीं पाएंगे. और जहां तक सिनेमा की बात है, आर्टिकल 15 भी अप्रिशिएट दो, Ashram we appreciate.
So basically, are you saying?
So then those who are not with this, there is something wrong with them.
Are you saying हर स्टोरी के बारे में बात कर लो, इस स्टोरी को टच मत करना?
अगर ऐसा सोच रहे हैं तो भाई
आप एक तरफ से कह रही हैं, आप एक तरफ से कहते हैं कि भैया टेररिज्म हैज नो रिलीजन, एंड जब हम टेररिज्म को एक्सपोज करने की कोशिश करते हैं, जिससे कि पूरी दुनिया जो है, पूरा देश दुनिया जो है वो आज आकार मचाया हुआ पूरे जमीनों पर, हम जब उसके अगेंस्ट फिल्म बनाते हैं तो हम हमको एक्यूज करते हैं कि हम रिलीजन के अगेंस्ट बात कर रहे हैं. यू आर क्रिएटिंग अनरेस्ट, यू आर misrepresenting a great work done by
misrepresenting films on this issue. Let's talk about the producer, Captain Gulab Singh Tawar. He's produced films earlier as well, but when you talk of a film like 72 Hure, and you can see immediately जिस तरह के response आते हैं, why did you think, Captain, that this is a film you want to back, finance and be behind?
See, Pooja, when I thought of getting into the industry as a producer, this was the first film which came across my path, and I saw it, I read the script, I spoken to Sanjay, and it was so impressive that it is the one story which has to be told. and this story should go to the people. And if you can, as rightly Ashokji said, as this kind of a thing, how the factory of terrorism is being organized and how it functions. If this can be told to the people and you can make the people aware of it, those who are affected, those who are the victims, and those who are becoming part of it, they also get killed in this process. So I thought this is the one thing which I have to do it. I took the challenge, I accepted, and we started working. But then there were a lot of challenges, and it started getting delayed for one or other reasons, and I don't know how and when it became a mission. So now it is not a movie for me, and for my team, I think it has become a mission.
And the difficulties that you're talking about is very important, sir, that, you know, why should a film face so much difficulty on an issue? And it's very important, the producer saying it's become not a movie for him, but a mission. But why do you say that?
It has become mission because when we saw it, we finalized it, it was having a lot of that content which has to be told. But then when we started talking, right from that point, we started getting challenges, we started getting obstructions, and in that process, when we were facing the challenges, we were trying to get through the obstructions.
But you went ahead, you said, ye to karna hai.
Yeah, we did it.
Ashokji, the film is being screened at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. It is, of course, known for, while a certain liberty, freedom of speech, we also know the sort of issues they may actually have apprehensions about, and this story could be one of those. Why did you think it was important to screen at the JNU? How is that coming about? What was your plan behind it?
Pooja, we thought that it's very important for the film to be seen by youngsters, youths, especially in those institutions where institutions which are politically also very active and who have a kind of a narrative there, we find different kinds of thought processes which function there in that university, and they are educated people. It's a very a university which really matters, and you have a lot of people in this country who are at better places. So it's an education, it shows the respect towards that institution. So it's not only JNU, we are trying to screen it at Jadavpur, we are trying to screen it in various universities to see to it that we come closer to the students' fraternity and ask them to react to the film. So the intentions are very pious, and it's very serious that we want to enter into especially those institutions, to be very honest, where we heard slogans which were against our country, which were against a system which created a kind of a hue and cry, and a very different kind of narrative was set. So we as makers, we as even politically active people, social activists who are also in the industry, we thought it's very important to touch that chord and have a debate and discuss on that and condemn or to stand against those very people who have been setting a narrative which is against our nation.
ये जो है ना उनको I feel उनके लिए थोड़ी बना रहे हैं. मैंने जो हाँ बोला है उनको I've seen people. Why are you opposing this? No, when so many people are there, they're supposed to be intellectuals.
Herd mentality हो जाती है.
When so many people are against it, that's why I'm standing here. तो आपको पता नहीं आप क्यों हैं. या मैंने देखा बड़े कैमरे और ये सब, लेकिन होलोकॉस्ट नहीं हुआ. या 21 जून को कोई supposedly जो लिख रहे हैं, जो बहुत वो माने जाते हैं, योगा नहीं होना चाहिए. क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए भाई?
ये एक जो narrative war भी है कहीं ना कहीं. You know, when a director is making a film like that, आपके लिए craft है, character, and Pawan Malhotra's character in that also interacts with 2-3 men. One tries to manipulate and say to you कि आप ये कुछ करिए, आपके साथ किसी और से बात होती है. तो ये एक network जो आपने इसमें दिखाया है, if I'm correct, if watching the trailer, was that your plan to show how it is like a chain trail?
उसके लिए film देखनी पड़ेगी. Please come to theatre and watch.
Film जो ये उस पहलू के बारे में बात कर रही है जिसके बारे में बहुत ज़्यादा बात नहीं की गई है। किस तरीके से मैनिपुलेट किया जाता है, किस तरीके से एक थॉट जो है वो प्लांट किया जाता है जहन में और सुसाइड बॉम्बर्स तैयार किए जाते हैं। वो किसी और प्लेनेट से नहीं आते, ईटी नहीं है, वो हमारे आसपास से ही होते हैं और हमें पता नहीं चलता है। हमने इतना ज़्यादा आतंकवाद को सहा है इस देश में, इसके ऊपर सबसे ज़्यादा बात करने की ज़रूरत है। लेकिन इस फिल्म को डिस्कार्ड करके या बैन करने की बात करके या जिस तरीके से कहा जा रहा है, कहीं पर ये सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि हम टेररिज्म को तो सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि फिल्म टेररिज्म की बात कर रही है। हमारे किसी भी इंटरव्यू में, किसी भी विजुअल में कहीं पर हमने रिलीजन को लेकर कोई बात नहीं कही है, लेकिन लोग इसके अंदर से उसको ढूंढ के निकाल रहे हैं और जो सामने नजर आ रहा है इसके फेस पर, उसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं कर रहा है। टेररिज्म को लेकर सब खामोश हैं
कि तो इसमें किस तरह से रिलीजन को या किसी कम्युनिटी को इस तरह से दिखाया, क्या ये है कि मिसयूज होता है कोई वर्ड या मिसयूज उसको बताया जाता है आगे मैनिपुलेशन के लिए? बिकॉज सवाल 72 हूरों पे आ रहा है एंड ऑब्वियसली 72 हूरे हैज अ सर्टेन कॉन्टेक्स्ट। अगर आप 72 हूरे नहीं रखते, कोई और सिंपलिस्टिक टाइटल रख दे, तो शायद आपको लगता है फिल्म वुड हैव बीन बेटर रिसीव्ड। इतना कंट्रोवर्शियल टाइटल क्यों रखा आपने?
देखिए, जब हमने इसके बारे में रिसर्च की और उसके लिए मतलब आपको बहुत ज़्यादा डीप रिसर्च में जाने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं है। अब जरा सी कोशिश करिए और आप देखेंगे कि किस तरह से ब्रेन वॉश किया जाता है, कौन सी जन्नत प्रॉमिस की जाती है फिदायीन को, उन्हें क्या कहा जाता है 72 हूरों के बारे में, क्यों वो गाजी बनना चाहते हैं, क्यों वो अपने शरीर पर बॉम्ब बांध के अपने आप को ख़त्म कर देते हैं और न जाने कितनी और ज़िंदगियाँ अपने साथ ले जाते हैं। उनका जो सबसे बड़ा रीज़न है उसके अंदर 72 हूर सबसे ऊपर है। ये एक कॉमन चीज़ है, हम सब जानते हैं इस बात को, लेकिन जब ये फिल्म में आता है तो हम लोग बात करने में डरने लगते हैं, झिझकने लगते हैं। यही रीज़न है कि हम उन चीज़ों को जो गलत हैं और गलत तरीके से इस्तेमाल किया जाता है उनके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं।
और आश्रम क्यों नहीं कंट्रोवर्शियल है?
That's a very good point.
I think that's कंट्रोवर्शियल है। तो भाई अब थोड़ा समझ भी दिखाइए और फिल्म देखिए, फिर उसके बाद बात कीजिए।
पवन जी, चलिए क्लोजिंग कमेंट्स भी आप सबसे लेना शुरू करते हैं। ये काफी ब्रेव फिल्म है। रीजंस प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर के क्राफ्ट पे या किस तरह उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया, पर जब एक एक्टर ऐसी फिल्म से जुड़ता है, इतना सेंसिटिव टॉपिक है, इतना रियल टॉपिक है, पर जब आपने इसको निभाने के लिए सोचा तो व्हाट वाज इम्पोर्टेंट दैट मेरे करियर में ये एक फिल्म मेरे लिए करना जरूरी है और उसको मैं इस तरह से निभाऊंगा? क्या आपके माइंड में उस वक्त चला? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं नैरेटिव वॉर में तो आ गई है ये बात।
पहली बात तो मैं कहूंगा, ब्रेव क्यों कह रहे भाई? हम एक चीज जो होती आ रही है उसको सामने रखे, इसमें ब्रेव क्या? हम कौन सा कुछ, और हम तो आर्टिस्ट हैं, अपनी बात कहते आए और तरह तरह की। मैंने तो आई बिन पार्ट ऑफ सोशली रेलिवेंट फिल्म्स, इवन बिहाइंड द कैमरा जब मैं प्रोडक्शन कर रहा था या एक्टिंग में भी करता है। हमारे पास बाउंड स्क्रिप्ट आई थी, हमें पता था हम क्या कर रहे हैं, यू नो किसका हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। ये भी बाउंड स्क्रिप्ट थी मेरे पास और मुझे पढ़ के कहीं नहीं लगा कि कोई हम किसी को गलत कह रहे हैं। हम सिर्फ ये कह रहे हैं कि इनोसेंट लोगों को मारकर आपको कोई जन्नत नहीं मिलने वाली है। तो इसमें मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, किसी को कोई ऑब्जेक्शन है इसमें कहने में?
Amir Bashir is playing another character.
Amir Bashir is another character. Kashmir का है, Muslim है.
That's true. Amir Bashir is also one of the lead characters in the trailer and who's done incredible films earlier as well.
उसके पास बाउंड स्क्रिप्ट थी.
And this is a socially relevant film and that's another actor's responsibility. Ashok ji, when we talk of like he's mentioning Ashram है या और भी बहुत relevant films अभी आई हैं, caste discrimination पे हो, violence पे हो, system के violence पे हो, they are seen as socially relevant films. While a film on Muslim fundamentalism or extremism that we have seen or jihadist activities is branded a certain way and is rubbished in a corner. क्या ये attempt है to change it, to maybe help people understand this is important, because people will be ready to watch this film and say this is, you know, one side.
You see, Pooja, we together are fighting, apart from making film and apart from, you know, making an interesting film on terrorism. To be very honest, we are fighting those people who have an agenda, who have a narrative against the current system, and they are indirectly joining things and fighting against people like us. So they are interconnecting things with whatever, you know, political narrative which is not suiting them. So these films, people like us, makers like us, actors like Pawan, a lot of people, creative people who have started making films which are challenging those narratives which have been set by those filmmakers, those producers who have been running a kind of a story from last 70 years. So today...
And public has shown so much love to a lot of films recently.
You are challenging, you are negating the intelligence of lakhs and lakhs of people who have gone and thronged to the theatres.
Eventually cinema.
Article 15 से किसी ने problem उठाई? नहीं उठाई. We are appreciating that.
An Indian audience shouldn't be seen as someone as foolish. They are intelligent to know which film is good or bad. Captain Tavan, your message for the public. Why should they watch this film? It's releasing on 7th July. Why should they go to the theatres?
Thank you again, Pooja. It's not a message, it's a request that, as I told earlier, we did lot of hard work, me and my entire team, and worked very, very hard, crossed all the obstacles, and we reached here where the film is ready to release in theatres on 7th of July. So my humble request is to come and give support and see the film and let us know what are your reaction on it.
Sanjay Puran Singh Chauhan, because this is your baby, you are the director. What is it about? Because I understand when there's a certain unneeded, unnecessary backlash comes, it can put a little bit of fear that I worked so hard on a film. Tell us and via us to the viewer, why should they watch this film? That it's not that one side is trying to put it in a certain box. It is not that. Sanjay.
मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिस वजह से इसको विवादों में घसीटा जा रहा है या इसके बारे में बात की जा रही है, उन सब चीज़ों से परे आप आके इसके कंटेंट को, इसके मेरिट के ऊपर इसको जज करें. और हो सकता है कि आप मेरे नैरेटिव से, मेरे फिल्म से डिसएग्री करें, मगर उसकी वजह होगी कि आपने वो देखा है. अभी आप बिना देखे उसके बारे में जो एक सर्टेन सेक्शन इस तरीके से फिल्म के लिए कह रहा है, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप पहले फिल्म देखिए कि कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि इन विवादों की वजह से कोई एक ज़रूरी बात जो हमारे को समाज में, हमारी सोसाइटी में हमें डिस्कस करनी चाहिए, वो कहीं पीछे छूट जाएगी. बहुत कम ऐसा होता है कि आपको वो मौके मिलते हैं जहां आप संजीदा चीज़ों पर बात करते हैं. ये एक वैसी ही फिल्म है, ये एक ऐसी चीज़ को जिसे आप चाहते हैं कि कारपेट के नीचे डाल दिया जाए. हम उसको लेके सामने आए हैं, आप उसको देखिए, उस पर बात करिए. मेरा काम एज एन आर्टिस्ट इसे सामने लेके आने का है, उसके आगे इस पर आगे चर्चा करना बाकी लोगों का काम.
See, audience reaction is important for any performing art or filmmakers. When we had a show in Goa Film Festival, after that the show got over and young Muslim boys and girls with hijab, they came to me and they said, we loved the film. So please watch it. 7th of July, come to theatre, watch it. You know, no film can make everybody happy, but I think I didn't feel anything when I read the script or when I performed that we are running down anyone.
I think it's actually sad that you have to even give that clarification. That shouldn't be needed. It's a film, and these are people who've been in the industry for several years, from Lahore to now, whether it's for Sanjay, from Nukkar to now, whether it's for Pawan Malhotra, for Ashok Pandit, for the producer. Decide for yourself. You are the public, you are the Janardhan, you will decide. And the film releases 72 Hure on 7th July. Thank you so much for speaking to us, for interacting, for giving us your views. All the very best to the team.
Thank you.
Pooja.
Jai Hind.
Thank you, everyone.
You are watching India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 30 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 27 degrees. Bengaluru, maximum 26 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 34 and minimum 24 degrees.
are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thank you for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Ahead of the 2024 battle, mega BJP rejig across multiple states. Bandi Sanjay removed as Telangana BJP chief. Ex-Congress stalwart Sunil Chhakar to head BJP's Punjab unit. Inside scoop on Maharashtra cabinet expansion. Ajit Pawar's NCP faction demands lucrative finance and planning portfolios. BJP heavyweight B.S. Yediyurappa drops a bombshell, says BJP and H.D. Kumaraswamy's JDS will come together to fight the Congress party.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And we are Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
Prime Minister Modi talked stuff before Xi Jinping. Pakistan Prime Minister and Putin in the SCO Summit calls for separate joint statement on terror.
कुछ देश क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म को अपनी नीतियों के इंस्ट्रूमेंट के रूप में इस्तेमाल करते हैं, आतंकवादियों को पनाह देते हैं। एससीओ को ऐसे देशों की आलोचना में कोई संकोच नहीं करना चाहिए।
Uttarakhand Chief Minister meets Prime Minister Modi to discuss the Uniform Civil Code, says yet to receive UCC committee draft, assures no decision is going to be taken in a haste. Khalistani army attacks Indian consulate in San Francisco and sets it on fire. Second cowardly attack on Indian consulate in 4 months. The US strongly condemns. Big breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's big statement. Ajit Pawar claims majority NCP support. That is a big one. Ajit Pawar goes on to say I have support of majority NCP MLAs. Now, the number is something that my colleague Sahil Joshi will be able to join us, or Mustafa will be able to join us on this, but listen in to what Ajit Pawar has said.
की काय आमदार आहे नाही असं वगैरे मी काही काळजी करू नका संख्या आमदार की काय आमदार आहे नाही असं वगैरे मी काही काळजी करू नका संख्या आमदार की काय आमदार आहे नाही असं वगैरे मी काही काळजी करू नका संख्या आमदार की काय आमदार आहे नाही असं वगैरे मी काही काळजी करू नका संख्या आमदार.
Big statement coming in. He goes on to say, don't worry, I have the majority number with me. This is Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar giving out a big statement saying that he's got the numbers with him. We have to see how Sharad Pawar also reacts to this, and Supriyo Sile, and how they react to this. But let's get Mustafa to get us a better perspective on the numbers and how many exactly is Ajit Pawar, who is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, now referring to. This is all boiling down to number, but he's claiming majority NCP support. He's claiming that he's got the numbers. We'll get Mustafa to tell us about the majority of NCP MLAs and who are with him, the exact numbers as well. He goes on to say, that as Ajit Pawar goes on to say, you should not worry at all. The majority of NCP MLAs are with me. This happened, of course, after the state cabinet meeting got over. So this is interesting that he makes this particular claim. Mustafa will be joining us with a better perspective on that. Let's get our reporters to get us the exact numbers that they are talking about. Earlier, remember, on 2nd June, when the story broke out, which was day before yesterday, NCP had split with Ajit Pawar and 8 other MLAs, including big names, in fact, like Chhagan Bhujbal, Dilip Walse Patil, Hassan Mushrif. They all joined the Eknath Shinde government. And now Ajit Pawar is, in fact, Praful Patel as well. In fact, Ajit Pawar now says that he's got the most amount of NCP MLA support with him. Interesting turn of events. We'll get you more details in terms of the exact numbers once our reporters join us on this program. Okay, breaking news coming in. Sharad Pawar has spoken to India Today. Pawar Senior has lashed out at his nephew, Ajit Pawar. Pawar Senior warns NCP rebels against using his picture. Pawar says, only the real NCP can use my photo. So that's a big one coming in right there. Sharad Pawar miffed at NCP MLAs who using his picture and says only the real NCP, which he considers his party, can use his photograph, can use the photograph of Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar, who is Pawar Senior, has lashed out at Ajit Pawar, who is his nephew. He has spoken exclusively to India Today. Sahil Joshi joins us with all the latest. Sahil, this is extremely interesting drama. Number one, Ajit Pawar going on to say that I've got the support of majority MLAs. So now, what are you picking up from sources in terms of the number that Ajit Pawar has? Secondly, this is now a war as far as who is the real NCP? A deja vu moment from the Shiv Sena war that we saw. Okay, I'm being told Sahil Joshi is no longer with us and he's going to be joining us in moments from now. I'm requesting the producers to re-establish the connection right there to Sahil Joshi, who's got his finger on the pulse when it comes to all these latest developments. The latest news coming in at the moment is Sharad Pawar has spoken to India Today. While speaking to India Today, he lashed out at his nephew Ajit Pawar. Sharad Pawar ended up warning the NCP rebels against using his picture. Pawar said, only the real NCP can use my photo. He's been very clear about that. And now Maharashtra stares at a deja vu moment. First you saw Sena versus Sena. when you had two factions of Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray and you had Eknath Shinde, and now you're staring at NCP versus NCP, which is Pawar versus Pawar, between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. And Sharad Pawar has been extremely strict and clear. Do not use my picture. Only the real NCP can use my photo. That is what Sharad Pawar has told India Today exclusively. The Maharashtra political potboiler, latest. All right, Sahil Joshi is with us again. Sahil, very interesting developments coming in. Number one, when Ajit Pawar claims that he's got the majority of MLAs with him, how many is he referring to? What are your sources saying? And number two, this is a deja vu moment where you're seeing Pawar versus Pawar play out. And who is the real NCP play out right here?
Well, at this point of time, the biggest story is that Sharad Pawar has come up with a statement while speaking to me over the phone that, do not, he has requested the other fraction not to use his photograph, because he says that, the people who are not in align with his philosophy, his thinking, his political ideology should not be using his photograph. Secondly, he has also made it very clear that he is the president of the Nationalist Congress Party, the national president of Nationalist Congress Party, and his party's state president is Jayant Patil. So the people who are aligned with Jayant Patil only can use his photograph. Till the time he's alive, his permission should be taken before using his photograph at this point of time. There is already a lot of confusion among the NCP cadres whether there have been talks whether Sharad Pawar is secretly supporting Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar in this coup. But he wants to make it very clear that no, there is a clear demarcation between the Sharad Pawar fraction and the people who are claiming now to be the real NCP. He has seen what happened with Shiv Sena, late Shiv Sena Supremo Balasaheb Thackeray's photograph, in which his photograph has been used by MNS, his photograph has been used by the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, and of course even Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena is using his photographs. So that is creating a lot of confusion among people. So Pawar has made it very clear that his photograph should not be used. Now, as far as the MLAs are concerned, it's been claimed by the Ajit Pawar fraction that they have the majority of the MLAs with them. The letter which was submitted to the speaker carried signatures of more than 30 MLAs, and now they're claiming that they have almost 40 MLAs with him. That's what Ajit Pawar has claimed today after the cabinet meeting. But the main important point which is creating issues is the portfolio distribution, which has not yet happened, which was supposed to happen today, but it's likely that there are certain things which need to be sorted out and which will happen soon.
Now, you speak about certain things that need to be sorted out. Have they? Where does Rahul Narvekar, who is the speaker, stands in terms of sorting out this entire issue is concerned?
Well, Rahul Narvekar had made it very clear that no timeline can be enforced on him. It took a lot of time for the court to settle this particular issue. It took 6 months for Election Commission to settle this issue. So, of course, even the Speaker's office is going to take its own time. More importantly, they will have to decide first. The Speaker's office will have to decide first that on which side the NCP group will sit. Will it sit on the side of opposition? Will it sit on the side of the government? That is what is going to be the problem, and it looks like that he's not going to decide on whose whip is the real whip. Is it Ajit Pawar fraction's whip is the real whip, or the whip issued by the Sharad Pawar fraction? That is going to be tricky, and that I don't think right now he will be getting into it, because it's very clear after constitutional bench judgment that the whip will have to be decided by the political party. It is appointed. The whip is appointed by the wishes of the political party, and that is who is the real political party needs to be defined, and that will take time. So the situation of confusion will continue. Meanwhile, Sharad Pawar has made it clear to the other fraction that do not use his photographs on their the boards or the posters or the hoardings, because today the Ajit Pawar fraction opened their new office. This is what is happening at this point of time. So tomorrow is going to be the D-Day, the 5th July, on the day when both the fractions...
Sorry about the interruption, Sahil, right there. We have to cut live to the press conference by the Ministry of External Affairs.
Sir, may I request you to make an opening remark? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to friends from the media. India, under our first ever presidency of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, hosted and we just concluded the 23rd meeting of the SCO Council of Heads of State earlier today. The summit was held in the virtual format. The meeting was chaired by Honorable Prime Minister and was attended by the Presidents of Kazakhstan, China, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Prime Minister of Pakistan. Heads of state of SCO observers, namely Iran, Belarus, and Mongolia and Turkmenistan, participated as guest of the chair. Heads of two permanent standing bodies of the SCO, Secretary General of SCO and Director SCO Regional Anti-Terrorist Structure, RATS, plus heads of international and regional organizations including the UN Secretary General, heads of SICA, that is Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building in Asia, CSTO, Collective Security Treaty Organization, CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, and Eurasian Economic Commission. They also attended the meeting. You all would have heard Honorable Prime Minister's remarks that were telecast live. To briefly capture a sense of it, Prime Minister underlined the India's contribution to SCO, especially in the last 6 years as member state, highlighted the new spheres of cooperation introduced and nurtured by India in the SCO, especially in the field of startup and innovation, traditional medicine, youth empowerment, digital inclusion, and shared Buddhist heritage of SCO member states. Need to work together to eliminate the menace of terrorism in the region and globally, in consistency with Article 1 of the SCO Charter. Equally and condemn terrorism and eliminate safe havens, flow of finance to such activities. Fight against terrorism as the basic mandate of SCO still remains a central goal of SCO, something that was underlined, emphasized by the Honorable Prime Minister and also echoed in the room by other countries. In terms of the flow of discussions and the points that were covered by different leaders at this summit, all of them exchanged views on the topical regional and international issues, on how to further deepen cooperation among the SCO member states within the SCO format, the issue of what proposals should be taken up for the reform and modernization of the organization, and also the common issues that concerning the region as also the organization. All the leaders welcomed the completion of procedure for Iran to join as the organization's full member state. Prime Minister also congratulated President Raisi on this occasion. The leaders also welcomed the decision on signing the Memorandum of Obligation of Belarus to join the organization as a member state. The process of Belarus membership will be completed by 2024 SCO Summit next year. As the outcome of the summit, the leaders adopted the New Delhi Declaration and two thematic joint statements, one on cooperation in countering radicalization leading to separatism, extremism and terrorism, and the second one on cooperation in the field of digital transformation. Besides, the leaders also signed a total of 10 decisions. Those decisions would be available to you separately. Essentially, a set of outcomes that are aimed at furthering the cooperation among the SCO member states in order to fulfill its objectives. You would all be aware that when India assumed the presidency of SCO in September last year, after the Samarkand summit of SCO, Prime Minister Modi had articulated India's priority for the SCO chair with the theme of towards a secure SCO. Secure standing for security, economic development, connectivity, unity, respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, and environmental protection. It provides essentially the template of our endeavors and the action that we took under our presidency. All our initiatives and proposals that we put forward during the SCO meetings in the time frame of our presidency were essentially structured and choreographed around this core objective of secure SCO, and our intention to open up new areas of cooperation and intensify engagement within the SCO was also built around it. At the India's initiative, 2 new mechanisms were created in SCO. We have spoken about this in the past also, namely the Special Working Group on Startups and Innovation and Expert Level Working Group on Traditional Medicine. The first meetings of these 2 working groups would be held towards the latter part of this year, and that would be aimed at framing cooperation among the SCO member states in these 2 areas. During our presidency, India hosted more than 134 events in the last 9 months. Unprecedented level of engagement with the dialogue partners and observers of SCO was also an essential component of it. There were in total, as part of our presidency, 15 ministerial level meetings and 4 heads of agency meetings across different areas, and the outcomes and decisions of those ministerial meetings have been captured in the various outcome documents of the SCO. I would just highlight 5 initiatives that were proposed by India and adopted at these ministerial level meetings under India's presidency. The first was on the concept of the development of digital public infrastructure, DPIs, for the promotion of digital technologies among the population, in particular digital inclusion and innovation. This is something which found mention and was echoed by almost all the leaders in today's summit proceedings. 2, on the cooperation among the SCO member states on emerging fuels. 3, on challenges, working together to combat the challenges of climate change, plastic pollution, marine plastic litter, air pollution, with focus on resource efficiency and circular economy. Related to that, but in a more action-oriented sequence, decarbonizing the transport infrastructure, promoting digital transformation and innovative technologies, again for efficiency and higher sustainability through cooperation among the SCO member states. And lastly, the first ever report on digital financial inclusion policies of the SCO member states. Besides, digital financial inclusion policies in the SCO member states. There was also a substantial segment of socio-cultural activities during India's presidency. This included SCO Millets Festival, I think it was in Mumbai, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. SCO Film Festival, SCO Cultural Showcasing at Surajkund Mela, SCO Tourism Mart, SCO Conference on Traditional Medicine. This was in the business-to-business format. And all these initiatives and events held under India's presidency received quite remarkable and robust response from the SCO member states. As I just earlier on mentioned, we also organized several activities that were focused on the youth populations within the SCO countries, events like Young Scientists Conclave, Young Authors Conclave, SCO Young Resident Scholars Program, SCO Startup Forum, SCO Youth Council, SCO Conference on the Role of Youth in Community Development. The idea essentially is that you broad base the substance of cooperation among the SCO member states, add stakeholders that are other than the government also, ensure their participation in a manner that essentially strengthens the cooperation among the SCO member states. The colorful events in the framework of first tourist and cultural capital of SCO at Varanasi deserves a special mention, as we showcased the civilizational heritage and the culture through Varanasi. There were several festivals which was hosted as part of these celebrations. We also hosted again as a part of highlighting another segment of our civilizational heritage.
The Foreign Secretary's press address right there. We're slipping into a break. When we return, ahead of 2024 battle, mega BJP rejig across multiple states. Bandi Sanjay removed the Telangana BJP chief, former Congress stalwart Sunil Chakar, to head the BJP Punjab unit.
You are watching India Today.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Pandora, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land. We have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip. You can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
IIT Delhi tops the chart when it comes to best government engineering colleges in the country, while BITS Pilani is the topper for private engineering colleges. Among the top 50 institutions in the world for engineering and technology education as per the QS World University Rankings by subject 2023, IIT Delhi has kept its game razor sharp by finding the perfect sync between industry-oriented innovation and pure research fundamentals. Set up in 1961, IIT Delhi has always believed in inculcating a strong entrepreneurial mindset in its students and training them to think out of the box. This is what has enabled the institute to become an education brand known around the world, incubating the best minds and putting them out in time to harvest all technology-led revolutions of recent decades. Department of Architecture and Planning of IIT Roorkee retains its top position for architecture, and so does School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, at second post. Vijayawada SPA, however, moved a step forward to third position from number 4 in 2022. The Department of Architecture and Planning in IIT Roorkee was set up in 1956 and is one of the oldest to offer the Bachelors of Architecture degree in the country. The department currently has 164 students doing Bachelors of Architecture, 50 in the Master's program, and 117 students carrying out doctoral research. Backed by strong institutional support, a highly skilled faculty, and a student community known for their creativity, the entire ecosystem is now geared to adapt to the latest advances in technology.
Watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Heavy rainfall lashes Delhi NCR. Heavy rainfall leaves Gurgaon roads waterlogged. Few hours of rainfall and Gurgaon has been flooded again. Massive traffic snarls after waterlogging in Gurgaon. Look at that. These are the visuals coming in from Gurgaon. You see this person. He's on a boat while there is traffic passing through him. These are scenes coming in from Gurgaon in Haryana. Heavy rainfall has lashed Delhi NCR, and the crumbling infrastructure is for all to see. So you see a few hours of rain, and this is the state of the national capital and NCR region as well. Massive traffic jams, lots of waterlogging. The infrastructure and the crumbling of infrastructure becomes very evident when you have heavy rainfall. But it's just been a few hours of rainfall. It's not like it's been raining for many days. And this is what the city looks like when there is few hours of rainfall, and hence the questions arise on the administration in terms of why does the infrastructure really fail. Heavy rainfall has lashed Delhi NCR. Heavy rains have left Gurgaon roads waterlogged. You can see the traffic snarls. You can see the difficulty for the cars and the vehicles to wade through knee-deep water. Just a few hours of rainfall, and Gurugram has been flooded yet again. Massive traffic jams after waterlogging in Gurugram. नीरज वशिष्ठ is now joining us for the latest. नीरज जी क्या हो रहा है गुरुग्राम में? यहाँ पे सारे जो गाड़ियाँ हैं उनको तकलीफ हो रही है, लोगों को तकलीफ हो रही है, बाइक वालों को तकलीफ हो रही है, ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इसका जो है पूरा एक्सपोज हो गया है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए 2016 के महाजाम के बाद से करोड़ों रुपए खर्च किए गए थे वाटर लॉगिंग जैसी समस्या से निपटने के लिए, जाम जैसी समस्या से निपटने के लिए, लेकिन हर मानसून के अंदर ये स्थिति देखनी पड़ती है, जबकि NH48 से लगते नरसिंहपुर इलाके के अंदर जल भराव जैसी स्थिति का सामना करना पड़ता है और इसी के चलते वाहनों के जो रफ्तार है वो थोड़ी धीमी होती है और रफ्तार धीमी होने के चलते जो जाम है वो तकरीबन 4 से 5 किलोमीटर लंबा अभी भी जाम लगा हुआ है। राजीव चौक तक ये जाम लग चुका है। हालांकि जिला प्रशासन के तमाम अधिकारी अब मौके पर पहुंचे हैं और पंप सेट की सहायता से ये वाटर लॉगिंग जैसी समस्या को खत्म करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, लेकिन समय रहते अगर इस तरह की पहले कार्रवाई की जाए जिला प्रशासन की तरफ से तो इस तरह की मुश्किलात का सामना न करना पड़े। जी
नहीं जी बिल्कुल। और दिल्ली का क्या हाल है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो बारिश है वो दिल्ली NCR के अंदर ये दर्ज की गई थी, काफी मूसलाधार बारिश दर्ज की गई थी, काफी दिनों से उमस भरी गर्मी जारी थी। हालांकि लोगों को गर्मी से राहत जरूर मिली है, लेकिन वाटर लॉगिंग की समस्या से लोगों को दो चार होना पड़ रहा है और अब चूंकि नौकरी पेशा वाले लोग अपने घर जाने के लिए तैयार हैं, इसके चलते भी जाम की स्थिति काफी बदतर हो सकती है, भयानक हो सकती है। हालांकि ट्रैफिक पुलिस के जो कर्मी हैं वो जरूर नेशनल हाईवे से लगते इलाकों में मौजूद हैं और ट्रैफिक को सुचारू तौर पर चलाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, लेकिन जब तक वाटर लॉगिंग की समस्या का समाधान नहीं होगा तब तक ये जाम इस तरह से ही लगता रहेगा। जिला उपायुक्त ने एक हफ्ते पहले ये दावा किया था कि तमाम ऐसी स्थिति में जबकि मूसलाधार बारिश होगी नोडल अधिकारी नियुक्त किए जाएंगे, नगर निगम के अधिकारी नियुक्त किए जाएंगे, GMD के अधिकारी नियुक्त किए जाएंगे, लेकिन 2 घंटे की महज बारिश के बाद जो सूरत हाल है, जो तस्वीरें हैं वो काफी परेशान कर देने वाली हैं।
जी बिल्कुल। Thanks for joining us with those updates right there. We'll come back to what is happening in the national capital and we are joining NCR region as well in moments from now. Mega BJP organizational rejig across the states. BJP has announced new heads for the states ahead of 2024 elections. G. Kishan Reddy has been named as Telangana BJP chief. Bandi Sanjay has been removed from the post. Former Congress stalwart Sunil Jhakar has been appointed as the Punjab BJP chief. Babulal Marandi has been appointed as Jharkhand BJP chief. Purandeshwari has been given BJP chief designation in Andhra Pradesh. After the Maharashtra stunner, larger NDA is in the making before 2024 polls. Day after JDS chief hinted at a possibility of a similar situation in Karnataka, PS Yediyurappa's big announcement says BJP will come together with the JDS to address core issues in the state in future. Kumaraswamy took a sharp jibe at Ajit Pawar, whose controversial split from the NCP to the BJP has weakened Sharad Pawar's hold on the NCP. His latest remarks, an anti-Congress stance, comes as another clear indication that JDS intends to never go with the grand old party, while joining hands with the BJP can be on the cards still. So what's really buzzing in the state of Karnataka?
2018, 19, anybody dreamt that my government will go collapse? Same thing in Madhya Pradesh, same thing in Maharashtra is going on. Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that actually we have to wait and watch. I don't want to know particularly name anybody. Anything may happen.
But how soon, sir?
It will not going to take too much time. Mostly this year end also it may create. Otherwise after parliament election it will create.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
Ruckus breaks out in Karnataka Assembly after BJP accuses Congress government for failing to implement poll guarantees. BJP and Congress leaders engaged in a heated debate over the implementation of Siddaramaiah government's poll guarantees. While BJP accuses Congress of cheating people and delaying its poll promises, BJP has staged a protest in Freedom Park in Bengaluru that was led by former Chief Minister Yediyurappa, who demanded that the poll guarantees be implemented at the earliest. Siddaramaiah government was on the defensive, saying they had already implemented 3 out of the 5 guarantees and assured that all 5 poll promises would be implemented. It slammed BJP for not protesting for rice from the centre to feed the poor under the Anna Bhagya free rice scheme.
Let them first do their dharna against Modi ji and BJP government, because they have deprived. See, the Food Corporation of India, rice is there. They are not giving that rice. First, let them do dharna against the central government. That is what Mr. Yediyurappa, Mr. Bommai and his team has to do that. Instead of that, they are just, anyway, I am thankful for them for propagating our scheme.
It's only a matter of procedures. Otherwise, we will implement them in toto. We have not said we are not going to implement. We have very categorically, we have said we will implement all the 5 guarantees. Government just, doesn't run as whims and fancies. They are doing their job, we are doing our job. We will go, see, we have promised the people of the Karnataka state that we will implement these guarantees. We have promised them and we are going to do it. We have already started the process. 3 of the guarantees have already been implemented and we will do the rest.
They can't tolerate the fact that Congress has hammered them in the election, and we have got a very stable government, and we are gone ahead and doing our programs at a quick pace. So unable to tolerate all that, they are behaving, in a very, in a manner which is, I think, uncalled for. I think to be a responsible opposition is something that I don't think they are able to, do that. So it's very saddening to see the way they're behaving. It's a sad reflection on the opposition that on the first day of a new government, they are protesting. So it goes to show how desperate they have become.
Whatever the guarantees they have given, about 5, they must implement it immediately.
Okay.
And about other 2 things, about Gohatya Nishedh and common civil code. These are things we are fighting. And if they don't take action, after 15 days I will go around in the state. We will start a station in almost all the district headquarters.
So the Congress is criticizing BJP, saying that you don't have opposition party leader, but still you are protesting.
We are going to take action. Our all India leaders are coming today. They will consult the MLAs and they will take appropriate decisions.
And endorsement of the bills by a minister is there never heard in the history. This is a kind of misuse of the governance is happening in this government. They are totally misusing their powers. They are just trying to fleece the contractors, harass the people, put people into inconvenience. These people are not here for the people. It is not people-centric government. It is only chief minister-centric government.
So last question will again.
ನೋಡಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವ ಮುಂಚೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಹಲವಾರು ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳ ಘೋಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿತ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಘೋಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಫಲ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ. ಭಾಗ್ಯಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಗಸೂಚಿಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿ ಜನರನ್ನು ಮರಳು ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವಿದ್ಯುತ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಅನ್ನು ಏರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಯಾವುದೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು 1 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಜನಾಕ್ರೋಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಜನಾಕ್ರೋಶಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾಗಿದೆ.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
It's Taylor Swift's 6th global tour, spread over 17 months, 102 concerts with 44 songs in each show. And this musical extravaganza is expected to generate over $5 billion in wealth all over the world. It's Swiftonomics at its peak, and analysts are stunned. The concerts began in Glendale, Arizona on the 17th of March this year. Since then, Taylor Swift has performed in 14 cities, lifting the economy of each city she performs in. In Las Vegas, tourism and hotel bookings reached pre-pandemic levels for the first time, proving Taylor Swift is a bigger pull for the Sin City than gambling. In Chicago, hotel occupancy hit 97% for the first time. In Tampa, Florida, hotels, clothes shops and parking lots saw a spike in business. The city also saw its tax revenues jump by $730,000. In Houston, nearly all hotels were full for the first time ever. It's not just the hotels and restaurants which are making hay from the T-Swift lift. The often used term to describe the economic impact of Taylor Swift, sale of train tickets, air travel, merchandise and clothes, particularly metallic boots and sequin dresses preferred by the singer's fans, have also received a major boost. Tax revenues in all the cities she has performed in have also shot up. The Swift mania began the very day the Eras tour tickets went on sales. 3.5 million registered on the website, crashing it. However, the first day saw sales of 2.4 million tickets, creating a new world record. By 15th of December, $554 million worth of tickets had been sold. Worldwide, direct ticket sales are expected to reach $1.4 billion, with the total economic impact of the tour likely to hit more than $5 billion. $13 million is the amount Taylor Swift is making from each concert, putting her total earnings from the tour at over $400 million. Incredibly, the total economic activity from Taylor Swift exceeds the GDP of as many as 50 countries. This includes Maldives, Fiji, Bhutan, Seychelles and Liberia. It's not just the $250 tickets Swifties are splurging on. The average spend by each fan is around $1,300. What's more interesting is the age distribution of the ticket buyer. It's not the teens and the young ones who are spending on the tickets. 54% of the ticket buyers are between 35 and 64 years of age. 37% are aged between 18 and 34, and just 5% are in their teens. For countries and city economies hit hard by the pandemic bug, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour is godsend opportunity to get back on their feet. Lobbying for concerts has been hectic, with several countries also offering subsidies and a long list of facilities to attract the 33-year-old sensation to their city. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Queen Bee is surely making the right noise. Beyonce is currently on her musical tour, and while she has already finished her European leg, and speculations are also rife that she's going to be visiting India for a concert, the singer is leaving no stone unturned to make her fans go crazy. Here are all the highlights.
She's Destiny's Child. If you ask her fans, she surely runs the world. And if there ever were to be a petition to establish her as the queen of the world, her fans wouldn't waste a minute. While she may have Say My Name in the long list of her chart busters, Beyonce is one singer who needs no introduction.
I would call, you would say, baby, how's your day? But today, it ain't the same. Every other word is a yeah, okay. Could it be that you routine. The reason why you acting strange. Nobody's holding you back from me. I know how you used to do. When you're saying everything to me times two. I need you to tell the truth. If somebody's dead, then tell me who. Say my name, say my name. Say my name is around you. Oh yeah. Oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul.
Beyonce has the entire world as a fan base with no age bar. Now imagine what if this sensation announces a world tour and then finally performs it in front of a sold-out crowd. Crazy, right? Yes, the expectations were matched as Beyonce kickstarted the Renaissance tour on March 10th in Stockholm. She had a non-stop 3-hour showcase as she treated fans with some of her chart busters. From Stockholm, the European leg of the Renaissance World Tour traveled to London, which was attended by our Desi girl and the global icon Priyanka Chopra, as she too considers herself a part of the Beehive. During her tour in Europe, from Pride flag hosting high in the crowd, to the Black Parade performance with daughter Blue Ivy, the highlights were really special. Meanwhile, before ending the European leg in Warsaw, she also traveled to other nations in the continent, and not just from the performance point of view, but even from the business angle. This leg of the world tour turned out to be the highest grossing one. It earned $154.4 million and sold 1 million tickets across 21 shows as per the reports, surpassing her previous The Formation World Tour in 2016 and 2018's On the Run 2 tour. While this might have been the perfect start, the tour has now moved to Canada and the United States and will conclude on September 27th in New Orleans after performing in Toronto, Chicago and Houston, among others. What's more, speculations are rife that the Renaissance World Tour might also bring Beyonce to India, and fans cannot keep calm. And if that ever happens, the streets will be packed and leaves will be taken just to see Queen Bee perform live. For the unversed, the tour comes in the wake of her 7th solo album, Renaissance, which was released in July 2022. With Ganesha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Full-blown political war. Pawar versus Pawar. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Sharad Pawar opened new NCP office near Mantralaya in Mumbai. In first cabinet meeting after expansion and induction of NCP MLAs, it was decided that Ajit camp is likely to get finance, planning, cooperative ministries. And a mega BJP organizational rejig across the states. BJP announced new heads of the states ahead of